Welcome back to CrossFire West League. I am your host Kushari. Joining me here today in the analyst desk is Penguin, ex-pro player and an overall expert in Crossfire. We have a pretty interesting day today, and last week was very chaotic with the results and outcomes. There was a lot of golden rounds, a lot of overtimes and whatnot. And the standings itself makes it so overwhelming when it comes to 8 teams battling it out for a huge prize pool and possibly a chance to get to the EWC.
Yeah, definitely. Now we're getting more closer and closer to the end and going to the playoffs, and all teams are kind of set in. I guess the only team locked into the playoffs right now is ROC Esports. The rest are still fighting. Even the 7th place itself, which is TBI today, they still have a chance to go on a top 4, which shows how good and close these games are.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of worried because today's 3 series, I don't think we're gonna get game 3s because the gap between the overall stats between all the teams are enormous. Here we have the standings. ROC, of course, first place, GG following up. InnerCircle, PingPongPals are currently in the top 4, while Anubis, Swamp Gaming, TBI, and 999 are battling it out. As you can see, all teams have 9 games to their roster at least. So I'm kind of curious, out of today, it's going to be ROC versus TBI, Swamp versus Anubis, and 999 versus InnerCircle. What do you think about those?
Yeah, definitely. Well, the first game is very important for TBI because these guys want to be going back to where they belong.
Top 4, yeah.
Yeah, they finished split 1 at 4th place. They got very good wins and they made very good results versus all the teams. Even the games that they lost, they usually went 2-1 in favor of the enemy team. So now they want to be going back to the winning streak, but today is a very difficult opponent, which says we're talking about ROC Esports 9-0. These guys never got defeated this season so far.
Egyptian roster dominating the scene here.
Yeah, definitely. It's so far.
Everything else that I can say, to be honest, when it comes to ROC, is they're exceptional. Like their gameplay, everything that they've done so far is just proof to us that they want to get to the EWC, and not just that, they possibly even win it. 1 first place. 7th place for TBI, but it's not that far apart in points. They have a kind of a downhill win rate, to be honest, but still they do have hope, even though we're in week 5, day 13, man. So we cannot be saying that they're not close enough to the playoffs anymore, because they really are.
Yeah, definitely, because as we saw the standings, we saw that GG are on the 2nd place with 5 wins. TBI is on the 7th place with 3 wins. That means it's only 2 wins apart from the 2nd place and 7th place. So that shows that it's very good games. And as we can see, the stats of the undefeated team, ROC Esports, with their enormous and huge KDs, all the players are popping off. Maybe Todzin is not having his best season, but this guy gave a lot for this team, and it's time for him to rest down for the teammates and to show up on the next games. We have seen Snare and Slayer, the most consistent players on this team, and Horus, one of the best entries right now, and he's the guy who's introducing the HK for the entering. So these guys, this roster is still undefeated till now, and maybe they want to be going for the undefeated and the gold in West League.
Yeah, and keep in mind, from last season, they came first place, so they have plenty of points. But TBI did not really qualify that much in last season as well. But there is hope. They have FaZe and Noxon in their roster. They've shown that they can perform and compete with some of the top teams. Not all of them were wins, but at least they could get a map out of 3 when it comes to playing the stronger teams.
Yeah, definitely. As we said, that these guys, they played a very good split 1. They had a very good games, and one of the surprising games that these guys we saw is beating PingPongPals, not 2-1 but 2-0, which is a big downfall for the roster of PingPongPals, because these guys have 5 wins now. If they could have managed to win versus TBI, maybe these guys were locked into the playoffs right now, but still, so far, nothing is guaranteed for these guys except for ROC Esports, so TBI still have the chance to go for it. As we can see that FaZe is doing a very good performance and is directly facing Snare, one of the best in West League, if not the best right now.
In the world.
And he's the top, one of the top snipers in the world, of course, and he's the best in the West League right now.
He's up there with Spoxy and them, Snare himself, even when he's playing on defense side, man, you can tell he does take risky angles, and he does go for the peaks, and he does go for the pushing the smokes and whatnot, and 90% of the time it actually works. And we did discuss this last week, that for TBI to win ROC, they really need to shut down Snare. As for Horus and them, Horus is going to be the entry, so that's kind of scary, like this guy doesn't miss.
Yeah, definitely he's one of the best, as you said, and the aggressiveness as style of Snare that usually shapes the game for ROC Esports. And by the way, talking about Spoxy, we wanna hope Spoxy to get well soon. This
Really?
guy is having a hard time right now. That's why
Oh,
Dane
may he
replaced
get
him.
well soon,
Yeah,
yeah.
we knew that he have some severe health problems, so
Oh
we
no.
wish him all the healthy life
Amen,
and to
amen.
get well soon back, to see him back competing before the
Yeah.
EWC, because we want to be seeing this guy. He's
His
one of the
team
best.
needs him, yeah.
Yes. So,
What do you think about the maps? Let me know, man. You usually don't get it wrong, you know? Like, you're pretty accurate when it comes
Well,
to this and your homework.
today is going to be a very, very crazy map, Vito,
Mm.
because TBI is going to be sending, I guess, the best maps for ROC Esports. And this is not something told me about it, but if you've seen how ROC Esports played, they usually struggle doing all maps. They struggled on all maps. I'm not saying they're bad on all
Even
maps.
their favorite maps.
They
yeah.
struggled on all maps except on port and subbase.
Mm.
They usually won all their games on port and subbase, and not only winning the game on port, they stomp their enemies on port. They win it in fashion. They win it in a very big.
And port's
deep grab.
usually the decider, you know. So
Yeah.
I'd like to please see the maps and see what actually came through, to be honest, because it's gonna be really interesting to see what ROC banned. And they did ban Compound and Black Widow. They let New Mexico.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Tell me, explain this. How's this gonna pan out as a result or outcome for the matches?
Well, TBI, probably these guys, they practiced New Mexico lately, and these guys want to be going for New Mexico, as I said, because you would love to see a ban port and subbase from TBI, because you don't want to be playing.
And ROC is too
Yeah.
strong on that. as
Yeah,
well,
definitely. And Black Widow, of course, one of the worst maps for ROC Esports so far. 0 win percentage. That means that they never won any game on Black Widow. By the way, it's not from Season 1, it's from Season 2 playoffs.
Yeah.
Starting from the playoffs until today, they haven't won any games on Black Widow, so it's very basic. And Compound is the strongest map for TBI. They played it like 6 or 5 times, I guess. They only lost it once versus InnerCircle, and it was an overtime golden round. Also was 20 HP,
mean,
and he clutched it around
If
the
I
money.
was TBI, I would be terrified right now because Ankara is a map that ROC is formidable on, especially for the decider. If it's Eagle Eye, I've seen ROC play like ultimate or like very strong crossfire when it comes to that because they just have full map control within the first minute of the game.
Yeah, definitely. Talking about Ankara, usually Ankara is an experience map that requires an experienced players to be able to play. It's a very, very, very big map. So your rotation, your movement needs to be based on communication, based on experience, based on guessing where is the enemy team is, because you usually cannot play all default all time. It's not like subbase, for example, where you can play default on the global risk side all the rounds and you still can get a lot of rounds. On Ankara, you cannot do this because it's a very big map, and the picks and severe actions that's be taken from the aggressive snipers like Snare, like for example Alucard, like Spoxy. These top snipers are the one who loves to play Ankara. That's why we usually see InnerCircle picking
First
Ankara.
picks usually,
ROC Esports have no problem playing Ankara. They do not pick it, but they have no problem playing it. And we see all the other teams are usually playing on Ankara.
Well, what about New Mexico?
New
Like,
Mexico
do you
is-
think ROC is just testing New Mexico at this point because they might be undermining TBI as a team in itself because of where they are in the standing, and they're trying to get some experience since they've kind of locked in their in the playoffs?
Well, there is 2 points for New Mexico. First, ROC Esports, this is a very good practice for them because they're usually going to be playing versus, as you said, TBI, which they are in the 7th place.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's good practice for them. And second one is that they are forced to play New Mexico because they don't have the V2. And for the first time, ROC Esports are suffering in the V2 and map selection because they have a very, very narrow maps right now. They have
Map
only port and
selection, yeah.
subbase. So I guess they are forced to play New Mexico. They are not picking it by themselves.
Yeah, and I think the teams are ready to go, and so are we. I'd like to send it to our colleague Casters7 and Elfish Guy, please. Take it away.
Thanks, fellas. Yes, back once again, and looking forward to another game. Another one to kick us off for the week. I think the first match we casted last week was a ROC game, if I remember correctly, 7. But ROC up against TBI, you were just telling me you feel like today's games might be a quick one, and I dare say this match in particular is heavily weighted in that opinion.
Yeah, I'm really hyped up for Mexico, especially. I feel like TBI really have to win the first map because Ankara, I don't see them winning against TBI. I mean, against ROC. The first map will be very crucial for TBI. I mean, they're not on GR, like, at least. So there's at least some potential to win the first map. But again, it's ROC, the best team in West right now. Will be a very tough task here for the TBI squad.
Yeah, indeed. Look, I mean, regardless of what map you get on, I think against a team like ROC, it's always going to be difficult. But if we're going to have Mexico in the map pool, to be honest, that feels like it's maybe one of the best case scenarios that you're going to get in a matchup against ROC. Like, I think try and take them to a bit of an unorthodox map, or maybe a map that hasn't quite been figured out yet. Obviously, a lot of changes coming through there. See if you can unsettle them a little bit. Yes, like pound for pound in terms of individual skill and probably team cohesion and just that general kind of aspect of it, you're not really going to be able to contest them. But if you can, just find a way to kind of unsettle them in any way, shape, or form, then maybe there's going to be a world where you can put something together here. So I don't know. It's an interesting pick, obviously, from ROC, but I honestly feel this is a reasonable chance for TBI to cause an upset, more so than what I would think if, let's say we had Compound, Ankara, and then Econ. Like, I think that's just straight up 2-0 as far as I'm concerned. But New Mexico, I almost wonder if ROC picking this means that, they want to try to integrate this into their map pool, and they're trying to, pick it against some of the weaker teams just to have a bit of match practice on this map. I don't know what your thoughts are on that one, but to me, that kind of seems to be where they'd be going with this one. I'll have to have a look back at things. I think they had a game earlier on in the season that didn't go super well for them on this map as well. So I think it was against another one of the weaker teams. And we'll see if they can turn that around. 2-on-3 to start things off in the opening round. But yeah, not exactly the start that ROC would have wanted on their map pick.
Yeah, like especially FaZe will be the key player, I feel like, on TBI. So I mean, also back in the days when I was playing alongside FaZe in my squad, FaZe was by far the best player in Mexico, like from all the European players. Like I feel like this shotgun definitely suits the space. Look at Slayer here, getting 2 clean taps here in water. But what a fast front here from ROC, going for the fast water execute. Getting the first one on the board here for them. 1-1 scoreline now. What's interesting is Snake here playing with the Chris. Okay, now changing up to them 4 again. This time a slow start into the round. FaZe here playing the mid connector. Like also he was playing the same position in my team back in the days. I feel like this map really suits him. So if TBI wants to win this one, I feel like FaZe has to drop at least 16, 17, maybe even 20 kills.
I think it's doable for him, for sure, if he starts rocking the auto shotty. He's liable to do some pretty good damage with that one. But I was having a bit of a look back at what I was talking about, and of course, Snare's going to miss a couple of crucial shots there on the Hunt. That's crazy, but follows it up nicely with one onto FaZe. So Hunt's going to try to re-aggress and trade that frag. He'll do a pretty good job of that. Noxon and Booker as well. Pick themselves up a couple of kills. There's one quick on Noxon, but not enough here for ROC. And yeah, having a look back at what I was just referring to, ROC, I believe, picked this map into PingPongPals. No, actually, PingPongPals picked it into ROC. Compound was the pick there by ROC. But ROC only won this map 10-8 over PingPongPals back in week 3. And it honestly wasn't super surprising to me to see that one go kind of close, just because, again, like, I think it's a map that you still have to kind of figure out if you're a team like ROC. I don't know if it necessarily plays to their strengths, in the sense that it's not a map where we're seeing like particularly fast plays, particularly heavy like Wolfpack style plays. That's where I think ROC typically does a lot of their best work. They're a team that when they're playing quickly, when they're playing decisively and together, and just trading down, that's why I think they really do excel over a lot of the other teams. But when we're talking about this like split pick kind of game style, which is what we're getting here on New Mexico, I don't know if that necessarily works out quite that much for ROC, because individual aim duels, yeah, they're probably still better than most other teams, but that is where things can start to fall apart. Nice double though from Snare, and that is going to open up the B bomb site.
Yeah, clean shots himself. Last one he was missing a crucial shot, very unusual to see from him. Obviously getting the kill onto FaZe, layer the kill onto Noxon. So now it's all on Booker here in a 1-4 clutch situation. Also his position not ideal. Horus still in the water position. About to flank him, but Booker obviously is aware since Horus got a kill before. Gets a kill at least. But Snare's closing out the round here for ROC Esports. Yeah, again, obviously if ROC could choose, they would probably prefer sub-base. Like playing sub-base against TBI. But as Penguin mentioned, they were kind of forced to pick Mexico here. And yeah, this map is more like a 50-50, but I feel like it's much easier to beat ROC on Mexico than, let's say, on Subbase, Black Widow, Ankara, those maps. We are here, a decent start at least, 2-2 scoreline. Opening up this round here against Snare. Watson already low HP, but gets the kill onto FaZe. To FaZe with a rough start into this match. Here in trouble against Slayer. Slayer gets the kill. A 4-3 situation here in favor of ROC Esports.
They're doing a lot of work at the moment for ROC. Trying to get aggressive in the middle. We'll catch Snake off guard. There is a quick trade in there though from Horus, so we maintain ourselves with a numbers advantage here for ROC. I don't mind seeing Horus just slow things down a little bit here. Wait for Totson to come across so that even if he does get picked on the cross here into the B bomb site, there should be a player there to trade. I think that's a good buddy system. Well done by ROC. And Totson will help on out. Booker though, might get Horus here. Doesn't quite manage to land the shots, and in the end, ROC will grab themselves another one. So they are putting those rounds together pretty reasonably on the BL side. I don't know what your take on the bias of this map is. Obviously, it used to be very, very GR sided. But ROC have got 3 on BL side and seem to be not having too much difficulty at the moment.
Yeah, I feel like thanks to this new alleyway towards B side, it's not as GR set anymore as before. Obviously, before it was like a normal scoreline, like 7-2 or even 8-1. In water, like fights going on. It's already 2-3 situation here in favor of TBI. This round
dropped.
looks more promising. This is Slayer quite low HP. Nice one-tap here from FaZe. And Hunt closing off the round here. Scoreline once again tied up. 3-3. They face the only non-Egyptian player here on the server. Killsify definitely has to step up if TBI wants to have a chance to win this one. As you saw before, like FaZe, by far the best performing player this season on the squad. Now they're getting more aggressive here, but FaZe already low HP. Slayer opening up the round here against Noxin. This looks like a clean round once again. All on FaZe, super low HP. Nothing much he can do here. 4-3 here in favor of ROC Esports. I feel like the playstyle changed a lot here on this map. Like the teams playing much more aggressive, also much more fast pace.
Yeah, there's a lot more early fights than what there used to be, and I don't know if that's just because it is a new map and teams are like trying new things out, or are just more than happy to kind of like take these fights because they're not super comfortable with, you know, the protocols of the map on the GR side, for example. But I think it's a much more enjoyable viewing experience already watching New Mexico in comparison to the previous version of this map, which used to be sit behind a smoke for 2 minutes in middle and then watch the BL side execute out mid and then either go A or B. It was, I think, probably the least enjoyable map as far as I was concerned. But this new version definitely adding a little bit of a better flair. There's always those sort of fights in the underpass, or often those fights in the underpass if the GR side is so inclined to try and hold that position. So I like it in terms of a change so far from what I've been seeing. And I dare say Snare does as well, as he's going to be able to open up another kill and another round. 6-4 for himself, 7-3 for Slayer. Those two leading from the front. And this time it'll be Snake to trade down at Totson to maintain the numbers advantage for ROC.
And Noxin so far with a very good start, 7 kills. Best player here on TBI, this match at least. I also feel like now the sniper rifle is much more efficient on this map. It's the new underpass. As you can see, Snare another kill on the board here. Should look like another clean round for ROC Esports. 4-2 situation, FaZe also tagged. Can get the kill onto Snake, as well as on Slayer here. Not 2-2 situation. Also Snare's low HP. I mean, he has the arm, but still. This round looks doable now. Didn't see that coming. Snare gets the kill onto FaZe. All on Booker here. Got flashed. Time is ticking. 15 seconds left on the clock. Horus here. Going for the smart move. Patiently waiting. Doesn't overpeak. Gets also the fuse. That's Horus. He gets the kill. All play from Horus. Like, if he overpeaks in this scenario here from quad box, there's a slightly chance TBI wins this round. Taurus going for the smart move here, patiently waiting, and gets the kill to Booker.
Yeah. I mean, it was always going to be a tough one to win with the time that was available to him. If he had another 5 seconds, actually, I think he could have played that out a little bit differently, but more or less almost had to sit the defuse at that point, which makes it pretty tough. And another opener here from Snare. He has just been an absolute monster in terms of the opening, because this is, what, 3 or 4 rounds this half where he's picked up the opening kills, and in some instances it was a double kill as well. It's never going to be easy to put together a half when you're playing down on numbers. But yeah, much better look from ROC this time around on New Mexico in comparison to that game against PingPongPals. I mean, that's maybe the difference that an extra 2 or 3 weeks with the map can do. I'd say PingPongPals probably a stronger opponent than TBI, but it's a nice double from FaZe. So maybe it's not over yet. He has unfortunately fallen to his death, but did equalize the numbers at least more so than some of the other efforts here from TBI. It just leaves King alone. 1v3. This half, I think we can imagine, is probably going to be ending 6-3.
Yeah, it was a classic move from FaZe, but unfortunately a little bit too late in the first half. 6-3 scoreline here in favor of Like, I also felt like Hunt was challenging Snare way too often here in his underpass position. Snare got way too many entry kills, especially because it's still GR-sided. See how the second half goes. Obviously Snare here sniping here this underpass position. If he goes for some aggressive plays. Don't surprise me. A FaZe gets the opener onto Snake here. A alleyway. 5-4 situation. Here's a good start here for TBI, but Snare gets a kill here onto King. As I mentioned before, he would go for some aggressive plays here in this underpass position. Then gets the kill to FaZe. Let's see what Hunt can do here. An underpass. Oh! Leg shot onto Snare and also gets a kill onto Slayer.
Really big double from Hunt there, to be honest. The fact that he's been able to get that done. I thought he was dead as soon as he didn't get the one hit with the sniper rifle. Once you miss that or hit the leg shot, you're like, okay, you're not going to have time. But he was able to get the pistol out. Double down with that. Noxon now gets Totson. And all of a sudden, this round has gone from looking pretty good for ROC to just kind of falling apart. And Horus is going to have to try to pick together the pieces. He may be able to catch the C4 in transition here, though, if he gets a nice timing. Noxon kind of floating around. Looks like maybe Horus has missed his window. But he is definitely going to be having a look in toward that B bomb site in a second. And there's some very isolated BL players right here. Booker. Spotting out the info as to where Horus is. That'll probably make for a pretty comfortable round now for TBI, now that they've sort of established where the dangerous territory is.
Yeah, should be an easy round here for TBI. So Horus here going for the full flank. Hunt spotted him. He goes for the kill here. Instant run from Hunt here. Getting 3 kills. And the first one on the board here in the second half for TBI. Maybe we're gonna see a comeback here. Suddenly Mexico seems to be more Blacklist sided, at least in this match.
Yeah, it seems so. Do you think that round may have been a little bit of a fumble though from ROC? Had they traded 1-for-1 with Hunt, or even obviously 0-for-1, they would have just cleaned that round up super comfortably. But again, a little bit more aggression being displayed by those GR players. Watson has a little bit of a look into alley with Snake there, but not too willing to overcommit to that one. It seems that ROC are a little more happy to kind of give the underpass control over to TBI than what TBI were.
It seems like we're gonna see an order executed from underpass. AC lurking from a alleyway. See what Snack can do here is the key position of the sniper rifle. Great flash from FaZe. Like OVP players here from ROC, and Snack gets a double. Almost gets a triple. Noxon denies him. A 2-2 situation. Fortunately for TBI, FaZe got killed here on the lurk.
Horus is going to be waiting for them in the B-bomb site. He's already been able to lurk all the way out onto the side, under the balcony. They're not expecting him that close. That's a really fast transition from Horus, which is going to result in the end of Hunt. Noxon, however, does pick up Snake, and he hasn't committed to dropping into the site. So he's got options. He could literally sit here for the next 35 seconds and then drop into the site. See if he can time Horus out. At some point, Horus might have to try and hunt for a little bit more info, though.
Noxon patiently waiting. Now he has to commit towards bomb set B. Or is he also falling back? I feel like playing from B alley, waiting until the bomb has been planted. Oh, Noxon checks alley, falls back in Taurus. Now it's the perfect timing. Get the kill, but never mind. Noxon denies him. Great reaction here from Noxon, and also great performance here. First map so far from this guy. Snare almost gets the triple in the water. I felt like the round was over, honestly. Like 3 players from ROC covering this underpass position.
Oh, me too. I mean, you have to look at this and think, well, if these last 2 rounds haven't gone the way of ROC, which rounds are going to go the way of ROC on this GR side? Because I'd say they had the advantage in both of them. And TBI have been able to sort of clutch it out. So 6-5, that scoreline, it's obviously favoring ROC, but I don't think that's looking quite as decisive as you would ordinarily feel that it is when you're watching a ROC game.
Yeah, I agree. Also, like, once again, we're gonna see an execute, it seems like. These 3 players working up towards alleyway. King in front of water. Okay, also falling back now to blacklist space. The 3 players still in A alleyway. Seems like we're gonna see like an A split. We're here lurking in underpass position. Okay, King group up with his teammates now. C4's also falling back. Seems like might even change the decision. Okay, never mind. Now they're building a brawl here in front of alleyway. Look at Booker here. Is an underpass. Flash is coming in.
Spot. Whoa, he gets himself a first, a second as well, as that smoke does start to bloom and obscure his vision, but that's a solid round from Totson, and this time the Scissors Paper Rock has not worked out for TBI. Sometimes that's just the way it be. You execute out into a bomb site and someone pulls off a multi-frag and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, even back in the days on the old Mexico, it's always tough to go for a full execute in A alleyway. Anyway, here, like ROC Esports going for the aggression here in underpass. King here gets 1 kill onto Horus, but now he's stuck behind the box. So like gets a trade, 4-on-4 situation, and his teammates about to push A side once again. So it's all on Totson here. Great flash from Hunt. Gets the kill.
Gets the headshot. That's big.
Great opener.
Snake trying to hold on to this box position as FaZe is putting up numbers onto Snake. 1v3, and yeah, TBI. I really like that reaction actually from TBI, right? Like their player gets caught in the underpass and they immediately just, no hesitation, recognize there's a couple of players there. Let's try to send it onto the A bomb site. They find themselves a really nice timing where Totson is essentially left on his own in the site, and they overwhelm him, and once you have the site, the round gets a whole lot easier.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like this is one of the toughest jobs of the IGL. Like when something happens on the map, like one trade, whatever, it really decide in like milliseconds, okay guys, time to push A side. For example, last weekend I remember, it was, I think it was Flex's team, like when I felt like they played, like GG, like when they took a little bit too much time with those decision making within the rounds, and when they always lost the round. Anyway, here, Snare with the opener onto Noxon. Noxon got at least 1 kill. Also 4-on-4 situation. Snare almost gets a double, but now King falling back. But again, like TBI look very solid here on this blacklist side. Second half scoreline is 3-1. Kinda surprised me, honestly. Also TBI, they play with much more patience on blacklist. So far it worked out.
Yeah, very patient.
AC might face Snake might also falling back here. For the native towards triple box.
Hunt's on the move, and so is Slayer. So this could be a round-defining duel. Hunt's not going to check that angle, not cleanly anyway, and so Slayer will pick him off, which really shores up the hold on the B bomb site, and as a result, ROC is now able to dedicate their forces a little more so over toward A. A 1-for-1 for Snare, but they've still got to get past Snake, who is just tucked in the corner. FaZe going to be having a look for that kill. He's getting some assistance from Booker, but Horus is here as well, and they've both won their duels. That is bad news for ROC. Slayer has 2 very low HP players to find, and he's just going to confidently swing into the site. I like that. Will be slowed down a little bit by the util, but he's got to find these 2, and he's got to do it quickly. He's going for the big wrap into the window position, and he will be able to get in behind FaZe as a result. So that's a freebie. He knows the Booker was somewhere on the site, unlikely to have moved, and he'll win that duel as well. That is, I would say, a little bit of a failure in the post part, on the post plant part of that for TBI. That should have been far more winnable than what it was, but they kind of isolated themselves into 2 separate 1v1s. And even had the window player been checking that line, you know, his HP means he loses that duel 1v1. So, nice clutch. Well put together. ROC up to 8.
Unfortunately, FaZe didn't see that lock coming here from Slayer. They're opening up the round onto Hunt. I mean, FaZe did a great job before. He was buying some time for Booker, so Booker gets a double kill onto Snake. Unfortunately for them, Slayer gets the clutch. As you mentioned, post-plant positioning, why not on point. It's again a 4-on-4 situation. I feel like the rounds look very similar. Look back, the last couple of rounds, always 4-on-4 situations. Usually it's Hunt who goes for the entry, either gets the kill and then gets traded. Let's have a more aggressive positioning here in alleyway. King picked up the sniper rifle, an underpass. Totsnick gets the kill onto FaZe. Falling back towards A side, good decision, but King gets the kill onto Snare. Once again, 3-on-3 situation. Round still looks doable for TBI. See what they will do.
3-on-3 always going to be doable for sure. Thompson almost losing his life on that transition, but TBI once again, as you highlighted, just sort of slowing things down here in the mid round, causing ROC to think, making them make some pushes. Snake now isolated here in middle, and he's almost certainly going to be getting checked. And indeed will be going down, pre-fired. It's a nice take from TBI, frankly, and unless Slayer can find a way to clutch this out, this should be TBI's round every day of the week.
Yeah, once again, Noxton stepping up to the plate. 15 kills so far. This first map. Now it's all on Slayer once again. Can he clutch this one?
He's got rid of Noxton though. Noxton was the low HP player, so the rest of the job's a little bit more difficult here. He's going to set himself up, get those weapons reloaded, and try to give it a bit of a crack. But he has absolutely no idea where these last couple of remaining weapons are, and that is evidenced by the way that he's swinging into that site. Booker, even if he goes down, King's going to be here. Time is a factor. I don't think Slayer wins this one anymore. That's a great shot. He's going to have to pretty much sit this defuse, and King's aware of it. So there's the swing, and that will be round done in the favor of TBI. Good effort from Slayer, once again. But rounds around in the end of the day.
Yeah, Booker whiffing some shots here. But still gets the round at the end. 8-7 scoreline. It's like technical pause, I guess. I think one player from TBI left the server. But yeah, looks kind of scary for ROC Esports, honestly. Second half, going heavily in favor of TBI so far.
This is what I was saying. Like, the same kind of energy as what we saw in that game against PingPongPals, where the map was actually picked against them. So I think you can say, well, there's a bit of an excuse there maybe in that they didn't choose the map. They may not have even been expecting that as a pick from PingPongPals. It's still a new map. Okay, you go close scoreline, you win 10-8 over a team that picked a, let's say, unorthodox map against you. I think that's fine in terms of expectations being met by ROC. But if you then come into this series against TBI, which is the team that is sitting in 7th on the ladder right now, and lose your map pick after having picked something like a New Mexico, as opposed to something else that you're probably got a lot more reps on, then I really do have to start to question what was the reason for the pick. Is it just because they want to try to integrate Mexico more into their map pool, and this is not a particularly threatening series that if they do lose map one, they still feel like, okay, well, regardless of the rest of the pool, we're going to close it out? Or, are they just experimenting with the map pool a little bit? Or do they truthfully believe that their New Mexico is actually a good pick, in which case they probably shouldn't be losing it to TBI? So we're not in the position to have that conversation just yet because, well, we haven't seen the result of this map. But should they lose here, ROC Esports up against TBI, then I would definitely raise some concerns about that map selection process for sure.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like, for sure, Snake was saying, okay, we have first place anyways. We got 9 wins. Second place, Gaimin Gladiators have like 5 wins. So very unlikely that they will reach second place, ROC Esports, in the first, in the regular season, I mean. So it might be, like, as you mentioned, like a test, like as a practice game, more like, okay, let's see how we going to perform on Mexico in a new one. I mean, they still have Eagle Eye to play and also Ankara. So if they lose this one, I'm still convinced we're going to see a 2-1 scoreline in favor of them. I mean, also in the first match, the first of the season, TBI won the first map 10-8, eventually lost the whole game 2-1. So wouldn't surprise me if we see this map scoreline once again. Still tech pause. Base looks happy. Puka here laughing, as you can see. I mean, for TBI, it's really an important game. If they win this one, they have 4 wins here, and then they still have chances actually to reach top 4.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess. You say that, it's always going to be tough, I guess, coming from the bottom end of the standings. My biggest issue with that would be the rest of the run that they have. They still have to play against Gaimin, and I would say that's probably, again, one of those on-paper unwinnable matches for them. The rest, though, I think you could make an argument. 999 have been a bit up and down, probably beatable for TBI. Swamp, I think, also could be beatable for TBI on their day. PingPongPals, I would probably give the benefit of the doubt over TBI again. But in saying that, PingPongPals haven't been infallible this season either. So if we're to say TBI somehow wins this series against ROC, then they've got 4 series left to play. They would be 4-6. Probably they lose to Gaimin, so they're 4-7. But they could potentially go 7-7. And if you go 7-7, you actually might be in a spot where you're actually in playoffs at that point. Because top 4 teams go through the playoffs. If you're going even, if you're going 7-7, depending on how some of the other results work out, you actually may sneak into playoffs, which I think really at this point should be the goal for TBI. Like, the season's not over. Even if they lose here, right? Like, Gaimin is probably a bit of an easier shout than ROC. So probably not ready to, like, cut their legs off just yet. You know what I mean? Like, we'll give them to the end of week 5 before we say they cannot make playoffs. But it is going to take a pretty superhuman effort. They're going to definitely have to turn their season around.
I mean, if you look at the standings, like matches between TBI, Swamp, Anubis, PingPongPals, and InnerCircle, it's almost impossible to predict. I feel like really anything can happen in those matches. Like on paper, yeah, Gaimin Gladiators, they should definitely win against TBI. But still, also, GG, they don't have like a very good season so far, like 5-4 win-loss rate. So, yeah, let's see. Maybe, like, I feel like TBI has a massive upset potential as a team. Like, even 9-9 sometimes, like, even like last weekend, they had like a performance against ROC. So, this season, really anything can happen, I feel like. If I have to pick like 4 teams right now for the top 4, I would definitely pick obviously like ROC first place, Gaimin Gladiators for like second place, third place I think PingPongPals, because last week they really had like a massive weekend, right, with Pietro stepping up to the plate. So I think they will reach third place. They have the momentum right now. Then fourth place right now would go for InnerCircle. Like they have to find themselves InnerCircle. Like after the roster change, cutting Pietro obviously, getting awesome. So firepower-wise, they're for sure much better now. But anyway, like before we talk about InnerCircle, like, let's rather focus on the match here. And talk about InnerCircle later on. More, obviously. So, Horus here is opening up this round here. Gets the kill onto Booker. FaZe gets the trade once again here. Going for this A execute. Already a 3-on-2 situation here in favor of them. And Slayer gets 2 kills here with the pistol. What's a 2-on-1 situation? All on Slayer once again. It's always in these clutch situations.
No way.
There's no way that King goes for this aggressive play here in A doors, but I love to see it. This was really unexpected.
Clearly, man.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would be swinging Slayer like that, but 8-8 is the scoreline, and this is where ROC have got to look in. Like, guys, this is your map pick. You know, you're supposed to be the team that's unbeatable, basically, and TBI are amateurs, in a sense, in comparison, but they are making you look a bit like amateurs right now on this map. Snake for the double. How does he get away with that? Nobody's even shooting back at him. TBI have got to shelve these alley pushes. I just don't see them working. Just time and time again, we see such a strong hold from ROC when they've got the players on that side. It feels like a little bit too much of a scissors paper rock from TBI. Where they've had a lot of their success, they have actually slowed things down. You know, I think you can pull it out off the back of a pause or something like that, but I don't know that I want to see them do it again here. It looks like they're not going to. They're going to contest the underpass. They're going to contest snare.
I feel like if FaZe gets a trade onto Snake in alleyway, there's a slight chance to win this round once again. Yeah, going for this A alleyway push didn't make too much sense in my opinion. Ante gets the opener onto Snare.
Yeah, that's a big one. So all of a sudden, 4v5. And what's the response going to be from ROC? Well, they want to take some space into middle and maybe even go further than that. They've got a smoke and a flash prepared here. Where's the swing coming through? Hunt's going to grab Horus now as well. They need to make this push work, and so far it has not. Hunt has just popped off in this round. He's going to maybe get naded. Let's back up away from that one, but 5v2, I can't imagine that ROC are going to be able to find a way to clutch this one out as good as Snake and Slayer are. So, again, slowing it down, playing for the picks has kind of worked in TBI's favor.
I feel like Snare in particular, like he's having a hard time here, like in underpass, missing some crucial shots, but here's Slayer. Gets a 2-piece. This one looks doable again. 2-2 situation now.
Slayer, if he wins this duel onto Noxon, but over peaks and Noxon is going to get the double in the end. Yeah, a bit of frustration on the faces here of ROC. And, you know, I think that's fair enough. Like, they, honestly, I think they should be disappointed with that, right? Like, that is their map pick against the 7th best team in the league. Or if you prefer to go with the negative terminology, the 2nd worst team in the league, and they have been taken to overtime. So that's not really acceptable, in my opinion, for a team that's at the top of the standings.
Yeah, especially how the round goes. I mean, like Slayer got like 2 to 3 clutches. If he doesn't get the clutches, they lose this map for sure. So, like, yeah, this map looks kind of scary here for ROC. As mentioned before, like the scoreline against InnerCircle was 10-8. So it seems like Mexico is definitely not the strongest map. Especially Snare is having a hard time. I feel like Hunt getting a lot of opening kills. Like Slayer is doing a better job, honestly, with the arm on Mexico so far. Very unusual. Normally Snare is by far they have the most carry potential on the squad.
Well, we'll see if that's going to change up here into OT as we get ready to go. And ROC will be starting things off on the BL side, which apparently is now the more favorable side of the map. So we're probably looking for a 2-1 split here at least, as far as that BL to GR round count is concerned. King is going to lose his life, and I think Snare might have taken your words personally as he's opened up the account here in the first round of OT. It's not going to be the go signal, though, for ROC. At least not yet. Give themselves a chance for more. That's a cheeky line, and Snare a double. All of a sudden, starts to come back into his own now that he's on this BL side. Snake will drop, and Horus as well. But Snare is still here, still alive, still kicking, still fragging. He's got himself a 3rd. Noxon eventually will put an end to that, but this is not something I'm necessarily enjoying watching here from ROC. A lot of individual duels. This one onto FaZe does need to be won and will be. That was a bit of an unorthodox angle coming from Slayer, so don't really have anything bad to say about FaZe in that one. He was just not expecting him there at all. But honestly, that round, you know, a couple of players just kind of like going down for free for ROC again. It's showing, I don't know, the cohesion maybe isn't quite there on this map yet.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I also feel kind of bad for Noxon. They're getting the 3-piece, and he's still in the 1-on-2 clutch situation.
Big ace coming up.
Also unlucky for FaZe. The timing was quite off. He was facing Slayer. Anyway, mate, let's see. Noxon can maybe get even the ace here.
Oh, he's going to have to give it a crack. But Totson and Slayer both fairly healthy. And has now been spotted out as well. So that's going to make life a lot more difficult. Trying to fight through that line is just unreasonable on the retake, I feel. Every advantage with the BL side in that one. And so that'll be the first round in the back pocket for ROC as they start to get underway in the OT.
But I feel like it's always the same story. When I start criticizing one player, he suddenly steps up. Like as Snare got a 3-piece last round from alleyway. Snake here with the opener in mid. Getting one
They can
kill
just slow
as
it down.
well as Slayer here. A great flash from FaZe here, getting the 2-piece. Can he get the triple?
Nope.
Mind
The answer is
Snare, the nice him.
We'll get traded back down, but King also going to get aggressive. ROC have to be prepared for this. Horus almost nearly goes down there as well. He needs to win this duel and does. C4 still in control of ROC, but Booker going to get aggressive up into middle and Horus will shut it down. That's another round where ROC only just get by. In the end, this almost unbridled aggression coming through from TBI has nearly caught them off.
Hunt with the opener onto Horus here. And we see some aggression also from TBI here on GR. Also FaZe will go for this bridge play. Gets the kill onto Totson. Patiently falling back here towards bomb side. A good decision from him. Now it's a 5-on-3 situation.
Only the single kill from Slayer. But that is going to open up the A bomb site here. So if ROC are quick about it, they may be able to overwhelm the site. Booker has started to get some backup though with FaZe coming across. Booker, I think, might be spotted there by Snake. Won't matter though. Snare's going to go down, and so Snake here in the 1v4, and looks like we might end up getting that expected 2-1 split of BL to GR rounds, though Snake has kind of slipped past. FaZe not quite prepared for that as he went hunting into alley, and now Snake's on a bit of a mission over towards B. So this gets a bit interesting now that he's been able to kind of get in behind. This is when a heads-up aim duel against Noxon, and very nearly does. Hasn't cost him much HP, but cannot expect King. And in the end, it will be another round for TBI. So they give themselves something to play with here in the second half.
Once again, the Blacklist team is having the upper hand. 2-1 scoreline. They have a ROC. So overall 8-4 if you count also the regular rounds. Actually crazy if you compare to the old Mexico back in the days. Yeah, as you mentioned, like it's really more enjoyable to watch now. This map, like I remember, like back in the days, you always have to wait like 1 minute 30 seconds until the smoke fades away in mid, and then see some action finally. Here you see like a lot of solo plays going on. Aggressive plays, especially from Slayer, Hunt, and Snare. I think there's a high potential we're gonna see a golden round.
Yeah. And if we were to see that, it would be TBI playing on BL, correct? Because it follows whatever the last side was.
Yeah.
So I think that would be to their advantage, just based on what we've been seeing so far. So if you were going to get it done here as ROC, you'd probably want to get it done in regulation in an ideal world. That might be one way to do it. Great start here from Slayer. And this time, no mistakes made on that hold. We saw a very similar round in regulation where ROC got off to a fantastic start, but then ended up getting traded back. In this instance, yeah, not going to happen. So ROC have a couple of map points to play with.
I don't get why TBI is losing their patience on Blacklist, like before you mentioned, right? Like the patience are really paying off. Always slow pace rounds. getting the after plans, whatever. But now, like, going for those fast executes in a alleyway, also an underpass, they simply don't work out against ROC. Definitely the wrong shot call. Trying to see more like a slow pace approach here to this round. Two players towards a alleyway.
Watson claim the first head. That's FaZe going down now. Hunt as well, and a couple of individual peaks into middle has just thrown this round away for TBI. They've got to be so disappointed. They were so close to being able to upset ROC on their map, but once again, it looks like ROC will reign supreme. It is down to Booker, and this has tended to be the way that ROC have played out this season. They've allowed teams to get close, but they have very rarely allowed teams to best them. Certainly not in a series, but even in terms of maps, they are now starting to look cleaner and cleaner throughout this season. But we'll see. This series is not over yet. That is 1-0 in the back pocket of ROC. And they'll move on to Ankara with that advantage. But I still have to say, New Mexico is not looking like the map that I would be choosing into if I were ROC.
Yeah, I agree. Like, they struggled a lot, especially on GR side. At the end, looked a little bit more consistent for sure, but still, this map I think is like just map that just don't suit their playstyle. Especially Snare having a hard time once again. But let's see what the analyst desk will say about the first map, and see you for the second map, which is Ankara.
Thank you, Mr. Seven and Elfish Gaiman. What a game, to be honest. That was a bit too close to comfort, to say the least. Elfish Guy did mention that ROC kind of lets teams get to the even point or even ahead, but they never actually manage to execute or win a game or series.
Yeah, because it comes to an experience and pressure handling and the control of the game. Usually it goes for the experienced players. That's why ROC usually have this advantage. And talking about New Mexico, I guess the mistake that TBI did is picking lower risk side, not blacklist side on New Mexico, because you are playing New Mexico. That means that you're not playing the old Mexico anymore. So you gotta be picking blacklist, because in blacklist you can be moving more and more and more. And we've seen this. And we've seen this in TBI. They started 3-1 in the blacklist while they were losing, I guess, 6-3. So if they started blacklist, the game maybe have been snowballed better in favor of TBI.
Maybe at least get a 4-3, 4-7 or something.
But then they started global risk and
they fumbled a lot, to be honest. But I do have to admit, TBI is playing really good, to be honest. If they can get to overtime with ROC, I think they should, and I believe they should have a place in playoffs, to be honest. They're just kind of struggling since it's relatively a new organization and, again, a new roster. So that is a lot of key factors that might pull them back a little bit.
Yeah, but I guess for TBI fans, they got fed off talking about that we had a very close game versus one of the top tier teams, but never winning. So I don't think it's an achievement anymore for these guys. These guys needs to be putting more wins, otherwise they're going to be placed in the bottom of the West League. Relegation. So, but versus ROC Esports, you cannot ask them to be winning versus ROC Esports, because usually ROC Esports are unbeaten, so you don't ask the 7th place.
Toughest team.
Yeah, definitely. But talking about how they played New Mexico for the first time, that's how you praise them. These guys played very good for the first time playing New Mexico, because this is the first time Mexico competitively versus ROC Esports. Yeah, the strongest team on the West League. So that's how we complement these guys. But other than just having a very good game versus the strongest teams, it's not an achievement for these guys anymore. These guys need to be closing the games more and more often.
Tell me a little bit about Ankara. Like, what do you think is going to happen? Now TBI, in order to win this series, they need to win the next 2 games, which just makes it all the more harder.
Yeah, well, they have Ankara. Ankara, maybe it's in TBI's hands better than Eagle Eye, to be honest. So if TBI wants to be closing this series, they need to have a very decent Ankara to have a very strong momentum and mental going into the last map, which is Eagle Eye. Otherwise, I don't think TBI's chances in winning this series is high, because Eagle Eye is very good map for ROC Esports.
I'd give them like 30%.
Yeah, so now they're gonna be playing Ankara more confident and trying to get a very good, decent results in order to go in Eagle Eye, destroying the mental of ROC Esports and playing on their momentum and mental. So otherwise, Eagle Eye is very good map for ROC Esports. So Ankara, okay, it's fair map. Let's say that TBI has very high chances beating them on Ankara, but I don't think it's the same chance and same percentage on Eagle Eye.
Yeah, and something I really notice as kind of a pattern for ROC is if they win game 1 of a series, it's usually done and dusted, you know. They usually just full send it into the next game, and you've seen the 10-2s, you've seen the 8-1s, you've seen the score where ROC is just have so much pace, momentum, and tempo because they've already had the mental game in game 1 and managed to secure the win with 13 and 10. So they usually go into game 2 like with complete confidence, and they're even on defense side, you'll see them peaking and having more map control.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen how ROC Esports usually play the second map, and they have the confidence to do it. They have nothing to lose right now. The guys are unbeaten till now, and they still have 1 point or 1 map for the series, and I guess they're gonna be playing more confident. But talking about TBI, they're gonna be struggling a lot. ROC Esports is gonna be struggling a lot versus TBI due to it's gonna be Ankara. They're gonna have to face 2 Opers. They're gonna be facing Hunt. They're gonna be facing FaZe and Noxin. These 3 guys, they are very good on Ankara. We've seen how good Noxin is in holding a side. He's a very Booker is an anchor. He's the second rotation, but he's a very good player on a side, and this will show some troubles for ROC Esports. I wonder how.
So you're saying ROC's entry is gonna really struggle against the double arm and stuff. They're gonna have to at least trade, because if they lose 1 or 2 right off the bat due to the snipers, they might not be able to secure any rounds at that point.
Especially that they have a very good A-side hold right now, TBI, and ROC Esports, if their A-side pushes are failing, then they need to go to B-side, where it will be held, or it will be anchored and defended by 2 snipers. FaZe on the hotel, and Hunt is going to be on the passive mid.
We're going to have to be looking at the map for the duration of the game 2, because this shows kind of the insight and the ideology of playing CrossFire when it comes to the coaches and their understanding of the maps and the opponent. And it's really fascinating because it's not the same. Like when you see ROC and they're on attack side, they really have some very, very good rotations and macro and whatnot. But when it comes to TBI, I feel like they struggle a little bit. Like the information's there, the IGL is giving it, but sometimes people do these critical mistakes and they manage to get picked off, which makes it all the more harder to defend.
Yeah, definitely. This is the difference between the experienced and non-experienced player, because usually you wouldn't see these mistakes from the experienced player, because he's been here in the same situation
hundreds
and
of times.
They were here in the same situation, in the same rotations, hundreds of times. As I said, they usually the guys who are rotating, playing on the information, and the other guys, okay, they play together, but not as much as how many years.
Yeah, like they have like what 50 games. ROC might have 500 games at least. Just playing together in a sense when it comes to teamwork is very challenging, because you need to understand what your allies are trying to accomplish.
Yeah, because ROC Esports is it's their second year now, and it's only the first month for TBI.
And not the second year, they were together in 3BL at some point, right?
Most of the players. Yeah, majority of the players were there, but still, as a team, these guys for 2 years together. TBI is only to go for the second month, I guess, this roster together. So that's why I'm saying it's going to be very hard for them as well, the rotation. And I guess ROC Esports is going to be playing on these mistakes. They're going to try to get on these mistakes,
capitalize.
Try to maybe force aim fights more with these guys, because this will make them uncomfortable playing Ankara.
Yeah, we're going to have to pay attention to FaZe and Snare, like the important players, the key players. Anyways, we're ready for game 2. Let's go to our casters. Take it away.
Let's go indeed. Ankara coming up. And honestly, even though this is the map pick of TBI, I honestly feel like ROC have a better chance on Ankara than they did on New Mexico. What's your take, Seven?
Yeah, I agree. Like most likely we're gonna see 2-0 in favor of ROC Esports. I feel like on Ankara, like FaZe really has to step up. Like on Mexico, he couldn't do that much. He has a key position in hotel. Like he's playing also kind of different role. I feel like on TBI. He's playing more the rifle on Ankara, which is kind of surprising to me, because I feel like overall with the sniper rifle he has more impact than Hunt normally. But maybe Hunt will prove me wrong now. Yeah, ROC Esports definitely super strong in Ankara, so it's gonna be super tough for TBI. Snare walking up towards B tunnels already. As I mentioned before, FaZe here playing total position, usually with the HK.
Yeah, well, standard slow approach to start things off. ROC have got that mid control. And now starting to try and work a bit of B control. FaZe will shut that down. Gets rid of Snake pretty early. Didn't seem like Snake really cottoned on to the possibility there was a peek coming through there. Hunt also a characteristic piece of aggression out from him. Will be able to shut down Horus. Now Slayer knows that he is on the chase with FaZe. Maybe a return pick on offer if he continues to try and take this fight. And he does. So gets himself one back, which will bring it back to 3-on-4. And that starts to open things up a little bit more so here for ROC. Although a pretty difficult take here on B. Made more difficult by that shot from Hunt. However, missing the second, and that'll be the end of Hunt and King, and all of a sudden, we're back into a 2-on-2.
This round is suddenly doable here for ROC Esports. Hunt almost gets the triple here in tunnels. Got denied, now Slay in the key position. Timing looks a bit off, but now he spotted Nox in here. He's stuck in the hotel entrance. Should definitely get the kill onto Noxin. Just the case. Now it's all on Booker. Still in front of GR base. Tots and Slay here playing the crossfire and also playing the time. I love the decision. Hudson gets the kill here, going for the wall bang. Yeah, but this should have been definitely the round here for TBI. FaZe gets the opener. 2 more kills from Hunt and B tunnels.
Yeah.
Still, in the end, round for ROC Esports 1-0.
Yeah, I can't say that that's a fantastic sign for TBI if they start the round 5v3 and then still end up going on to lose it. So, not the start that they would have wanted, though. Obviously, it is early days. Got another tech pause to kick off the second map, so that's always fun.
Like, I'm really curious, like, which guy on TBI decided to put FaZe towards Hotel with the HK. Like, in my opinion, like if you have like FaZe on your squad, normally you want him to snipe from like A alley, then A main, then mid, and Hotel, but you don't want him to be like stuck at one position most of the time. Because like he's one of the most complete players still in West. Like he can play any role, any weapon basically. So playing from hotels, I don't know if he can have like that much impact. Also, like
I think he's a dynamic player as well, right? Like he likes to make his own moves, I assume. I've obviously never played on a team with him, but from what I can see from watching, he's someone that I guess he just feels like he has opportunities, has moments that he kind of like gets a read and tries to make a play.
Yeah, for sure. Like FaZe is by far, like has by far the most impact if you don't give him any rules. Just let him play. Like, and like if he's stuck at one position, tell him, okay, just hold this angle for 2 minutes or just play those positions here. This is your plan for the map. Normally, he doesn't get as many frags as when he has like complete freedom. But obviously, different roster, like also the only non-Egyptian player on the squad. It's not the IGL probably. So yeah, different role for him. But also during the season, he's doing like a decent job at least. I mean, for one moment, TBI was even 4th place, which really surprised me. Like, if TBI will reach top 4, I think this would be a massive upset. I think overall, if you look at the roster, PingPongPals, it's also an upset, obviously, but they have the stronger team, I feel like, especially team player-wise. So, TBI should, like, in my opinion, like, if they will stay on the 7th place, this would be probably the expected outcome at the end of the season.
Yeah. Start of the season, though, I think we would have probably said ROC, Gaimin, InnerCircle, and Anubis would be the top 4. So even to be able to have a conversation right now between PingPongPals and Anubis, I think that's a pretty positive addition to CFWL with this new PingPongPals roster. Anyway, we're into the second round, and it's a pretty decent start there. Hunt trying to get aggressive again. I mean, that is what he does, particularly on this map. He is supposed to, based on the setup that TBI have, be that guy that's taking those early fights. And when it's working, it works really well. When it's not, definitely starts to struggle. Booker, nice 2-man spray down, but won't be able to hold on for the third. And so that will be the A site taken. And ROC get that plant nice and early as well. It's going to take a long time for TBI to rotate their way over So that will cost them some crucial seconds on this bomb timer.
Also, one more smoke here coming in from Snake. Take like 10 more seconds. The smoke fades away. That was already ticking. Oxen, he goes for the interesting, like goes for this flash, this pop flash through the smoke. Interesting decision. And Snare here against Face now. And Snare's closing out the round here, gets a 2-piece. Nice clutch from him. This flash was interesting from Noxen here through the smoke. 2-0 scoreline here in favor of ROC Esports.
Oh, this is bold, and it works. That's ballsy from Snare, just walking out through the smoke. Gets the better of FaZe. Very nice quick scope. All of a sudden, ROC have a lot of control outside of B, so Hunt's going to go having a little bit of a look there to see if he can try and pull the numbers back, but he's already down below half HP or around half HP and spotted out by Snare as well. So B side of the map is completely lost more or less, but still two players holding onto A, anchoring nicely, and that is where ROC have decided to just walk their way in and give up the advantage. They did not trade down effectively at all. C4, luckily, was not with that initial 3, so there is still a world where Snare can walk out on B here, call Slayer across. They can get the bomb plant down on B, but this might be ROC's very own 5v3 loss.
It was a surprising move here from Booker and Noxon. Like Snare gets 2 opening kills in Hotel, and they just stay on A side. Okay, we don't care, we don't have to rotate. And Booker gets the 3-piece. But of course, like, actually was a good fake from Snare, right? He gets the 2-piece in Hotel, goes for the flash towards bomb side B. But TBI, for some reason, they decided, okay, we don't have to rotate, and we just stick towards bomb side A. And it paid off in the end.
I like this aggressive line that Snare's holding. Need to try to isolate some of these duels early on in the piece, and that's what he's trying to do. He's gotten the better of Booker, can't quite get out alive, but it has taken quite a bit of time off of that timer. And now timer factor as Slayer dislodges Nox, and he knows King is pushing his way up. It's a nice open plant. This should be Slayer's round every day of the week, but he overcommits to the peak, and King will take him down and win the round. Slayer just had to be a little bit more patient. The round was his. A good effort in the end to try to pull it back actually there for ROC, but this was where the round really fell apart. Booker just swinging on that stairs position. Nice clean 3K, and so TBI do get there first, but it is off the back of a big individual like pop-off moment, and that is not something that you're going to be able to buy every single round.
Yeah, I agree. For some reason, is Slayer overcommitting here in this clutch scenario. I feel like Slayer, in my opinion, is the best clutch player in this league so far, but this round, definitely decision-making was kind of off. Bomb was already ticking, 7 seconds left on the clock. Just place the time, patiently waiting, like in the tunnel, like behind the box. Easily get this round. First one on the board here for TBI. This round, more kind of a slow pace approach from ROC Esports. T4 has been dropped here in AC. Snare's trying to get an opener here in A alleyway. Meanwhile, Horus here walking up towards B tunnels. So this time we're gonna see an A stack. Base playing from hotels, and Ant is sniping towards mid. So B tunnels is technically free. Base is trying to get some information here towards long B. Slayer spotted him but can't connect the shot. It seems like the C4 is rotating slowly towards mid or B tunnels. That's definitely the right call. Only 2 players here covering B side at the moment.
Yeah, it's this push through mid though on the timing that's going to be the problem for TBI. They are re-aggressing, as you say, and I'm going to go down, so that's going to further add problems. Now, the only question for ROC here is whether or not Hotel is going to end up being clear. They are aware that there's players coming through GR spawn. Slayer, though, able to clear out FaZe from that Hotel position, and all of a sudden, a very solid post-plant setup here for ROC. 4 on 3. Hudson tucked in the corner, won't be properly checked, will be traded. But Snake's going to be a difficult one to dislodge, particularly with the assistance of those 2 remaining players. He's got great coverage on that defuse should it be coming through. Horus up on the top, grabs himself a double. ROC will win the round, and a comfortable one at that.
Unlucky from TBI as stacking ace at this round. Hunt goes for the aggression and tunnels. Mid obviously open, and at the same time, ROC Esports is going for the mid execute. Great call here from Snake. Find the gap in the setup.
Ooh.
It gets the open A onto King. As well as Sly here gets the kill onto Face. Now 5-on-3 situation. Once again, doesn't look too good here for TBI.
Oh,
I think Noxon is not aware, right?
no. Horus head down all the way past that line. Noxon had no idea. And gives up his life as well. So B-side taken, but C4 heading over towards A. Bit of a comical change now. This could be interesting, actually. See what timing Hunt gets here in the middle. He's not going to get one. If he was watching mid, he might have caught that C4 in transition, but instead, I'm scurrying across to A, and that will allow Snake to get into the B site with that C4. ROC should be good for a fourth now.
That's probably undoable here for TBI. 2-on-4 situation. Post-plan positionings here from ROC Esports as well, so smoke is coming in. Let's have to wait like 10 more seconds. Smoke fades away, so this round should be ROC's once again. That's the case. 4-1 here scoreline in favor of ROC Esports. Very convincing start here on the blacklist side. So Hunt here going for this aggression towards A connector for the first time actually. This first half. Face Totson in a few seconds. Gets the kill. Nice quick scope here from Hunt.
Yeah, Hunt's going to look for a bit more. Nade in hand, but Snare's already backed off, so he'll be okay. And this is where Hunt, he has to get a bit worried because Horus is coming in behind him. Can't see him yet through that smoke, but eventually we'll spot him out. Unluckily for Snake, he went down before Horus was able to strike, and Horus gets quickly traded trying to re-aggress into the A site. And this round has just sort of fallen apart based on a couple of off timings for ROC. Oxen maybe another one of those said off timings as he's able to get traded down. That'll be another round for TBI. So they're not out of this contest at the moment.
Like, how is it possible that Hunt gets the kill onto Snake? I don't get it. Like, that's like Horus must say to his teammates, guys, just wait. I'm behind Hunt. Like, I will get the kill in a few seconds.
Yeah.
For some reason, Snake still commits to the fight and gets killed, obviously. There's for sure miscommunication going on. The voice server. This time Snare gets the opening here onto Hunt. Oh,
We haven't really seen
5-on-4
TBI.
situation.
Yeah, they haven't enjoyed those kinds of situations, have they? I mean, these 5-on-4s, typically, once that's been picked up in the favor of ROC, have pretty comfortably gone their way. Even in some instances, ROC have been able to come back from a deficit, but what Snare's going to get up to here? Booker, just having a little bit of a look into the vent. Not actually going to properly spot out Snare, and there's a bit of a creep coming forward here from ROC. They've got very close without any real information coming over for TBI. Noxon has been really quite solid on this A-side hold, and he's going to be able to get himself one. Booker another. Eventually, they will, though, be overwhelmed by the numbers. Snake and Snare low. So King and FaZe, this retake may not be out of the conversation yet. FaZe is going to try and go quickly through the smoke and try to present a bit of an opening for King as well, but it's not going to happen. So ROC aim one more back.
A classic FaZe play here coming in, going through the smoke, but didn't pay off. Hunt once again going for this aggression. Honestly, never paid off. Only one time long A, but Hunt normally gets killed in the beginning. The round is always going in favor of ROC Esports. This time he gets a kill onto Snare. Finally, FaZe is also taking the arm here. Gets the kill onto Horus. So now this round looks much more doable for TBI. 1-3 situation. I also like the setup now. Not overcommitting to the fight. Having 2 guys on bomb side B, 2 guys on A.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's necessarily a done thing, though. 3v4 is super doable for Totson, especially if he catches himself a timing here. Now, Hunt is watching the line, but that kill comes through for Totson, and that's now the B site. Looking a little bit weaker. It will be the go signal for Slayer and Snake to make that cross. They know that, you know, Hunt's not there. There's likely not to be too much sniping presence, though. FaZe will remind them that he likes to pick that one up every now and then as well. So back to numbers disadvantage. How long? Totson will catch FaZe in transition, and again coming up big in this round. Bring the numbers back. Just a little bit for ROC. There is a second flank coming through. I don't know that you'd necessarily be super prepared for that one as ROC, but they do have every opportunity to get that bomb plant down, and it looks like TBI is going to give it to them. They're not interested in overcommitting for the retake until that plant goes down.
Okay, with the key positioning coming from Hotel, we'll face Snake in a few seconds. The issue is he's an AK. Like, with an AK from Hotel against an M4 behind the box, there's not much you can do. That's why Booker's also going for the rotate here. Coming from GR base now. Yeah, having the AK here is not ideal for sure. Esports can just play time now.
Huh?
Booker going for the defuse actually. Oh, he almost got it.
That
And
was
yeah,
too
Totson
close, bro.
denied him. But I also feel like Hunt coasted him around this time. Like, why is he choosing this angle, like sniping towards mid? Like when you have the upper hand, like you either chose an angle where you can get refragged or trade from a teammate, or where you can fall back. But this angle from Hunt in mid, in my opinion, coast him around. And eventually another one on the board here for ROC Esports.
I think Hunt is just that kind of player where he doesn't stop going for those picks. You know what I mean? So he's going to be like your X factor. You're going to either live or die by Hunt and what kind of a performance he is having. Sometimes I think they could get some value out of him being a little bit more restrained. That's a good opener back into the round here as Hunt's going to try to equalize it, and of course he does. But the rest of ROC still on their way toward the B bomb side, or at least Horus is. Hasn't been spotted out here. Going to go down. Hunt should hear as well. That's big from Horus. A nice little lurk in, but Noxon shuts before it gets too outrageous. 1v2 now for Snare. Spots out Noxon, but Noxon is having a good night tonight. We'll win that third one for TBI.
This round looked also kind of wild. I mean, like, for some reason, King was also checking Hotel, not tunnels. As you can see, Hunt also didn't look too happy about it. I think he was complaining after the round why he didn't have his back. Horus got the two-piece, almost got the round for ROC Esports. So once again, 6-3 scoreline on Blacklist. Same scenario what we saw also in Mexico before, right? So Slayer gets the easy kill here.
Yeah, right back into the swing of things is ROC in the second round of the half. 7-4. Fairly imposing scoreline for TBI to try to bring back, but not impossible. We can get the ball rolling on this PL side. We've seen how explosive this type of team can be. It might be a bad shout to go fast A here, which it does look like they're thinking about. Jump up into the vents. Totson solo holding the A side at the moment. The longer this goes on, the more dangerous this is going to be. But Totson has done what he needs to do. He just needs to get that one kill and then fall away and let the rest of the rotation come through. He sits himself in a bit of a one-and-done position there. Can't unfortunately land the shots on the Booker, but I think he played it really well. And now the 4-on-3 retake is what's going to be required. C4 not planted. Is in the hands of TBI. They're slowing things down, and Snare's going to have a little bit of a look over the top to see if he can find a pick here. It isn't quite forthcoming. There's a smoke up. So ROC are going to have to do this the good old-fashioned way.
Slayer gets the kill onto Nox in the alleyway. So completely blind, but still gets the kill onto Snake. Gets the double. Ooh. Finally, Slayer denies him, so it's all on Hunt here. Gets sandwiched, gets the kill onto Slayer, but Snare, just 5 HP left. Gets the run for ROC Esports, but I also must say, the way Totson was playing on A side, he really played it perfectly. It was perfect crossfire. This is how you play A solo, right? He gets the entry, gets information, falling back towards bomb side A, almost gets a double. And he bought enough time for his teammates to rotate. Great play here from Totson, A side.
Oh my goodness. Nice two-player spray down there from Booker and Noxon to help him out getting rid of Slayer. Just as his spray starts to get a little bit more wayward. So, great start to this round, TBI. These faster plays on the BL side do seem to be working out. So one in the opening round of the half on the A side of the map. Now we see one on the B side of the map. Totson pulls one back onto King and is causing enough of a distraction that maybe Snare can lurk in around and get something else done. He's actually pushed all the way out of Hotel, but is found out by Booker. So it's on to Totson, who's going to try and look over that smoke, but he can't see anything at this stage. Quick shot through the smoke, though. Gets the head off of Hunt. 23 seconds here, and he needs to keep getting aggressive. He's got to try to find these remaining two BL players. They are giving him absolutely nothing, but in doing so, they may be exposing themselves. It was close, but Noxon gets it done, and ROC are left wanting.
There's a great attempt here from Tots, but also the question is, why was Booker picking it from this angle? He just has to wait, play the time. And almost got the clutch. And so Noxon here, another one on the board for TBI. 5 rounds for them. Trades are coming in Hotel. 3-on-3 situation now. Rotation is coming in from ROC Esports. 2 players now here, holding B side. And this C4 is also slowly rotating towards A side now. Once again, Watson here. A lot of work to do. As you can see, he's also checking GR base because they're playing in tunnels. Both getting killed here from King and Booker, so now they will for sure commit towards bomb side B. This round should definitely go in favor of TBI. Totson is once again in a 1-on-3 clutch situation. And I think he missed King. Easy one for King. Good round here from TBI.
Alright, 6-8. Still pretty tough for TBI here, but they are showing enough to make you think that it might be possible. Big hefty setup on the B side of the map for ROC this time. 4 players dedicated there. They have been living Totson to his own devices on A quite a bit. And if TBI recognize that, I think they would start hitting the A side a little harder, but it's not easy to make that read. They are headed in that direction now, though.
That was a decent fake actually, like throwing some utility towards B tunnels. And going for the fast A execute. This time they have 2 players on A, Snake and Totson. Old A set now for ROC Esports. Snaky going for the flash in a few seconds. I love the counter flash. We buy some time for his teammates. See what they can do here from this position. And gets the sniper rifle. Actually, Noxon gets the kill to Totson. And this round should definitely go in favor of TBI. This A is almost impossible to retake, especially through the smokes here.
Ooh, hang on. How's he gotten away with that? 2 kills from Slayer on the entry there. Horus gets himself 1 more, but still, it's not enough from ROC. There was a chance for a second, it felt. But now the gap closes to 1, and this starts to feel quite doable for TBI.
That was a great round here from Hunt, right? Getting the open and also closing out this round. 3 clean taps with the pistol. Once again, with like a high potential to see overtime. Seems like we're gonna see an execute one more time. King here ready to flash for his teammates. This window position. Never mind, actually, King is out of the server. Now it's a 4-on-5 situation.
Still, you got Totson solo holding on A. Now he's dead. So we're back to 4-on-4. So don't you worry about any disconnections. It's all even again. Not sure about that peek from Totson. If you're going to be anchoring the A site, dying like that, not ideal at all. It's really going to stretch the defenses. ROC have to bring Snake back across to A. He's going to toss a flash outside of A, but he doesn't really have any more information. So the end result really is you're just down a player. And now they're going to send Slayer pushing in, and he's walked into phase. What is this round from ROC? What is this round from ROC?
Very unusual.
Individual pushes.
Slayer goes for this aggression AC. Once again, they should definitely favor bombs at A. Snake here is holding A side solo. It's like it's also an obvious call, honestly. Totson's already dead. He's the main player from ROC Esports on A side, so expect him to go A one more time.
Well, that's a good kill from Horus, though. He's expecting that peek from FaZe. Snake, in the meanwhile, though, does go down. A just feels like such a liability right now for ROC, and it makes sense because they're not really putting their resources there, but you have to think with the amount of success that TBI is having on A, surely we have to try and do something a bit different on this side. Anyway, bomb plant's gone down. 2v3. Booker, Hunt, and Noxon all tagged up. Flash over the top. Snare doesn't really want to go here until Horus has started to make his presence known, but eventually has to, and just go down for free. So, not super enthused by that round from ROC, frankly. Back to 8-8. We'll see what they're going to do to change things up here.
I mean, it's also a mind game now, right? Like, you must be for sure thinking like that ROC Esports will stack A side now. Like those executes working out again and again from TBI. 8-8 scoreline. Same scoreline we also saw on Mexico. Especially Noxon, right? He's having a great performance today. Like firepower-wise, like he might be even the best player on the server today. Really some great plays from him.
Another tech pause. And
it's really what I like about the Egyptian community. There are always like new talents coming up. And like players you don't really know, and suddenly they play their first season, really stepping up to the plate. This happened the last years, like basically every year, right? You have like one new player coming up. A couple of years ago you had Slayer, and you had Dipsy. And maybe Noxon is also another player.
yeah.
Who has the potential to play CFS in the next couple of years.
Well, it looks like we've got a bit of time, so I can maybe pick your brains. What about Gainer? I feel for me, he was the one last season or last year that really started to kind of come through. Now in PingPongPals, I don't know that I think like on an individual basis, just mechanically speaking, he looks like he can tussle with the best. I think there's some issues in his playstyle that he could think to try to like slow down, maybe similar to what I would say for Hunt, where like mechanically speaking, when things are going well for them, they are very talented players, but there's this almost this need to continue to fight and to over-aggress in a lot of situations. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I would say like Gainer's individually definitely one of the best Egyptian players right now. Like the only thing he has to work on is definitely his decision making. I feel like sometimes I feel like he's overcommitting to a lot of fights. Like I think we had a conversation like 2 years ago about Humeo, right, from Vietnam.
Yeah.
Like I feel like his play style is very similar to Gainer. Like firepower wise, both super strong, but decision making sometimes a little bit off. I feel like sometimes they're getting too greedy, those kind of players, you know, like getting too confident. They got like the 2 frags already in the round. They think, okay, you have to go for this highlight now, go for the triple kill. And sometimes this cost them the round. But yeah, definitely Gainer. Also interesting decision for him that he joins like a non-Egyptian team. I mean, last year was playing for TBI, right? So I think, yeah, it's a good move. I also like about those new rosters, a lot of international teams, a lot of mixes. Like back in the days, like a couple of years ago, you only had like Egyptian teams, German teams, you know, like, but I really like it, you know, that now in CrossFire we have like all kind of mixed teams from different nationalities, especially, I mean, PingPongPals and also InnerCircle. Even like last year we had like Anites with like 5 different nationalities at some point. So I think that's great to see in CrossFire.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, that is, I think personally, how you actually develop the best teams, just because then you're not sort of gate-kept by a language barrier or a talent inconsistency maybe in a region. Like you might have like 4 really good players. Like if you can't find that 5th player in that region, it's like, well, we're just kind of gatekeeping ourselves by forcing, you know, like let's say in this instance, maybe a German player in, as opposed to just getting some other guy. Like most people nowadays in Europe and particularly Germany, as an example, can speak English. So maybe we try to sort of find someone that fits the team better than just a nationality-based player. I think that's definitely the way to go going forward. Granted, if you can get 5 from your region that are really good, go for it. No qualms there. But I just think it gives you a lot more flexibility, a lot more options in terms of building that roster up. So yeah, it's a good choice as far as I'm concerned. But we'll see how these last couple of rounds do play out. Regulation rounds, we're going the distance again. Maybe going to overtime. 2 players set up on the A bomb site. Bit of presence from TBI in through middle here. And maybe he's going to get the better of Slayer, but will be very quickly brought down to heel by Snake. So it's still 4-on-4. But this A site is where I really want to be seeing things happen for ROC. And this time, finally, it does. That's what an A site hold is supposed to look like. Nice crossfire established. And they dealt with the push from TBI. I would say for the first time that half, ROC have actually held onto the A side.
And also good call from Snakey coming in, having like 2 players on A side, 2 players in GR base. So you have like fast rotations coming in as well. I mean, this A call from TBI was kind of obvious, I felt like. Those B executes didn't work out. Only those A executes were like basically like their brother and bread, right? Like their butter and bread, right? To secure 5 rounds in the second half.
This is interesting from ROC. They may just be walking into the setup of TBI if they continue on forward here, but based on the timing, will get themselves a freebie onto phase, could get a bit of C4 control. All comes down to when they decide, or if they even decide to do anything. Slayer posted on off angle in middle, waiting for a cheeky pick, but nothing is forthcoming. Horus wants to have a look. Tell he wants to have a look. He's clearing it. He's going to clear phase here as well. And he does a great job of it. That's a headshot straight in. And immediately a 4-on-5 that TBI are going to now have to try to negotiate. Snake jumping up. It's the timing on a Noxon, and he'll duel with King as well. He doesn't necessarily need to be taking this fight. Just try to slow them down. Slayer in middle, losing his life. Hunt low. And Snake has a very important role here to just try to hold on to this wrap in from middle. Has found Hunt. Horus around the back. He's going to catch Spooker as he tries to transition over A. And it seems that TBI once again are going to get so close and fall so far, as has really been the case, I think, for this team forever, really. Like, even you go back to last season, they had so many series where they were able to, like, take a map, but never really win the series. And again, TBI, so close to winning both of those series. They are, you know, maybe 2 or 3 rounds away from 2-0ing ROC today. But in the end, it's gone the other way, and no one's going to remember that. They're just going to see 2-0 ROC. That's the end of the day. And look, ROC have, I guess, upheld their end of the bargain. They do get that 2-0, but I would like to think that you would see a cleaner game out from the team that is undefeated in the league going against the 7th place team, personally.
Yeah, I agree. Like, they didn't look too consistent today. Classic ROC game, 2 close maps, but in the end, like, they won all matches right so far in the regular season. I can't really complain too much. And also, again, I felt like it was kind of a test, right, to play as Mexico. And yeah, let's see what the analyst desk have to say about this match, and see you for the next one.
Thank you so much, Seven and Elfish Guy. I have to agree with what Seven said, to be honest. That ROC came here, they know they're going to win anyways. That's my feeling, coach-wise. But they just took these maps as a means to test out maybe weapons, maybe macro, maybe rotations, especially when it comes to New Mexico.
Yeah, definitely. And we've seen also this in Ankara when the guys, when ROC Esports did some new strategy on the global risk. We saw how Slayer was gathering the information from the guys who are passing EC and they're stacking beside. This is definitely a new meta the guys want to be trying to implement into our game. So they are just, as we said, they are just testing, and I have to say about what Elfish said, that Elfish expected to see a cleaner game from ROC, but in my opinion, ROC Esports should not and do not want to be showing anything anymore in this regular season. So all they gotta do is just go by your aim, maybe by your communication as well. You don't need to do strategies, you don't need to do very complex rounds, because these can be burned into your playoffs. So that's the classic basic game from ROC Esports. They're not trying their best, and they're still, I'm not saying that they're easily going on the enemy, but they're just not trying to do a complex fake double stretches or anything in the meantime.
Yeah, I feel like they took the foot off the gas pedal a little bit, and they just didn't want to give too much information, because as you know, this match is live, and then the other coaches from the other orgs who will be facing ROC in the future, they can gather and take that information and play against it. So just like you said, I feel like ROC just played a very simple game of CrossFire, not too much given, not too much information. They're saving all the macro and the good plays for the playoffs when things are really challenging.
Yeah, definitely. And I guess all the games of ROC Esports is gonna be just like this one. Even when they play InnerCircle, maybe they're gonna be playing also GG. They're still not gonna be putting 100% effort. Yes, they wanna be winning, of course. Winning is not usually getting your full stretches, or maybe doing your full stretches in the map. So that's why you need to be chilling a bit, as you said, and try to be maybe playing more on the communication. That's what ROC did today, and they claimed the 2 wins. Yes, TBI were very close. They were only few rounds away from winning both maps, by the way, because they lost 10-8 second map and 13-10 first map, and 13-10 first map, which was their first New Mexico competitively. So that's very good from TBI's side. You guys have now maybe a good veto map to be working on the next regular season, because these guys want to be stepping up and going into higher seeds. So as we can see, ROC Esports classic Horus and Snare, especially Snare.
Yeah, it's a pretty standard set summary, to say the least, and I have to agree with you at the point that ROC is not just not showing their strats, but when you're 10-0 at this point, like, you're comfortable, you've secured your chair. Now is the time to just, try out new things, try out different gameplay a little bit, and it is close, because nonetheless this is CrossFire West League, and TBI is still a formidable team. It's not just gonna end 10-0 or something. They're stealing the rounds, and I don't think that ROC is giving it to them. No, I think TBI is actually earning it.
Yeah, definitely, as you said, especially that everybody's gonna be expecting ROC Esports, yes, winning 2-0, but if you watch the games, ROC Esports were about to lose
Game 1 as well.
Game 1 and Game 2, if just simple mistakes we've seen from TBI Esports. So we've seen a very good clutch from Snare, a huge clutch actually on the A-top, where he killed Hunt with 1 bullet. He was 5 HP, he killed Hunt with 1 cold bullet. This round could have made him went to overtime, potentially winning the game. A lot of other rounds, if we don't mention only the clutch rounds 1v1, no, if you watch even the clutch 2v1s, yeah, exactly, Slayer did it. I guess he did a 3v1
very strong,
Mexico.
Yeah, very
still
strong
got the rounds,
individual, to say the least. I think we'll close it at that. Is there anything you'd like to add with the ROC TBI
It's just
encounter?
basic from
Yeah,
Esports.
pretty standard, right? It felt like a walk in the park for ROC, but I felt like TBI was really pushing the limits and trying their best, which shows you that all teams in this League are actually here to compete. Anyways, let's talk about next game, man. Next game is going to be, I think it's my favorite game today. It's going to be Anubis versus Swamp Gaming.
Yeah.
And as you know, Anubis have been kind of struggling. They're not performing like they were in Season 1. As for Swamp Gaming, tell us a little bit about their rate at this point.
Well, Anubis is now in a very tough situation that because they need to be winning Swamp Gaming, and just to mention, in Split 1 Swamp Gaming were able to beat Anubis, and this is their maybe their angle to revenge, and we've seen it, and we've said it also versus PingPongPals, but Anubis were not successfully getting these revenges back, but now they want to be beating Swamp Gaming, because otherwise if you don't beat Swamp Gaming, you need to be beating one of the gigantic teams in the West League, which is going to be InnerCircle or ROC Esports, and ROC Esports are unbeaten until today. So you're not gonna be saying this when you be playing ROC Esports, but still, it's kind of coming into your mental. So now Anubis needs this win. They're gonna be having 4 games, I guess. Anubis, InnerCircle, ROC, Swamp Gaming, and 999. 999, yes, they are struggling a bit, and it might be an easy game for Anubis, but
They
Swamp,
need the other wins as
yes,
well.
they need 2 wins of the 3 upcoming games in order to go to the playoffs.
Yeah.
If they did not succeed in beating Swamp Gaming today, it's like most likely Anubis will struggle in going to playoffs, and struggling going into playoffs.
Yeah.
This gives InnerCircle the spot in the EWC.
Yeah, and we just saw earlier the Swamp Gaming stats, and now we're looking at Anubis' roster, man. I mean, if I was in Anubis, my purpose and goal would be to shut down Famous and Kai's, man, because these are not just the MVPs of Swamp Gaming. I'm not undermining the other players. I'm just saying the fact that they can play on different pings and perform outstandingly, especially when it comes to utilizing the new weapons from day 1. Now we're looking at our key players, Famous and Dipsy, man. This is gonna be one hell of a match, to be honest, and I really can't wait to see the maps as well.
Yeah, definitely. As we said, Anubis coming here, they want to be revenging, but also talking about Famous and his squad. These guys are not an easy target for you, and these are not an easy opponent for you to be facing today.
Yes, and what do you think about the maps? What are the comfort picks for Anubis and Swamp, and what aren't?
As we said, Anubis is always, they are
gonna be
banning
like
Eagle
Ankara,
Eye. They're gonna be
Compound.
banning Eagle Eye, New Mexico.
Yeah.
Even though I'm pretty sure that Swamp Gaming is not playing New Mexico, but still they can play it. I'm not sure
You
that
think
they
we're
do
gonna
it.
see maps like Subbase and Port, maybe?
Yeah, definitely we can see Subbase, Port, we can see it. But most likely it's gonna be Compound, one of them,
Yeah,
because both of teams left
definitely.
Compound. Black Widow, both of teams like Black Widow.
Yes.
Yeah, also Anubis struggled a little bit in the
see.
past few games in Black Widow, but still one of the strongest
They
maps.
still performed, right?
Yes.
It wasn't a stomp or anything.
Yeah, they still perform, and we've seen it versus GG when they lost 10-7. It was very, very close.
Alright, I'd like to see the maps, please. I want to see the vetoes and all that, because I'm kind of interested what map one. Okay, so the map picks are Compound, Ankara, and Eagle Eye. This is going to be very
Eagle Eye
interesting.
2.0
And the-
for Anubis.
Yeah, and the bans make kind of makes
Not
a lot
then-
of sense
no,
to me,
but
because
the
Anubis
Anubis is
banned
fake.
New Mexico and their own map Black Widow,
Yes.
while Port and Subbase, which are usually deciders, are also banned.
Okay, Port is banned by Swamp
Swamp.
Gaming. We expected that Port is going to be, because Anubis is very good and they beat GG in Port.
Egyptian team,
They
yeah.
destroyed GG in Port, so it's okay. But talking about Eagle Eye, let's talk about the decider. Anubis, for the first time since they made the new roster, they are playing Eagle Eye right now.
Yeah.
So will Swamp Gaming be also playing Eagle Eye, or they destroy their veto? Because I'm not sure if Swamp Gaming is good in Eagle Eye. Yes, I'm pretty sure that these guys play it. But are they good enough in Eagle Eye? That's the question, because for me, if Swamp Gaming did not practice Eagle Eye today, Anubis can get this win.
They can take that on.
Yes,
yeah.
that's if it went 1-1, because Compound, we said it's going to be 100% in. Ankara also, both teams play it, but I guess Anubis is 100%.
What about
better
the
in Ankara.
servers? How's that going to be? So we explain it to our viewers.
Yeah, Swamp Gaming picked the map and they picked the site. So Compound is going to be full NA,
Okay.
and Ankara, which is Anubis' pick, is going to be full EU. That's why I'm saying Anubis have very, very big advantage on Ankara. So if they win Compound, Anubis have the chance to get
To
the
go at
2-0
2-0, yeah.
and not going to the Eagle Eye, because if it's a risk by Swamp Gaming, then Swamp Gaming needs to get the 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I'd like to see map 3, to be honest, because this is going to be, like, how can I say? I feel like both teams are equal in some sense, but at the same time their play style is completely different. I usually see Anubis, they're very patient and composed, but when it comes to Swamp Gaming, they have their what you can call carries, who really are the ones forcing plays and taking control of certain areas of the map, especially on GR side.
Yeah, definitely. And Compound, talking about Compound, we said and we mentioned 1,000,000 times how Compound is being played by Swamp Gaming is always you guys gonna be focusing on Kais, how Kais plays, how Kais moves the map, because he's usually the guy going for the peaks, he's trying to go the aggressive peaks, taking controls and always making his teammates have an numbers advantage at the beginning of the round. So if you be able to shut down it, and I guess Sad is also has the same kind of aggression, so if he matches Kais and he's trying to kill Kais, that will make Anubis have better chances on the NA servers, because you are starting on the NA servers and then you're going to be switching on the EU servers.
Alright, I have a question for you. In map 1, how many rounds do you think is safe for Anubis to go into the swap sides?
Well, Anubis is starting on the Globalist side, I guess, so they should be getting at least 6 rounds.
6-4, yeah, it should be.
6-3.
6-3,
6-3 rounds. 6 is good.
That's a safe bet.
Yeah, that's a safe, because Blacklist is going to be kind of hard, but good to mention that you're going to be playing on high ping.
High ping, exactly.
So Blacklist is better for you to play it on the high ping than the Globalist, because Globalist rigging is hard.
Yeah.
You need a rig versus someone is pushing versus you. He has
The
8
reaction
ping.
might be like slight
Famous.
advantage.
Yeah, Famous has 8 ping, Kais has 8 ping, so it's going to be so hard for them. But if they push and they try to get the kills, I guess the Blacklist is going to be way, way, way better, because Famous is always struggling on the NA servers and playing better on the EU servers.
There's something we need to point out. I did watch Swamp Gaming when they're playing on the EU server. They do have 2 or 3 members who are like very comfortable playing on that ping, possibly all of them. So I feel like there's a slight disadvantage for Anubis here when it comes to them playing on the defense side, because there's so much they need to do, and the reaction time, and I've played FPS my whole life, it just, that microsecond can mean the world in clutching.
Yeah, that's why Famous is one of the best players in the world, because he knows how to have a very good reaction time. And the guys on Anubis as well, they're gonna be practicing also playing NA servers. Lately we've seen them trying to play it, trying to play the Brazilian teams, Scrim versus the Brazilian teams, especially that they have a Brazilian coach, AFC. So he's practicing, they are practicing on the NA servers. But now it's a matter of how Swamp Gaming are going to be playing on the NA servers, because they usually struggle on the NA servers.
For some reason.
And they win on the EU servers.
It's like opposite. It's a reverse sweep.
Yes.
Anyways, last question. What was I going to say? Anyways, do you think Swamp Gaming is going to pull out some of the new weapons?
I don't think it's just the basic weapons: HK, TRG, USP, and that's it. Maybe EBR, sometimes EBR, but that's it. I don't think we're gonna be seeing Chris, which we've seen from Snake today. He's using Chris.
I wanted to see like ROC in the previous series pull out one of the light machine guns or something unique.
Maybe Famous is gonna be showing us some chainsaw today, but
if they're like 7-2 or something. I know Famous has this kind of irritation towards the other team where he pulls out a gun you've never seen on competitive.
Yeah, maybe he's gonna be pulling the chainsaw, but I don't think if these guys want to be, because Swamp Gaming wants to win, because they want to be in the top seeds.
They're kind of in the same place at this point.
Yes, definitely. It's 5th and 6th.
Yeah, so they need this win, both of them. That's why I'm saying this is gonna be the highlight of today. To be honest, is this series.
Yes, definitely, as you said, because InnerCircle 999, yes, 999 is struggling at the end of the season, but still, this game, these two teams, they are so far. Okay, first game was versus ROC Esports versus TBI. ROC Esports unbeaten versus TBI Esports. You would be saying ROC Esports win 2-0.
Yeah.
Also, InnerCircle, they are coming back very strong. We've seen how good their performance
they managed,
was.
yeah.
Yes, and they stepped up very good in the split too. So they're playing 999, who are struggling in split too. So, but this game, both teams have equal performance. They are struggling, ups and downs,
equal carries as well. You could say that. Like Dipsy, for example, and the rest of them, you can see how vocal they are, even if it's not the IGL, which is Jaguar. You can see the other players are also like helping each other, especially Comics, since he's kind of younger than all of them. So there's a lot of the narrative there is just play slow, play patient, play composed, try to shut down Famous and Kais. Don't let them take advantage of their picks, because they're super good when it comes to flicks.
Yeah, definitely. And Famous and Dipsy. Dipsy is usually a different playstyle than Famous. Famous is usually the guy who's relying on trades. He want to be trading his teammates. His teammates is going to be going into side and he's trying to trade them. Dipsy is the other side. He's the guy who's going first. He want to be getting the pick. He's the second home of his teammate. He want to be getting the first shots, maybe first bloods, taking the angles, controls.
Putting them at an advantage.
Yes, trying to put a pressure on the enemy team. So both of them today are going to be having a very hard time, because one player we're going to be playing on the NA server, and the other is also going to be playing on the EU server.
I mean, ideally, because of the map picks, I think it might go 1-1. But if it goes 1-0, then that team is definitely going to push it to a 2-0. That's what I think. What about your forecast?
I guess it's gonna be maybe 2-0 for Anubis.
Okay, we'll have to wait and see. The game is ready though, so let's take it to our casters 7 and Alfishka.
Yeah, rightio. Desk seems to think that this will be the match of the day. I would say I probably concur just in terms of the on-paper expectation. Hard to really draw a line in the sand between these two teams. In saying that, though, I think both equally have the possibility to come out into this game and actually have just an awesome day and grab themselves a 2-0, because we've seen the firepower that's available to both of these roster when it's on look kind of unbeatable in some instances. So I don't really want to even make a call until we kind of get into the server and get a bit of a vibe check on what we're feeling for these two teams.
Yeah, I agree. It's also a bold call here coming in right from Anubis to leave Eagle Eye in the map pool. As Penguin mentioned, for the first time this roster is playing Eagle Eye here, an official match. And yeah, I feel like it could be a mistake because Famous and Kais, like they're usually very good players on Eagle Eye. I saw them playing at CFS a couple of times. Also Snock's playstyle suits this map for sure. So I think if you're gonna see a 1-1 on Ankara and Compound, I think this match will go in favor of Swamp Gaming.
That said, I mean, Ankara, typically a pretty solid map for Anubis. Just looking back at their results over the last couple of weeks, they actually haven't lost the map in the last 2 weeks, although the teams that they were beating on it were nothing too special. They've got a win over Gaimin Gladiators on Compound, so that's definitely something that you can get into a discussion about. They did lose it though to TBI, so bit of a back and forth map for Anubis, that one. I think a lot of this does come down to where these two teams sit on the day, really, more so than any historical precedent. Particularly in the case of Anubis, I've sort of highlighted that a lot, where I feel like they're just an incredibly inconsistent team. For whatever reason, they can look like maybe for a half the best team in the league. Like they can just absolutely roll teams and then go completely missing in the next half. And you kind of get that same level of inconsistency through, I think, from Swamp just by nature of the makeup of the roster, where, again, I feel a lot of the time if Famous and Kais are not hitting their peak level, the team does drop off pretty significantly. So we'll see what we're going to get today. My gut feeling is probably that Anubis are the favorites in this matchup, but I don't think it's impossible for Swamp to walk away with a win today.
Yeah, I agree. Like the question is also like, is it really inconsistency? I mean, if you look at the standings, like InnerCircle, PingPongPals, Anubis, Swamp Gaming, I really feel like those teams are almost at the same level. When they face each other, it can really go like 10-1 one map. The next map is like 1-10 for the other map, for the other team, I mean. So like for those teams, if they face each other, it's always very hard to predict. But if I look at the maps of today, I still feel like Swamp Gaming should have the upper hand. Obviously, Famous needs to step up the star player here on the roster.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, I played with Kais 1 year together on Eagle Eye. He was always carrying my team. He's definitely a great player on this map. But first, I'm gonna start off with Compound here. Kais already working up towards Long B. Face Dipsy Comics in few seconds. Set is waiting with him. Kais gets the opener here. 5-4 situation. It's a good start here for Swamp Gaming. For some reason he
Sticks around a
overcommits
little
here.
bit too long though. Gets punished. Back into the 4-on-4. And yeah, again, these sort of early few rounds I think are going to be really instrumental in telling us which way to expect this series to go. We've also got to kind of keep in mind, you might see that double sniper setup from Dipsy and Sad. This is a map where you can do it. You can do it on Ankara as well. So if either of those two players really get the ball rolling, or both of them really get the ball rolling, that changes the conversation as well. But a setup towards the B side of the map here that Comics has now spotted out, so he'll give up a bit of territory. Nice flash. Comics will be forced away. And forced to expend a bit of util as well.
Comics here playing solo B, interesting decision, because usually like B is the most difficult spot to retake for the GR team. So if Comics will lose this fight, it'll be tough. But anyway, like Swamp Gaming decided to rotate towards Long A. Good news for them. Sad already left long A open. They have no information, but okay, now he's peeking out. I think he spotted HCZ. Swampy going for the mid aggression here. Famous going for the taps, getting the triple kill. Insane taps. Famous here. Now it's all on comics in a 1-on-2 clutch situation. Completely blind here. Position here in heaven. Gets the flick onto Famous. It's all on HCZ here. Against comics. Goes for the nade and goes for the clean one tap. Insane clutch here from comics, especially the first trick onto Famous. What an insane flick here from this guy. I didn't see that coming, honestly.
No, I mean, tough one to win considering his HP as well in the final 1v1, but the grenade just pushing HCZ out into the line. Obviously not a consistent way to win rounds, but that is a way to win a round as Anubis go up 1-0. So first one on the board here on the GR side, and knowing that it is compound and it is Swamp's map pick, you've got to be taking anything that you can get at this early stage. Once again, no sniper rifle out for Anubis. More than happy to run the 5 rifle setup this time. May see that depending on how things continue to play out, but first round they're happy with. It hasn't prompted much of a change. This smoke comes through just a little bit too late, and Kai's is able to set up on the line, so that does allow Swamp to just walk their way through that smoke. And this could be a problem for Anubis. They're not expecting these players so close. Sad has other ideas, and we've gone back over to the double sniper setup even in this round, so that change up occurring pretty quickly, and it's worked out nicely in the case of Sad at least.
I really feel like Compound GR is really made for Team Anubis. You have Dipsy sniping towards long B. Definitely great play here. Also against my team member last year was always getting 1 or 2 kills. Holding this angle, and also Sad playing long A. Obviously also great sniper rifle. Might be in trouble here. Getting flashed. Just gets the kill. Josh gets the kill onto Jaguar as well. Oh, good once again.
Not a very good mid hold at all from Anubis. I feel like they just kind of let mid go a little bit too easily there. Like if Doom's going to be holding that position and he gets spotted, surely you need to reinforce that somehow, because he's not going to be able to solo hold it. And I understand there was a swing coming through from A main as well, but either he's got to back off and let the main guy take that first contact, or he's probably just going to get pre-fired and dies, exactly as is what happened. So pretty rough round there for Anubis after getting the opening pick. I think they could have done a bit of a better job of holding on to middle there. We're right back into it, 1-1.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, 2 times in a row, right? Same scenario in mid. Like trades going in favor of Swamp Gaming. Then Swamp is able to close out the round.
And if you can't hold mid, just give it up. Like it's not the end of the world to give it up.
Especially if you have the upper hand, just play bomb side A and bomb side B.
Forward hold from Jaguar on long. So he's going to be a bit of a one and done guy if this push does come through from Swamp. Doesn't look like it will so far. We have a fairly forward hold out on B as well. Not seeing too much. So these guys on A may be getting that information relayed over and expecting something in their direction soon.
Snog smoking off long A. Decision. Basically smoking off the sniper rifle, so the sniper rifle can't peek out. Doom once again going for this mid aggression. Last one didn't work out, but this time gets the kill onto Snogs. Gets traded here from Josh. Jaguar gets the kill into Kaiser. Now it's a 3-4 situation here. In favor of Anubis. Then his clean tap onto Dipsy.
Kill from Comics. Brings it back slightly, but he just overstays his welcome again, and Famous will shut him down. I think he could have just backed off for a second there, waited for the rotation to come through, take on that 3-on-2 retake, but now it's on to Sad and Jaguar. They had a little bit of a window of opportunity there while Swamp was looking to clear out the other side of the site, but now they've missed that window. This is going to be a pretty tough road ahead. Famous banging the head off of Sad, and HCZ following suit onto Jaguar, and you're already, I think, really getting the sense that Anubis is a bit out of their depth on this map. You know, I've seen a couple of rounds now where it just looks like Swamp are getting a little bit too easy of a time in terms of taking the bomb sites, and even when Anubis have advantages, they don't really seem to have the protocols to convert on them cleanly and consistently, and so that's 2-1 for Swamp, and that's already a great start to this series.
Yeah, I agree, especially mid looks very, very weak so far from Anubis. Trade's always going in favor of Swamp Gaming. This time Sad here with the opener in mid onto Snox. This time they should definitely leave mid open and just play from the bomb sets. Maybe go for long A aggression or like long B. Holding mid, especially if hyping didn't work out so far. Jackwire here. Holding long A will spot Josh, HCC, and Famous in few seconds. If he'll fall back or commits to the fight. For the flash. Never mind, oh, the timing is actually off for Jackwire. It was already close.
Just backs off. That's actually really good from Jaguar in the end. Good decision to give the space. You've got the lead. You've got the advantage. Don't need to be holding on to the space quite as much. 1 minute left on the clock, and what is going to be the response from Swamp? Typically, they have defaulted back into middle, put a bit of pressure on there, and then hit one of the bomb sites. But this time, looks like they're going to walk their way all the way around to B. Just going to leave Kai's in mid and see if he can, in an ideal world, I guess, cut off a rotate or two. That'll be what he wants to do here. Does rely on this hit being successful for Swamp, but there's already 2 players in the B site from Anubis, so Kai's is not a factor right now. This is a 3v2 take on the B site. Great flashes. Dipsy somehow couldn't see anything. Still gets himself a double, triple even. The delayed response in the end, the difference being made as Dipsy, even though he was caught by that flash, picks up a big one. Now it's on to Kai's 1v3 with an HK in hand, and he might have a chance. Oh my god, it was close. Down to the 1v1, but it is going to go the way of Anubis, so they hold on. But again, real clutch scenario, and the rounds that Anubis are winning are not looking super clean, let's just say that.
Yeah, instant triple kill here coming in from Dipsy, right? But I also didn't like the decision from HCC going for this late B execute. I mean, they didn't have any map control towards this B side, so if you go for this late B aggression along this late B execute, if Dipsy plays a little bit more aggressive, he can easily call to his teammates, okay, like 3 players long B, 30 seconds left on the clock, so for sure the rotate's coming in. And yeah, going for this late B execute is normally not the smartest decision, especially if you have no map control. They still almost got the round. Only Dipsy denied him with this 3-piece.
So what is this, attack pause again? Or attack pause?
I think it's a tech pause.
Yeah, I'd assume so. Been a fair few tech pauses tonight. Taking a little while to get through things, unfortunately. And at this stage, I would say it's still probably a little bit too early to tell who's got the upper hand on this map. I mean, I do feel Swamp look a little bit more comfortable right now, but that doesn't mean that Anubis can't just suddenly come online and start to run away with things.
Yeah, I feel like if Anubis gets the entry kill and just leave mid open, they might even win this first half. Like in the first couple of rounds, I always did the same mistake, committing towards to the fights here in mid. Famous especially always got the upper hand, getting 2 and even 3 kills sometimes. So I think if you want to go for aggressions against Swamp, especially when they play with hyping, Anubis should be more like focusing on long A or long B. Holding mid, especially when you get flashed, it's almost impossible to hold. It's also interesting, yeah, like if you're the team captain of Swamp Gaming, like who you send first, right? You have like Snox, HCZ, obviously playing from Europe, then you have like 3 players playing from NA. There's always a question like who you send first, right? Depending on the ping. Might make sense to send like the player of the high ping first, then you can trade him easily. Like for example, if Snox playing on the European client or like European server, I mean, should definitely like let him go as a second or third player in my opinion. when he's playing, for example, on the NA server, Snox should be the entry. That's also the case most of the time.
Surely it's also got to be a case of who's feeling it on the day, who's having a good day. If someone's really cracking heads, I don't think necessarily want them to be the entry fragger. You probably want them to be the second player in an ideal world. I mean, you don't obviously always get to make that choice either, by the way. Like, it just, sometimes you have to hit a timing, you have to go into the site at whatever ends up happening. But yeah, I think on a case-by-case basis as well, having these rigid roles feels like a bit of an older way of thinking. Can sort of slow you down when you need to speed up. If you're like, oh, we got to wait for our entry fragger to come in and go first and whatnot. Like, at the end of the day, everybody needs to be able to do everything when the situation calls for it, is my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, especially when like something's happening on the map, like team gets like aggressive, whatever, you have to decide in milliseconds, and then of course you can't wait for the entry to rotate. Like, sometimes, even if you're like the lurk player or the sniper rifle, you have to go first. Like, if it's necessary for the team for the round, then yeah, you have to go first. I think, yeah, at this level in Crossfire, every player on the server should be able to entry frag.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, ideally you want players like Famous, right, in the clutch situations. The best fragger should be alive when it matters the most. But I also feel like in Crossfire, usually the most important kill is also the entry. Like, when you go for full executes, the entry frag usually decides the round. Like, especially when you execute towards, let's say, bomb site B on compound, which is almost impossible to retake, as I mentioned earlier. If you get the entry onto Dipsy, in the garden area, like in the first machine room, like, the round should be yours, right? Like, if you get the entry there and Dipsy can't fall back and call to his teammates, okay, guys, time to rotate, then you technically won the round for your team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even in that previous round, which they lost, if they would have got that entry onto Dipsy before he gets the 3K, that's also a round that was pretty much won straight away by Swamp. So a little bit of a disappointing finish to that round, at least, as we did find ourselves now in a 2v2. Because they had him fully flashed out, they just couldn't catch up to him. Ducked back into the servers. Either way, we'll be good for it here into round 5 after the tech issues seem to have been all sorted. That's a good start for Dipsy onto Kais, who just goes frolicking forward without really checking the corner. Hangs around a little bit too long though, and will be brought back in. This is sometimes the issue that I have with the Anubis play, is that I feel like they don't really play the percentages. They kind of just do whatever they want. I feel sometimes they don't really have a great, I don't know, set of protocols. It's kind of just like individuals are like, I got the kill, I feel like I can get another kill, I'm going to go for it. But in this situation, you have the 5-on-4. So what is the value necessarily in pushing solo toward mid there?
Like, I mean, honestly, you nailed it. Like, they don't play the percentages. Like, I feel like that's the issue for years now on the Anubis squad. They always get like the upper hand in rounds. They got like nice entries, as you can see, with Dipsy, one of the best players in Crossfire West in terms of like aggressive plays. But in the after round, the decision making is always the problem of Team Anubis. But also, I think one issue like from Swamp, first couple of rounds, like for the second time, Kais is committing it towards long B. Yeah, some trades here coming in mid. Almost gets the kill onto Doom. Fox got killed as well, and now they will go for this full mid execute. I feel like towards bomb site B. So it's all on Comics. Let me see, flashing towards GR base. Comics here. Getting one kill. Amos gets the trade, and now this round definitely looks doable for Swamp. That here going for the fast retake. Love to see it, but Famous don't really care. Gets the clean, crispy headshot. 3-2 scoreline now for Swamp. Once again, here Famous getting 3 kills in a round. Honestly, nothing too surprising. Like, I think happened 3 times already today. Guys definitely feeling it once again.
Yeah. You got to be starting to get a little bit worried here if you're Anubis as well, that you've allowed 3 already over on the BL side. Sort of highlighted over the past couple of weeks that it's a little bit easier to get things done on the GR side. I've still felt that this is a map where you can get definitely some work done on the BL side, but if Swamp get out to a fairly significant lead here, that's going to start to be in the back of the minds of Anubis. And I don't think historically that they've been the best of teams on Compound from what I've seen over the last sort of season, I guess. So I don't have a lot of faith in their ability to make a comeback happen here. If they're going to win this map, Anubis, I think they have to do it from the front.
Yeah, Gaimin also, like, the server also plays a role, obviously, playing a high ping here on GR. Ipsy going for the aggression in mid through the smoke. Was a bold move, didn't pay off. Kais gets the opener. 1 second, I thought Josh and Snox would commit towards bomb set B. Falling back here. Regrouping up and going for the mid execute once again. Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, it worked out 4 times perfectly, or like 3 times perfectly for Swamp already. Technically 4 times, but 1 time Anubis won the clutch. All on Doom here, holding mid. Snox gets the kill, but Zed gets the trade. 1-3 situation now. Bomb set B is completely open, actually.
Famous might be able to pick one up here as they try to come across on the rotate to assist. And, oh, almost more than just the one. It's actually nearly 2. C4 does get retrieved pretty quick, smart, but problems. How has that happened? Josh now stuck alone with 15 seconds left on the clock. He's going to have to scurry to try to find that C4, but I think the round is over at this point. How does he ever hope to possibly get a plant? Well, he's going to try and rush it down in the service, but speaking of rushing it down, they will rush him down. And that is not a round that Swamp should have lost. That should have been theirs every day of the week.
But what had happened actually? Like, the overcommitting to the fight here in GR base. For some reason not going towards bomb site B. That was a crucial mistake here. Once again here, Kais. This long B aggression gets the kill this time onto Dipsy. I think he might assume that there's one more player waiting. As in the previous rounds before. Comics here behind the pillar. Patiently waiting for Doom to support him.
Famous indeed waits and waits patiently and gets the kill that he was looking for. Now Sad is still sticking around. If he did pop off here, he could turn this round back on its head, but spotted out and Famous will dislodge him. This round is on by the wayside. Snox will get the info as to where that last remaining GR player was. That info not necessarily even relevant anymore, as Jaguar has changed up his positioning pretty quickly, and we'll see if he can get anything done. Clean shot onto HCZ. Spacing wasn't great from Swamp, but still gets traded down in the end. And that will be 4-3 for Swamp.
Also, finally, like, when Kais is taking along B control, he finally gets one teammate as a backup. It's one mistake in the last couple of rounds. He's always going there solo, didn't get the kill. Then obviously getting killed from Dipsy 2 times in a row. This time, different story. So Famous, I think before the break he was already having 7 kills, right? So in total, sitting on 13 kills after just 7 rounds. Also, again, like, I feel like Compound should be GR-sided most of the time, so more rounds here on Blacklist. Not too bad from Swamp Gaming. Kai is working up towards tower. Get that information. Everything is smoked off so far. Might be in trouble in a few seconds.
Yeah, they're going to walk through the flash. Flash is not a bad one. Ooh, he's actually decided to go back through the smoke at them, which is a bold play. Timing may have favored him on another day, but not today. And that is an opener for Swamp once again, as they're in that hunt now for 5. 5 on the BL side. It's going to be a really positive start to this map, though Snox is quite low. Swamp typically do like to just find that opening pick and then slow things down in the mid round, keep Anubis guessing, and that's exactly what they've done again here.
Look at Jaguar here, the classic Jaguar play, going for the flank from a Windows. Famous gets the flick. Jaguar also missing some crucial shots here. Doom will be in trouble in a few seconds, getting sandwich from two sides. Can't connect the shot onto Josh, and now it's a 5-2 situation. Famous gets a kill. All on comics now. All on 4 clutch situation. I think there's nothing much he can do. You can see he's going for the full rotation. I feel like they're gonna use this 1-on-4 clutch situation as a tactical pause, seems like. That doesn't look too good here for Anubis, right? 5-3 in favor of Swamp Gaming. I mean, Jaguar has to get at least 1 kill from this position, from A Windows. Giving some shots onto Famous. And I mean, especially against Famous, if you miss like a couple of bullets and the Famous turning around in time, you know it's over. It's over.
1 round to go in this first half, and it is a pretty important one for Anubis, just in terms of kind of like salvaging it. But last couple have been pretty solid from Swamp so far. They're going to change things up, a bit of aggression into middle this time from Anubis, and that has already been initially dealt with by Kais. There is still a little bit more presence there. Sad going down now as well. HCC gets Dipsy. Wasn't expecting a second player out there on A long, but Jaguar is not going to last long at all. Kais is going to ensure that his exit is not secured. And it is 4-1. So Comics somehow has to try to negotiate a 1v4 here. I don't know if he's put himself in the right position necessarily to do that either. This is very much a one and done position. However, Snox has not seen him. So maybe there's a world where he can get 2. Probably wasn't a clean enough start. And so that'll be a pretty easy trade for Swamp in the end. And 6-3, their first half on the first map of this series, which puts them in a really, really good spot.
Yeah, it doesn't look too good for Anubis here. 3-6 on GR side. Will be tough here on Blacklist to get 6 rounds against Swamp Gaming. Especially Famous, right? Like I think Compound is definitely one of his best maps. Always putting up high numbers. Most likely Swamp will get 4 rounds here on GR side and then also win the first map. And as I mentioned before, if you go to full distance, I don't see Anubis win Eagle Eye against them. So, maybe they will prove me wrong, but I think they already lost it in the map pool. The map veto, I mean. If they will lose Compound, the series should definitely go in favor of Swamp Gaming. Unless Anubis will pull something off on Eagle Eye later. I mean, obviously they have to win Ankara first.
I mean, it's not impossible, I think, for them to do something on Ankara, to be honest, either. Like, it's a map that, you know, should play into the hands of a team like Swamp. You've got a strong sniper in Kais. You know, you have quite a bit of flexibility in that rifling core as well. So I could still see it going okay. The only thing with these kinds of games, particularly when it's Swamp playing, is that, you know, you have to take into account the server allocation and whether or not that's making an impact on how close or one-sided a match is. You know, this is looking really quite solid for Swamp, but it's their map pick. They're playing on an A. You know, that can't necessarily make the job any easier for Anubis. So when the shoe's on the other foot, what does Swamp end up looking like? Yeah, we'll have to see. But second half getting underway. The first port of call, of course, is for Swamp to close this map out.
Yeah, Swampy going for this early long B aggression. HCC already working up towards B tunnels. Alongside Famous. Kaisi as the backup sniper. Holding long B. C is trying to get information here in tunnels, but can't spot them. It's they're hiding behind the corner. Doom will face Kais in a few seconds. Can get the shot here onto him. But still, Famous and HCC are unknown in tunnels. Anubis here going for the fast mid-execute towards A side. That's the right call, definitely. But Snoxy gets the 2-piece.
Oh, more than that as well. Oh, big round from Snox. I thought Josh was even going to get it done. He almost got the 3K, the 2K there himself. Famous coming in just for the 1 on the back end too. So a round that may have at one point gone another way, just does not. And Swamp locked down that first GR round, which leaves Anubis with a bit of a headache here. Rounds deficit. Try and move a little bit quicker on the along side of things this time around. But yeah, the faith in Anubis being able to come back here on compound is starting to diminish.
Yeah, I agree, but at least the call was the right one, I feel like. Going for this fast execute. I expected 2 more players to be in B tunnels, which was the case. But Snox here holding the perfect angle from the servers on A side. Getting the 3-piece. Famous spotting set and tower. Goes for the grenade. 26 HP damage. Famous here goes for the white, actually gets the pick onto comics. That gets the trade. Also 4-on-4 situation. Also Snox here falling back towards GR base. HCC here playing solo B. Face Doom in few seconds. Never mind, Doom is falling back. Seems like we could see a B split here. Good news for Doom, like HCC also fell back towards bomb side B. I don't like this decision from HCC, honestly. Now they're getting sandwiched from 2 sides. Snox and HCC.
He gets himself 1, but the aim's not good enough for the second. That's going to leave Kai's in a difficult position, although low HP player and Sad cleaned up pretty quickly here. Jaguar tagged up a little bit as well. Grenade over the top. That could get the kill. Hasn't gone quite deep enough. Sad able to avoid it. Did slow down that plant though. But in the meanwhile, Kai's has lost a fair bit of his HP. He's going to take the TRG back out, but that won't do him any favors. And so Anubis do get through 1.
I also don't get it, honestly. Like, why is Doom not checking this corner? Like, HCC still alive. The main player from Swamp Gaming, he knows that. Like, he should know it for sure. For some reason, like, he's not checking the most obvious corner on compound bomb side B. Like, it was definitely a mistake, but in the end, they still get the round. Once again, very passive setup here from Swamp Gaming. Only Snox here holding an aggressive angle towards long A. I feel like one weak point is definitely on Swamp side, that HCC is holding its very passive angle on B. If you go for fast B executes, you shift towards hill on the left side, definitely surprise them, and the rotation will be very late coming in from Swamp. Only Famous here in GR base, as you can see on the minimap, so it's definitely one of the weak points. But obviously they can't see the minimap. Anubis, they would see it. I think they would go for more B executes. Anyway, like, it seems like they're going for this mid execute towards bomb side B now.
Yeah, Snox going to try and cut that off. It's a good kill from him to start things off, but the second spray was just a little bit wayward. Josh does find a nice timing in to catch Sad out in middle, and again, it's on to HCC to try to hold on to this site. He needs help, but he won't get it quickly enough. It's a 2-on-2. No smokes down here from Anubis, so Swamp are going to very quickly try to go in for that retake, or even, as it were, a hold attempt. It's going to mean the end of Kai's, and Josh now has to try to negotiate this one. He can't do it. Anubis are slowly starting to come into their own here on compound. Again, it's that B side that seems to be the problem.
Yeah, obviously the key frag here was getting the kill onto Famous mid, and the fast pace execute towards bomb side B. Good call here from Anubis coming in. Blacklist look much more stronger here from Anubis. Once again, slow start here into the round. Also Swamp, they don't really change the setup always playing the same setup. Okay, this time Snox is playing from his GR base position. Okay, I like the call from Swamp actually. Having some presence here in mid. Oxy playing under tower. So Famous is ready to support him. Might be wrong call now. Famous is rotating towards bomb side B. Snox just has Josh here. Deva's back. Smoke's coming in from Anubis.
This could be very dangerous for Snox. I almost think, again, this is that situation where you just back off. But it seems like he's committed to it. I think it's too late to move now. And Anubis have yet to actually push their way into middle. Here comes those flashes. Josh good for a few. Famous is back as well. And that's going to be the difference maker. They just had the numbers. Timing window was missed by Anubis. If they would have gone a little bit earlier, they might have been able to make that entry happen. But in this instance, Swamp had the numbers where they needed them.
Yeah, I think Snox also delayed them like for 1 or 2 seconds with the flash. Famous had some time to rotate here and going for the 4-piece. GR base. Very good angle. Like the setup, but the setup only works technically if you have someone like Famous in GR base. If Famous wouldn't be there, obviously Anubis should get this round. And now here, tactical pause coming in from Anubis. For some reason, no one is talking.
Yeah, a lot to talk about for Anubis because they're running out of opportunities here on this map. I don't know. I mean, I feel like generally speaking, it's been a fairly flat performance actually from Anubis today. We haven't really seen the, typical pop-off moments from the likes of Dipsy and Sad with the sniper rifles. Comics had a decent clutch earlier on in the piece, but it just has been a very middling across the board kind of individual performances. Nothing terrible, but nothing special, and that's unfortunately for Anubis not going to be enough to get over the line against a team like Swamp. Like their base level is not good enough. They need to find a way to get back to that like clutch heavy, firepower heavy kind of style that they do sometimes find. When I talk about the inconsistency of Anubis, this is kind of what I'm talking about. It's just sometimes they can look unbeatable, and you have someone like Dipsy really, really popping off in more occasions than just the one that we've seen in this series so far. And in other occasions, you see them, they'll trade 1-for-1 and stuff like that. But like, end of the day, they don't really have that pizzazz. And it does look like that's the way we're going here for map 1 at least.
I feel like the main issue for Anubis is right now, they're always doing those full executes in mid. Technically have no map control. Like, if I would be the IGL on Anubis, I would tell my teammates, okay, let's take long B control first. Like, let's try to challenge HCC so he's forced to fall back. They can't get any information long B anymore, or even challenge long A player when Snox is playing there, for example. At least Swamp Gaming don't have it like that easy, right? To go for those mid stacks or like those late B stacks. This time Swamp actually going for this mid aggression. Interesting, I didn't see that coming. So here Kaisi gets a frag onto Comics. It's going here.
Easy line from him.
The boxes and sniping towards window.
4v3, happy days, I think, as far as Swamp are concerned. I'm happy that they've taken that aggressive fight, won it, and then backed off. If Kai's overstayed and got picked off on top of that box, I think that would have been a mistake from him. But here in the 4-on-3, Swamp should be feeling pretty okay about their chances of closing this round out and putting themselves on map point.
Also sticking towards A side. It's the right call. You have Kai sniping towards long B. All information that no player is working up towards long B from Anubis. What I meant with map control. If you don't have any control over long B, you just leave one player there and the other players actually stacking mid and A side. It's the main issue for Anubis, I feel like. Yeah, Dipsy walk into the crossfire. On Jaguar now. Gets the kill onto Snox. Another piece onto HCC. Famous here from heaven.
Yeah, but well played by Famous. Gets that one pick, just backs off, and links back up with Kai as they can play out the 2-on-1 Know that they've got the advantage. Again, Famous, a very experienced player. He's not going to overcommit to that fight. So Jaguar, he's going to be given the opportunity to go back and grab that C4. Kai's in the meanwhile just watching in case there was a wrap back through middle, but that timing window is more than likely elapsed. Jaguar just sitting around though. He's chilling. Plan's going to go down on A. And 2 isolated players does raise a little bit of a question mark here for me. One of these guys gets picked off. Jaguar all of a sudden becomes the favorite to win this clutch. And he's found himself a really nice little hole in the defense as he's potentially going to be able to get in behind Famous. No tap on the bomb just yet. No tap on that defuse. And Jaguar, he's going to spot Kai's out. Misses those first couple of shots, though, and that could be crucial. As Famous now knows where to watch. And once you give him the info, probably he's going to get the job done. And in this instance, he did. 9 on the board for Swamp. 1 round to go on Compound.
I feel like in this scenario, like Jaguar doesn't even have to shoot, right? He can just play the time, patiently waiting. I mean, they had no clue Famous and Kai's. Jaguar is coming from the 7th position. Like, he almost played perfectly, Jaguar. Was a great flank here. Coming in. But in the end, Famous was a clean tap. Now I need just one more round here to close out the first map. Once again, you only have 1 player towards long B, HCC. Like, I don't understand why Anubis never takes long B control. I think this is one of the biggest issue on their side. Always just leave 1 player towards long B, Swamp Gaming. Smoke's coming in now. The main and GR base. Once again, I think we're gonna see a full mid execute. HCC here going for the long B aggression.
Yeah, already getting all that info. And this is a nice time to do it on as well. He just slows things down here. He may still be in a position to catch a rotation over to B if anyone decides to go back in through pillars. It does look like they want to go B, but ultimately just pretty much everyone in through middle. So HCZ will try to work his way back over, but now he is essentially being flanked potentially by Sad. So while he will enable a bit of an easier retake here for Swamp with his position, I think it's going to be a real problem with Sad coming into play late in the round. That's a big kill though from Kai's. They're going to have to move quickly because HCZ is on a timer. He needs to get some value out of this position. Otherwise this happens. And unfortunately, he hasn't gotten that value. So retake very tough here for Swamp going forward. Kai's can get himself another one, but he is the only one fragging in this retake attempt from Swamp. And so that will be another round for Anubis.
I don't get why HCC was already, like, he was already in blacklist space, right? For some reason he doesn't commit to the fight there, to mid. He decides, okay, go back towards long B and try to hold this execute from Anubis. Of course he was like too late, hold this execute anyway. If you want to surprise, then you should go from mid. Like, going from long B again wasn't the right call here from HCC. Definitely, of course, the most important frag in this round was killing here Famous in GR base. Open the round for Anubis. They still need 3 more rounds here to secure the overtime. Gonna be tough. See if they finally will take long B control. I think this will play a crucial role. More rounds here. Once again, the HCC here going for this long B aggression. I think Doom might be aware here from this angle. HCC is still patiently waiting on the stairs here. B. It now would be the perfect timing. Obviously he doesn't know that, but let's see if he commits to the full flank. I mean, he has to, like 1 minute left on the clock. Like, at some point you have to commit. Anubis going for the mid execute. I think once again towards Swamp side B, that's the perfect call. HCC simply taking way too long on the flank. Josh and Famous here in GR base. Gets 1 kill as well as Famous.
I was going to say it might be over, but it might not be, as it just all of a sudden falls apart for Swamp. What's happened there? Missed a few too many shots. Doom and Sad down to a sliver of HP each. If those kills were converted, it's a different story, but they were not. And so Anubis gets another bite at the cherry. And they're starting to get close now.
I mean, it didn't look too good, honestly. Like the call here pushing mid towards B at some point, but I don't know how HC got killed, right? He was on the lurk. There's no way they checked his position, but for some reason he can't get the kill. Eventually cost him the round. That's really crazy to me, like how Anubis is ignoring this long B. Like, they really don't want to take map control there for some reason. I think, again, this is one of the most important parts here on Compound. I know I keep repeating myself, but for me it's confusing.
It's
like,
interesting.
Because I think Anubis, like, when I played against them the last couple of years, they always took long B control. They have great flashes there. I was a good team play there with Dipsy and Doom, I remember, because I was holding long B against them. I really like to take long B control. Today, for some reason, they always keep on pushing mid. I mean, the last 2 rounds, to be fair, it worked out. Yeah, I mean, the bigger question is, what will Swamp do now? They have to change the setup a bit. And you go once again for an aggressive play in mid.
I mean, it's not as if Anubis have been battered on that position either. Like, they haven't even really tried at all, right? Like, I could understand it if you tried to take that control and you 2 or 3 rounds in a row just got completely owned. But they haven't even really tried to pressure it in any way, shape, or form. Not even in a sense to try and like condition Swamp to put an extra player over there or anything like that. You're right in saying that they have completely neglected it. So I don't know if it's something that Swamp can maybe read into to try and take a bit of map control. Like you could potentially, if you're Swamp here, say, well, we haven't seen anything be pretty much at all. What if we sort of this round take a bit of a gamble and send HCC quickly in all the way to BL spawn, for example, and take that gamble. We've got 2 rounds to play with. We take that gamble, try and send him in, get around behind mid, for example, and see if we can win the round that way. I think it's an option.
I think Anubis honestly expects Swamp to go aggressive once again. Like, rounds ago, it worked out perfectly when Kai's got his entry, almost get a double from the boxes in front of B tunnels. Seems like Dipsy has a game plan now for the last 2 rounds. Actually, the pause should be over, but maybe we have some technical issues.
We're getting back in game fairly shortly. There we go. 1 round the difference between Swamp and a map 1 victory, but it has been an elusive round so far. And here's maybe what I was talking about, but HCC decides not to go too aggressive. He just runs in to throw a grenade. So the setup that Swamp decided was try to throw a few aggressive grenades and maybe see if we can get a pick or some damage that way. That has not worked. They've not done a single point of damage to Anubis.
And once again, like same start here, having 5 players here towards mid. Seems like this time we could see a long A aggression coming in. Also Kai's here holding long A. Interesting.
Yeah, similar approach really from Swamp, isn't it?
Also
Again,
Anubis, right?
very...
Like 1 minute is over and they still have no map control. Like 0 map control. They're still waiting in mid in front of tower. Now they will go for this full mid execute once again. Again. But I mean, the last 2 rounds worked. And mid towards B.
Yeah, standard stuff, or what has become standard for Anubis. That's a fake though. And that's a little bit of a change up, but the problem is Kaiser's gotten in behind them, so he's been able to pick off Sad. Now, A site has been taken, but Snox is quick back over on the rotate. Kai's with the info, just given that opportunity over, and the C4's now been dropped. Anubis have taken too long to get rolling on Compound, and that will be that. 10 for Swamp as they close out map 1. It wasn't in super decisive fashion, but it was in decent enough fashion. It never really got too scary.
I mean, in the end, like, you can't win against Swamp with just mid-executes. At some point, you have to change up your playstyle. So, in the end, deserved win for Swamp Gaming. I expected more from Anubis, especially after the pause. But yeah, in the end, Famous especially, like, massive game from this guy once again. Getting triple kills again and again.
Yeah, not enough for me to necessarily say that I think that they're guaranteed to get a win, though, on map 2. I think this series is very much wide open. So we'll see what the analysts have to say about that as we hand it back over to the desk.
Thank you guys so much for the analysts. What can I say? They did break down the match pretty well, and they highlighted a lot of key points that I'd like to discuss, especially when it comes to Famous. And I feel like once the round swapped, like you said, they entered with a 6-3 lead, and then after that, plus the timeouts, Anubis just couldn't come back.
Yeah, 6-3 lead on the blacklist side on compound is just huge, and we've talked about how the global side should be shaped from the side of Anubis players, that they usually should have got more rounds. We've seen them, yes, 6-3, and also one of these rounds was 2v3 in favor of Anubis, and Anubis did one of the miraculous clutches, yes, and we've seen Sad, he was like 1 HP or 2 HP, and he got 2 players, and yet they still couldn't manage to get a very good half. But the side of strong gaming players, they played very good. Famous, yes, he dropped a lot of kills, but also ties. This man, he got a lot of crucial rounds for himself, HZZ as well, and Snox. So all the players on Strong Gaming's team played very good. And overall, I guess the blacklist side, which made Strong Gaming have advantage on this map.
Yeah, as we saw Dipsy in the camera, the player camera, he was very vocal and he was trying to like fix things when the score was about 9-7, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But I have to point this out, that the individual decision making of Swamp Gaming is what won them the game. It wasn't the macro, it wasn't the group decision making. I feel like each individual would make some peaks or push a smoke and actually get a kill that would put them at an advantage, fall back, rotate, find the site, get another kill, and then secure a plant or defend one.
Yeah, definitely. And how they played the blacklist was very good in my opinion, because these guys, they always pushed mid to B in some certain way, but sometimes before pushing mid to B, they sometimes throw some fakes, maybe to A main, maybe they throw the fakes on B long, so they maybe just trying to scatter the teammates above all the map. And then after these all util that they use, they still manage to go mid to B, which is usually you need a lot of utilities.
All the smokes and
yeah,
flashes.
you need a lot of smokes
but
and
they
flashes.
would secure that B has like at least one person, so if 3-4 people are pushing him, yeah, he might get a kill or two, but they're still gonna get the plant down.
Yeah, definitely. And we've seen how they pushed also from big and mini around, how the entries enter the side and how the flashes even flashed Comics when you've seen Comics was hiding in the corner down on the servers, and Dipsy got the 3k. Yes, Comics was hiding, but the flashes were good. Before this round, Comics was also on the same angle. He got flashed, they killed him, they got the site, and they planted. Next round, he baited for Dipsy, who got the 3k, and Anubis won the round. So that shows how diversity and a lot of rounds that Swamp Gaming had. Because these guys, they didn't only make one round in pushing B side. They did one, it worked. Again, they did it again, it didn't work. Then they switched it from B side in pushing, until they went into from mid to B, and not a lot of utilities they used, but they used their firepower, their aim. Josh made a lot of spaces for his teammates in order to trade him. Famous was very good in trading him in CT, also we've seen him also in the B side.
I mean, we did see HCZ and Snox, they kind of laid back a little bit and they let Famous, Kais and they let Famous and Kais do all the work in a sense, right? They were just there to trade, and like we said earlier before this game, if you cannot control Famous and Kais, they will
control you.
They will win every encounter possible, and it's simple as that, because they're playing at such a high skill rate compared to Anubis's performance.
Yeah, definitely. This guy, he's always. By the way, this is always we've seen it from Famous. He's playing very good versus Anubis. He's very good. He's HK versus Anubis, and we've seen it also in Split 1, because they played also the same map. I guess they played also Compound.
The same
and Famous,
setup, yeah.
Yeah, and Famous still dropped multi-frags from highway, hitting the guys who's passing mid even before going to A or B, and he still swings, kill 3-4, swings, kill 3-4.
Yeah, I did notice in the first half of the round, it seemed like Swamp was just taking so much map control that it wasn't even one lurker. It was like half the team is already behind Anubis and ready to see where they're pushing and to get those backstabs.
Yeah, and definitely this is something we're not used on seeing Anubis how they are playing. They're playing a bit passive now. Dipsy is not doing his aggressive things. He's
Yeah.
not taking B pillars.
Jaguar as
We
well.
haven't seen any of B pillars aggression control except 1-2 times maybe. And Sad
Very
was
little.
successful only one time in getting 1 kill on the B long. But other than that, Dipsy pushed 1 time. Yes, he got 1 kill, but he instantly got traded by Josh.
Yeah.
And this is not what you see. We've usually seen Anubis going to pillars 3, 4, trying to fight control for it,
Yeah.
get the trades, get the angle, and rotate back to his side. Relying on Sad on A side. Usually this guy locked down A side single-handedly, but now we haven't seen it. We have seen Jaguar going to A barn, we have seen Sad playing on A, Doom is supporting in A as well, and 2 guys playing B. We haven't seen any of the mixed stretches from Anubis, and this is the difference between Anubis on the split season 1 and Anubis split
Split
season
2,
1,
yeah.
sorry, season 1 and split 1,
Yeah.
and now split 2 in season 2.
They're kind of struggling. Something's off, you know what I mean?
They're
And I
not
also have
mixing
to
the strategies.
highlight, I have to highlight Josh's performance was really good this game compared to the previous games where he would be taking HZZ and Snox's place like kind of laid back. No, he was playing aggressive. He was following up with Famous and Kai's. In case they got tagged out, he would get the trade.
Yeah, definitely. He's the entry of the guy. He's the first entry, of course, and Snox is the second entry. So he definitely is the guy who's going always first as an entry on the sides. And we've seen how good he was in such entries and how good he's entering in mid, especially because this guy usually took the bullets on it for himself, took
Yeah.
crosshairs out of his teammates, so his teammates can have the space in order to trade and kill
To finish.
and
yeah.
kill and finish the kills. So that's how Swamp Gaming played. Highlighting also how Swamp Gaming played this half of the globalist side, the blacklist side. They played it very simple. They haven't sent a lot of lurkers on this
Yeah,
game.
they
It's
played
just
tight, they kept
fake
it tight.
push 5,
Mhm.
fake push 4
It's very,
maximum.
very red. You can read it. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? I have a question though. What about map 2? What do you think is gonna happen? At this point, it's 1-0.
Well, by the way,
Swamp
this was in an NA server.
Gaming. Oh yeah,
Now-
it's gonna flip.
Yeah, now we gotta go.
But
we go-
still, we've seen Swamp Gaming on EU
But it's-
performing better than they do on NA.
But Anubis' Ankara is unbeatable. And
very
if
strong,
HZZ did his homework and did his job, he would have seen how Anubis plays on Ankara. Because I am a guy, I'm analyzing now. I know how Anubis plays. I've watched these guys. They usually play only 2 A and 3 guys beside. If HZZ watched Anubis, I guess it's gonna be counter-action for this.
Yeah, so it's gonna be a matter of who studied and observed the previous games. Anyways, we are ready to go into the next game. I'd like to take it to our casters. Take it away.
Yeah, rightio. Map number 2. I said at the back end there of map 1-7 that I don't think that Swamp did enough to convince me that they're going to be able to get a easy 2-0 today. Did you have a different opinion, or are you on the same side of the fence as me?
I mean, honestly, I feel like Anubis will set up on Ankara normally. Like, they will be more creative now. Dipsy will go for some aggressive plays. I think we're gonna see like even Eagle Eye today. So might go into full distance. But I mean, like as Penguin mentioned before, now they play the European client, the European server, and Swamp was even better on the European servers before the last couple of matches. So it looks still a little bit scary for Anubis, but I think Anubis should have the upper hand on Ankara. I don't see 2-0 coming now. Especially Dipsy, like normally he's the key player for Anubis. On Ankara, always going for those aggressive plays in AC and also long beef the sniper rifle. What he can do this time. Swamp here already going for this aggression in alleyway.
Already going to be able to take the A-bomb site by the looks of things. Comics is stuck in behind the box. He should 100% be checked, especially now that he's been spotted out by Snox. The nade stack's going to come through. The swing will come in as well. Dipsy trying to get up to a bit of funny business while that entry was happening. The grenade out as well, and somehow that has kind of fallen a bit by the wayside for Swamp. They've lost a lot of HP. They do get the plant down. It's a pretty quick plant, but this is looking like it should be a pretty stable retake attempt here from Anubis with the HP advantage that they've got. You'd think they could make this work. 2 nades in the back pocket for Famous and Kais, though I think it's unlikely to come into play. This will really come down to whether or not Kais can hit the opening shot, and he does. That's big. That's actually huge. He can now change his position up and look for more, and Famous kind of just pre-firing the angle, gets the better of Dipsy. Now it's on to Sad with only 10 seconds left, and the round becomes pretty much unwinnable here, assuming Swamp plays it correctly. Well, he'll miss his shots anyway. And somehow Swamp get through that and make it look like actually quite a clean round in the end, despite the health deficit.
But also big mistake for Anubis here, sending all players from the back for the retake. HSC got information here that all players coming from the back. Kais with the off angle, obviously getting the first frag, and then Famous helping his teammate out. And in the end, also round to clutch for Anubis. I mean, honestly, it should have been a round, right? Like, Famous was low HP, Kais was low HP, also HEC was low HP. So, retake wasn't played out perfectly. Sure. Slow pace start here into this round. Snoxy and AC. Some map control. All his teammates here in front of Blacklist base. AC helping him out. Trying to get info here on B tunnels. As you can see, Anubis here stacking A side. That's obviously the wrong call. As you can see, Swamp walking up towards tunnels. Gets information. Now the rotate coming in from Anubis. That's a good call from Anubis, actually. 4 players here towards B side. Swamp won't even commit. So no, never mind. Actually, they're going back. Setting for the aggression.
Needs to find the trade. Snox is going to get it. Work from him in the end, but needs more, and we'll just get caught on a bit of a timing. Kaiser's too far away to find the trade on to Comics. This round getting a little bit messy here for Swamp. I think it should have been a little bit cleaner with the setup that they had. The timing that they got. They are able to get out with the C4, so they can pivot over to A if they so desire. There will be a re-aggression into mid here, and Comics going to try to spot it out. HCZ will bang his head off. That's one player down. They know that Jaguar is thinking about getting on that rotate as well, so Kais will try to get on the line and help out that engagement, but I think this is the right call. Go back over to B, continue to toy with rotates. You have to be quick about it. There's only 15 seconds left here, and they do have to clean Jaguar up before they're going to be able to plant the bomb, and Jaguar's playing it quite nicely, sitting behind the boxes here, patiently waiting for that plant. And it's going to go down. Rate needs to come through. HCC ate a bit of a meal of it, and that allowed the time for Dipsy to get around. In the end, Anubis will close out their first round of the second map.
I mean, this scenario, HEC has to cover Kais, right? When he's planting the bomb, HEC has to hold this angle.
Yeah.
Because that's the only position Jaguar can technically be at. Like, if Jaguar holds this angle, I mean, if HEC holds this angle, I think Swamp will get this round. Yeah, as I said before, we'll go for some aggressive plays, gets the kill onto Kais. As well as said here with the double piece here. Getting 3 kills in hotel. It's all on HEC. One fucker situation, but can't do much. Closing out the round here. Clean round for Anubis. 1 for the Egyptian squad now.
Yeah, I mean, that is really what I expected to see more of from Anubis, even on Compound. Like, the kill from Sad, the kill from Dipsy right at the start of the round, you think, that's Anubis. That's the Anubis that I've been kind of watching when they play well. So this could be bad signs going forward for Swamp. Famous will do some great work as he gets the third, goes swinging on through, knew the job that he had to do. Sad's going to be caught on a timing, and that will be the round taken. Swamp, very blistering pace into middle. It's worked out for them in this instance. I think it's probably not a bad play for Swamp to try to pick the pace up and maybe try and take those sniper rifles out of the game a little bit. Make it less of a pick-based kind of a game and more of a, we're just going to try and overwhelm you with pace.
I agree, especially like going for fast mid executes towards tunnel or even GR base. Work out perfectly against 2 sniper rifles. Also a very unusual triple kill from Famous here, going for the spread on actually, not for the tabs. Still managed to get 3 kills here in mid. Josh here and Famous an A connector. You might see full A execute, and good news for Anubis. Stacking A side. Swamp can do. Definitely need good flashes here. He gets the opener already onto Snox here in alleyway. Shot gets the kill onto Josh as well. Famous gets the trade, but doesn't look too good for Swamp Gaming. Only 4-2 situation here in favor of Anubis. He gets the kill onto Sad. 2-3 situation. Famous here patiently falling back towards long A. Doesn't make too much sense here to commit to the fight. Players from Anubis on A.
Just trying to give HCZ a bit of room in middle as well. See if he can find a pick that will inform the rotate somewhere.
Let's see what
Famous
Doom
is
will
gonna
do
have
here.
to start to move eventually. Does at least cross main, but here's the flank coming through from Doom. This is everything this kill. And somehow it's a bit of a labored spray down from Doom, but Famous can't turn around in time. So that'll probably just be the round one. I have an issue with that push though from Anubis. Like if Doom goes down there, that round actually well and truly swings back the way of Swamp. They can see that kill. They can read into that that's the B player that's pushed out. And then you have a 2v2 post plan on B, and all of a sudden, who knows what can happen. So I don't know about that one from Doom. If you're gonna make a push there, I think you almost do it with the 2 players if you're gonna take that risk.
Yeah, I agree. Like risky move from Doom, but in the end, paid off. I think on Compound, they should have played more aggressive Anubis. Even this was maybe a little bit too risky. I think those kind of plays work out against Swamp. He gets the kill onto Snox in mid. Round. Trouble now, Famous gets the trade. Comics here gets the kill into Famous, so 4-3 situation in favor of Anubis. Also, having the right call here, stacking B side. You see, will face this crossfire on Sad. Gets a kill onto Josh. Gets the double kill onto HEC, all on Kais now. 1-2 clutch situation. You won't expect Jackwire to be there.
No, didn't. Lucky to be alive at this point. That does give him a chance in the round. Still not a great one. And another for Anubis. So, yeah, we're kind of starting to get a bit of an idea, I guess, as to where this is going to start to go. Because it is looking like it's a role reversal. You know, Anubis now are all of a sudden the ones that are quite calm and comfortable on this map. And Swamp seem like the one that really relying on the clutches to win rounds. That's a good start from Kais. Continue to sort of channel that and open the account a few more times. Might be on for another one in this round. Dipsy gonna bout it, and Kais is good for it. This might be the win condition for Swamp, but they've got to ensure they don't let this 5v3 slip away.
A nice to open us from Kais. Also unusual that Dipsy repeats from alleyway, I think. But obvious that Kais will hold this angle. I mean, like, you down numbers, of course you have to risk something, but I think alleyway still unusual to go for this aggression. Swamp here just patiently waiting for another mistake from Anubis. Comics might commit to a fight towards long A in a few seconds. Also Doom here working up towards long B. See as a counter position here. Anyway, like Doom falling back. Like no one wants to make a move here.
I don't know if this is the
HCZ,
move either,
yeah.
by the way. If you're going to make a move anywhere, why is it send HCZ solo walking B side of the map? He just gets picked off. Now all of a sudden you're in a 4v3, and if Comics gets a nice timing here as maybe that last player's trying to enter into A. Not a huge fan of this one from Swamp again. I think you just hit 5-man into a site. It's worst case scenario a 5v3, but instead they kind of let some picks fall by the wayside, and all of a sudden now we're in a 2v2, and Kaiser's about to get picked as well. What's he clearing that for? You've got your teammate in the A bomb site. We don't need to clear that far deep towards the BL spawn. He's lucky to be alive. He does get that kill on the Doom. It might still be salvageable and savable here for Swamp, but it's into the 1v1, and it's on Famous's shoulders. He's 9-5. He should win these every day of the week. There's a defuse coming through. Jaguar is just going to sit it, and Famous will let him have it. That is an unreasonable round to lose for Swamp, especially the fashion in which they do. You have to look at that and raise some concerns.
Yeah, that's brave from Jaguar, just holding with the fuse, doing the round for Anubis. I totally agree with you. Like sending HCC going for the solo info play towards long B, like that was the crucial mistake in the last round. Didn't make too much sense. If you just send 5 plates towards bomb side A, you will win the round for sure. I think Swamp Gaming, they went too creative to stretch so far on Ankara. Also Comics here, getting a nice 2 opener here in alleyway.
Yeah, this is looking a bit doomed. It does look like Swamp are a bit outclassed on this map right now. You think they only get so close in that round because Kais gets a double opener as well. And so what's going to happen when he doesn't? Well, presumably this, but let's get the better of Sad. Might be an avenue back into this round. Famous would have to get some work done in middle, and he has kind of swindled them until Dipsy turns around. Cleans him up there in the GR spawn. Doom also watching for this push from Kais, and it's again a bit of a nothing round, unfortunately, from Swamp.
Yeah, Anubis just looking much stronger now in Ankara. That's what I expected, honestly. HEC getting 1 kill onto Comics, but still 3 players left on Anubis side. Let's kill onto Dipsy, but Doom closing out the round here for Anubis. Yeah, so far very convincing performance from Anubis on Ankara. As you can see, Doom looks quite happy. I also feel like Swamp, they're playing the same style every round. Like no fast execute coming in. Okay, this time at least they're going for the B play. Famous gets the kill onto Doom. Finally changing up the pace a bit.
Dipsy going to go down as well. So potential third on offer here on the BL side for Swamp. And look, if you're going to be able to make anything happen on this map, I think you are definitely going to need at least 3 on the BL side. This round, though, is very much hanging in the balance. This push coming through from Anubis, and if HCC keeps swinging that line, he could go down. Snox is going to try to help him out. He will lose his life. And HCC is only good for the 1 trade. That's the C4 dropped, man. Kaiser's on the other side of the map. Now, Famous has to go on a C4 retrieval mission on 13 HP. He's going to get it. It's been given to him by Anubis, but, man, Swamp are just looking so rough right now on this map.
Famous here holding this angle, patiently waiting for Comics to commit to the fight, but as you can see, Jackwire and Comics here going for the full flank. Comics already behind them. I like his move. Leaving the C4 in hotel, flanking them. There's no way Kais will check this position. The timing so off for Famous here, turning around. Also Comics here is behind Kais already. Attacked. HP left here, going for the plant.
Ooh, that's a big shot. Jaguar going down. And Comics is low. He seems to know where he's coming from as well. And that is going to be a clutch for Swamp. Potentially a big one. It is going to give them a chance in the second half. But if you pick up 3 rounds on the BL side of Ankara, surely you can't be feeling fantastic going into this second half.
Real time to step up here for Swamp Gaming. Snox here going on B aggression. Get the kill onto Dipsy here through the smoke. Way to start the second half for Swamp. Actually playing a classic setup here. 2 players on A. Kai sniping tunnels, Snox hotel. And HEC holding the off angle from GR base towards mid. I just have to play in numbers. Get the trades and it's there around. Josh here spotting that here in alleyway. Now they're actually stacking A side of 3 players. I like the decision. In late round, if you have the upper hand, stacking A side is usually a good decision because it's much easier to retake B side compared to A. It's here holding this mid angle.
Well, this is a good start to the half, and if Kais can find a way to activate, you know, that sniper rifle can be a really big problem. Famous holding onto the A bomb side at the moment. He's got Josh down on the low ground. Josh is having a bit of a roughie, but new half can make a big difference. And Anubis going to start to make their way into A. It is the 2-pronged defense. Famous up on top. He's going to spot Comics out early. That's going to be early info for Josh. And he'll be good for at least 1, which is really all that Famous needed because that buys him the time to clean up the rest. And Swamp will secure a very convincing first GR round. So before we get too far ahead of ourselves, let's just give them 2 or 3 rounds on this GR side.
Also Famous played perfectly right, like getting the first kill Repicking from another angle, gets a second kill and third kill also. A. Here Jaguar here, only 2 kills the round. Also Kai's like on the minimap, he's for some reason gone. Okay, now it's fixed, like he's on B side. He gets the kill onto Dipsy in mid. The trade at least, but still 4-3 situation, favor of Team Anubis. Kai's, I think the timing is off, like he's missing the shot as well. Jaguar gets the kill. There's one lurk coming in, Sad gets the kill to Famous, so now this run should be definitely over. It's all on Josh in a 1-on-4 clutch situation. Nothing much he can do.
It's a bit of a short-lived moment of excitement for Swamp, unfortunately. So they're going to get themselves back to a 3-round deficit, you'd say. I mean, yeah, looks still technically possible for Josh, but very, very unlikely here in the 1v4. Has to go through a smoke, only 20 seconds left. Some more util to slow him down. It's a good opener onto Jaguar, but it's pretty all shit road. So one more for Anubis as they look to force us through to a third map.
Like the big question is like, how can Jaguar get like 2 kills that easily, like after 5 seconds on long B? He's just pushing through the smoke right with the flash, getting two kills here. Happen. Also Dipsy trying his luck, but Snox denies him. Now we're gonna see a full A execute here from Anubis. Josh can do here. Oh, he's falling back. Timing is so off for Josh. Now HEC here can't get the trade. It's all on Famous now to hold A.
Tough to hold
Super
from this
blind.
position. Yeah, can't get much done. And 2v3. So another rough round ahead here for Swamp and a retake required by Kais and Snox. Of course, once that C4 does end up going down, they're going to give them the respect, though, to allow that to be planted. It's an open plan as well. And yeah, I just don't see this happening for Swamp. It feels like we're kind of just in the eagle eye waiting for it right now. I don't have the faith that Swamp can bring this one back. And I'd honestly almost rather just sooner see a 10-4 here, because I just think it's not been consistent enough. It's not been good enough from Swamp to make you have any sort of hope that even if they do like a punch here, for example, that they're going to be able to consistently close out enough rounds to actually win this map. And that won't end up happening. So 8 on the board for Anubis as they get themselves only 2 rounds away from forcing a third.
Honestly, it's only Famous and Kais right stepping up for Swamp and getting them some rounds. Yeah, Josh and Snox a little bit quiet so far on Ankara. This time actually Famous here with the sniper rifle from a main, getting the opener onto Sad. See a move from Famous. Yeah, good decision from Anubis here, going for the fast B execute through tunnels. There's no player covering it. Kais here sniping in mid from tower. Jaguar going for the flank, but I think HEC should get the kill. But never mind, he doesn't check the position. That's a huge mistake here from HEC. Getting picked up from Jaguar. Kais here in trouble.
Oh, nice. Good shot. But is it enough to get them back in the round? 3-on-3 site is lost. Gonna have to think about a different route for the retake. It's currently smoked off in middle. Jaguar taking that space. Probably not going to end up coming into play unless he actually goes for a full wrap around the back. Trying to make it in through from Hotel. He's got a bit of backup, and this is where Jaguar's going to have to start to move to activate. Maybe not, though, because that job's been done by Dipsy, and Doom's got it down for the double. Yeah, Swamp have just got nothing on this map. So that'll probably be that. 9-4 the lead. Can't really write a story where Swamp comes back from this deficit.
I also actually like the fast-paced playstyle from Anubis here in Ankara. I think they heavily improved compared to Compound team play-wise. Actually like a different team. So yeah, unlucky that Swamp will start the comeback. They need 5 more rounds here to secure the overtime. Don't see that coming, honestly. So yeah, let's see what Sox can do here in AC. Going for some aggressive plays finally, but might be too late. So Anubis here, look at the minimap. They're already in front of B side. Set in front of long A. All players here working up towards long B. Slowly the rotation is coming in here from Swamp. ATC here and Famous down B side. Timing is actually so off for Anubis, but they still get the trade here. Now all on Famous here gets the 2-piece. Snox completely blind on B side. I'm gonna check where I expect him to be there. Snox gets the 2-piece as well. It's all on set. Playing the lurk roll here. From long A position here and B tunnels now. Nothing much he can do now. Or has been dropped in front of Hotel. Snox is low HP. Kai's here on tower. I think Snox might spotted him. Picking up to C4. Hey, Snox in a few seconds.
Okay. Snox gone. That'll be a start. It's not impossible here for Sad. It's going to be difficult though, particularly as he waits this timer down. But if this is a call to go A, he's actually kind of galaxy brained this. Oh, even around the back could be big. Won't opt to go there, and in the end, A is going to be the option of choice. So that, at the very least, should allow him to get a bomb plant down. And once the plant is down, time's on his side, and the story changes a little bit. Does he go aggressive here? Honestly, wouldn't have minded to see him just post on an aggressive line into GR spawn there, back himself to hit the shot, but it's going to end up happening. Now retake's on here for Swamp, and they've got some thinking to do. They end up losing this. We are going straight on through to map number 3. Sad with a nice cheeky line. Won't hit the shot. His position now given away. And that was his chance in the round. Gone and done.
I think good attempt here from Sad here. Actually, I like the after plant positioning from him, but Josh was aware. Can't get the clutch. 4 rounds left on the board for Anubis to close out here the second map. Full distance and see Eagle Eye. If he gets the kill onto Snox early in the round. AGC here can get the 2-piece actually. Perfect positioning from him. Gets the trade and now it's a 3-on-3 situation. Kai's here clearing out the tunnels. Actually bombs at A is completely empty. Let's see if Sad goes for the aggression here. He goes for the info play now. Of course, his teammates will rotate, but they do it anyway. The perfect call now, going for this full A execute. Gonna be tough here for Swamp. A retake. A retake is usually very tough on Ankara. Now they must realize Hotel completely empty. Must be an A execute from Anubis. And Famous will probably go for this full lurk from Blacklist space. That you have to keep position with the sniper rifle. It's long A. Let's see if the timing is off for Set. No, never mind. Set gets the kill onto Famous. That perfectly. Josh and Kai's working up towards GR base. They can do. Opa smoked off.
Is down there, but Dipsy still playing on the close line. He's eventually going to have to fall, and he loses his line, but Sad trying to survive, can't. Oh, they've made a meal of the post plan. Anubis, again, you have to look at that and kind of question the setup, right? Like you've got the kill outside main. You've got 2 players watching the smoke. Why do they have to play so close? Why do they have to play on lines that are actually pickable? Would you have someone playing back at the stairs, you know, so you can just jiggle it? In the end, they do give Swamp an extra chance, and 9-6 is now the score, which is still not in danger territory yet for Anubis, but I'm sure they'd have loved to have finished things off right there.
Yeah, I totally agree. There's no way Anubis can lose this round. Post-plan positioning was so off. You can actually just play the time, right? Bomb was ticking already, 10 seconds left. Don't commit to the fight. Anyway, one more time we're gonna see an A execute. Famous missing the shot here onto Sad. That's all on Josh, he gets 1 kill at least. Crazy coming in. Once again, Anubis having the upper hand. All on Kais and Snox. I still have one player lurking here. As you can see Dipsy in hotel. Snox going for the fast retake. It's a perfect call. You can just defuse the bomb now, actually. As you can see, Snox knows for sure that Dipsy's in hotel. I think he tagged them before. Another one on the board here. 9-7 now. 2 more rounds left, and might see an overtime once again. Yeah, Anubis, they really have to change up the playstyle now, I feel like.
I think we're at that point, though, where you start to believe a Swamp, only to have a round go completely wrong, and then your hopes dashed, and all of a sudden you're back into map 3, right? Like, in 9-7, it definitely starts to feel doable now for Swamp, but I wonder if they've just given themselves a little bit too much to work towards. Still need 2 here, still need to win in the OT. Have to wait and see if they can continue this solid hold. Famous tucked in the corner on the A bomb site, going to be a big linchpin, and Josh up on, or down even, at the bottom of the stairs. They're going to be really tested, and entries coming through. Famous up the creek without a paddle, but hitting his shots. Both of them get themselves 1. I'm not sure that's going to be enough to say that they're feeling too comfortable about this, but it'll be quick in for the retake attempt. HCC could find himself a pick through main. He's thinking about taking that fight, but he'll lose it. I don't know if it's necessarily the wrong decision there ultimately, but it is going to leave Kais and Snox with a really, really big handful here. And like I said, maybe just a little bit too much asked of Swamp for the second half, as Doom's going to go and grab himself the double. That'll be that map done and dusted. Just when you start to believe it is over, and that is map number 3. So Swamp can't get it done cleanly with a 2-0 today.
Yeah, in the end, still a convincing performance for Anubis here in Ankara. I feel like they heavily improved their playstyle. Yeah, as I predicted, we're gonna see full distance here in this series, and yeah, let's see what Eagle Eye will bring to the table. I mean, Anubis, I never played Eagle Eye of this lineup, so we're curious to see what they can pull off. Yeah, indeed.
Very much what we expected out of this series, right? Like a close series, neither team quite looking solid enough to really finish things off there in a 2-0 fashion. I would have been a little bit surprised. If anyone was going to do it, I thought maybe Anubis could. Just because when they really get going, I have a lot of respect in the peak that they have, but just finding that peak seems to be pretty difficult. Either way, we're going to have to take a short break here because map 3 is coming up, and before we get there, we'll go to the analyst desk. So break for us. We'll be back when map 3 is ready.
mean, I have to admit, if you guys just tuned in, we are 1-1 in this series between Swamp Gaming and Anubis. Swamp definitely won game 1 with ease, but Anubis came back fighting, and I like to see it. This is the second place Season 1 Anubis that I like to see.
Yeah, definitely. Especially that Swamp Gaming, I don't think these guys done their homework on Ankara because they played completely opposite than what everybody would expect, because versus Anubis you wouldn't go into B-side on Ankara because these guys stack B-side every round, yet Swamp
was
Gaming
so off-tempo.
6 rounds
Yeah.
on B-side.
Yeah, it was very off tempo for Swamp, to be honest. I feel like their rotations, especially when they played on GR side, there was a lot of struggle.
Yeah, well, that's the real struggle of Swamp Gaming was the blacklist side, because these guys, they haven't played that good as we saw on Compound. And these guys, they kept playing fast rounds. They tried to control mid fast, tried to go into a fast B splits, while
Yeah,
versus
BL.
Anubis, I don't think any fast B split would work. We even saw it when Anubis played ROC Esports in the grand finals of Season 1, where they beat ROC 7-2 on the global
The
side,
first round,
because ROC Esports kept pushing B-side,
And they
until
stacked.
Anubis kept stacking B-side. And this is how Anubis is playing. So I said, it's a matter of homework of Swamp Gaming. If these guys watched Anubis' games, they would realize that Anubis is impossible to play a fast round versus them on B-side, even though if you think that they play only 2 B-side, it's Doom. He's getting a very early information on the underpass, which is the BC, and then everybody rotates from A-side, and then it's a stack into a B-side.
Yeah, I really think everyone in Anubis, not just Doom, without excluding anyone, performed really well. And you could tell the rotations were there, the info was there. There was a lot of the narrative itself switched to not just shutting down Famous, but trying to read what Swamp Gaming is trying to initiate, whether it was on defense and offense. And a lot of these rounds it started off with some patience, but at the same time, you'd get a pick or two, and then it's GG. Just fall back and wait.
Yeah, definitely, and especially that Swamp Gaming, as you said, Anubis played it really well, and they played the rotations very good, and they tried to read how Swamp Gaming played. Yes, Swamp played also very good, but the read from Anubis was better, because that's how Anubis is playing the map lately, and how we see how the rotation game is, how the stacking game is,
Yeah.
and how good they are on
And
A side.
some of these Egyptian teams on these specific maps, man, not just Ankara, they are beyond dominating the CrossFire scene when it comes to this.
Yeah, because it's one of the oldest map, and as I said, it needs a very experienced team, and Anubis is the team that loves playing Ankara, and they have a very, very good win rate on Ankara. And now we're gonna be playing Eagle Eye, which I think it's a risk from Swamp Gaming side, unless these guys play very good. But I have to mention one thing, that I played Eagle Eye since October 2024.
Yeah.
I practiced it for 4 months, and the first official game in Eagle Eye, I lost it completely a stomp. So, practicing Eagle Eye is a thing. Playing Eagle Eye on competitive ground is a totally different thing.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even say that Eagle Eye is favoring one side, GR or BL, to be honest. It just favors the team that shows more aggression early on into this specific map.
Yeah. Well, Eagle Eye is basically on B side, because
Yeah.
usually it's the rotation side. It's like Ankara on, it's like B side on Ankara, by the way. It's exactly the same, but just a smaller map. Maybe the size is not the same as Ankara, because Ankara is very big,
Yeah.
but it's kind of the same. The rotation side is the same. You play with one B side. He's playing with a Q smokes in front of him. He's trying to gather the early information of his teammates
info,
to
yeah.
stack his side, because pushing his side is very easy for the blacklist, and it's very hard to defend as a global risk. So that's how Anubis is going to be playing if these guys has been practicing Eagle Eye a lot, and I guess leaving an Eagle Eye as a decider, that means that this guy is practicing, this guy is preparing something, and I would love to see how Anubis is going to be playing on this map, because I usually don't see them at all. It's, I guess, since 2023, where Kevin was the coach of Anubis. These guys played it. It's 2025 now. It's 2 years, and now
Yeah.
Anubis is back on.
And just to highlight
Yeah.
one thing, this game, guys, is going to have one round is going to be on NA and one round is going to be
Not
on
one
EU.
round, on half and
No,
half.
I mean 1/2. Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry, excuse me. All right, game 3, final game of this series is ready to go, and so are we. Let's take it away to our casters, please.
Yeah, let's see what we're going to get out of this one. We pretty much got what we've expected so far. Seven, I think you were saying that you're thinking Swamp, maybe, on this final map. Is that right?
I mean, again, like Anubis never played Eagle Eye of this roster, so they must have prepared something special. But again, Famous and Kais, Very good players on Eagle Eye at CFS always performed well on this map. For me, they're the big favorites here coming into this last map of today.
Well, let's see whether or not that's going to end up being a true statement or not. Swamp will be starting things off here on the BL side, and they're not going to be doing anything too overly eager just yet. Bit of presence over towards B long. But at this stage, no engagement on either side, either way.
Very slow start here. Actually, classes set up here from Swamp. Sending 4 players towards Hotel. Josh gets the trade. Surprisingly, Famous was trying to entry-frag here towards Hotel. Normally, he doesn't go first for Swamp. A 4-on-4 situation. Flash coming in.
Inside that corner, but he will be properly checked by Josh. That's good fundamentals from Swamp to start things off here. It's going to give them the 4-on-3 lead in the round, but it's not going to guarantee them the round. You've got Dipsy already starting to push his way down low. This is wild. He should be dead. He is dead. Kai's eventually is going to find him, and that is pretty much going to be the B site taken. You're going to infer from that okay, he's probably the B player if he's pushing that quickly down long. We can take B for free. They are going to take their time about it here, Swamp, but yeah, you can see that they're pretty comfortable walking into that site, and so it's going to be a bomb plant, but Doom does pick up HCZ on the other side, and Sad has made a pretty quick rotation, so there's a chance here for Anubis.
Also, Kaiser missing the shot actually onto Sad. Like he gets a kill onto Doom, so now it's all on Sad here in a 1-on-3 class situation. Snock spotted him, and Kai's closing out the round here, getting 3 kills in the first round of the last map. That was a great hotel take actually. Flash coming in, Comics was completely blind. And on Eagle Eye, like having hotel control is basically the most important part here. Once again, same setup here from Swamp. Sending 4 players towards Long B. HEC, Esther, IGL. Trying to get some info towards Long A. And we have Famous here walking up towards mid doors. Oh, still Long B. HEC changing up his position. Playing this off angle from Long A doors. Guess he spotted Sad with the sniper rifle on A. Josh and Snox will walk up towards lower on B.
It's fairly reserved to start for Swamp in both of these couple of halves, but I like that control that they're taking. The question is going to be, what's Jaguar going to get up to? It's really on to Kai's probably here to activate and get the better of him, which does actually end up happening. That really swings this round back in the favor of Swamp now, particularly with that kill from HCZ. Famous is looking to clear things out and trying to chase Doom down. He will catch up with him in the end. Across the map, Swamp finding the advantages, winning their duels. And this is really heads-up play as well, being aware that they have to properly clear Hotel. So, well played from Swamp. I'll give them some credit for that round.
That was a great split from mid to B, sending 3 players towards Long B, having 2 players in mid. She Famous is stepping up. 2 clean headshots. Now Dipsy sniping slow B. Also Anubis here having no player in Hotel for the first time. Actually Jaguar now entering Hotel. A little bit late. I think this time we will not see Long B aggression from Swamp. Could be execute or mid split towards A. This is a force for the first time here mid, or technically towards Long A.
You have a minute and a half gone, or a minute and a half remaining, I should say. So again, that same sort of approach from Swamp where they take it a little slowly, but slowly take that map control and encroach in upon B. It's been B finishes every single round so far. It doesn't look like that's going to change here into round number 3. C4 is the entry fragger, essentially. And, well, there hasn't been any entry fragging from Swamp in this round. They have just been wiped the floor with. So that is Josh pulling one back, but certainly not enough to trouble the scorers here at all. Josh needs a double. He gets a lot of damage down. This could still swing back their way if maybe Kais could finish up on some of that damage, but wishful thinking maybe in the 1v3 with 40 seconds left on the clock. He's got time, but there's a full component of Anubis players working their way in his direction, so he'll be finished off in the end.
Yeah, also great ult here from Jaguar and Hotel, right? Holding the off angle, getting Snox, getting the 2Ps, and almost getting the triple kill. Single-handedly holding Hotel, which is again the most important position in my opinion, Eagle Eye. This time even Jaguar going for the long B aggression here. Holding this off angle behind B connector. Let's see if they will check this position. I mean, Anubis smoked it off, so might be obvious to check. Let's see if Famous will check the position. So Jaguar got so much info, like Famous was stepping away, like he must hear this for sure. Jaguar now falling back. Once again, this one with a very reserved approach. But it seems like this time we're gonna see an execute. 4 players here towards long A, it's just HGC here. Blocking towards mid. Smoke's coming in. This has the perfect setup, I feel like. 2 players here towards long A, I mean towards A side. Famous completely blind.
Holding on though, gets the better of Snox, and Josh is going to go down as well. Anubis, again, solid setup, and Swamp kind of just walk into that crossfire. So I think Anubis have started to sort of figure Swamp out a little bit. Maybe it's time for Swamp to make a bit of a change up in terms of the pacing. Put a bit of that pressure back onto Anubis, because now it is starting to feel like Anubis are getting the idea about what is working.
I see the opener. That also happens, right, when you have no map control, right? I didn't take Hotel for the first time. Jaguar went for the aggressive play. Obviously, can tell his teammates, hey guys, just stack A side. I got long B on lock, and then, yeah, in the end, they stack A side. And it was a complete shutdown from Anubis. Kaisi this have 2 opening kills. Round looks much better for Swamp Gaming.
But again, slowing it down, right? And that's going to give time for Doom to try and activate here. He shouldn't really get any more than one. He won't. So that'll be good coverage in the end from Swamp, but Comics and Sad get one apiece. Their information now given away will mean a quick entry into the B side, but Swamp losing a 5-on-3 here have got to take a good hard look at themselves there and think, what have we done? That's now the second time in this series. They lost one as well on Ankara. Massive disappointment of a round for Swamp. And Kai's, I mean, if you're Kai's there, you are pissed.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, also the same mistake, right? HGC going for the solo info play towards A. Same on Ankara happened, right, with long B. Gets killed. They lose the round in the end. Yeah, this round should have been Swamp's one, like, for sure. Here once again with the sniper rifle, lower B. Gets the kill onto Josh. That's a great opener here. Off angry from Dipsy. Get a second one.
Well, Snox has done well to find himself a double. Gets himself 3. Very well done from Snox, pulling this round back into the hands of Swamp. He can't survive too much longer, and that is the C4 now lost. And again, you know, where is HCC and where is Kai's? They're kind of just floating around. I'd like to, at this point, see Swamp just group up a little bit more and try to trade some of these kills down, because they definitely have the ability to get into the sites, but they're doing it with like 1 player only, and then you've got 2 guys on the other side of the map doing nothing, and then you end up in a situation like this. HCZ trying to clutch it out. He's got a bit of a chance, but wasn't expecting the push in from Sad, so that'll be another one for Anubis.
It really seems like the creation is off, right, for Swamp, right? Like, Snox gets the opening kills here. I mean, at this point, he doesn't have to commit towards bombs at B. Like if he checks the minimap, he realizes, okay, HEC and Kais, they're far away from me. After C4, I can't commit to the fight. Otherwise, C4 has been dropped. What happens then? And yeah, like cohesion is not on point from Swamp. Once again, looks like having the same approach here. Reserved start into the round. Waiting until the smoke fades away here, long B. Jaguar holding hotel solo. I really hope for Swamp that they will take long B control first. But I do execute because otherwise they run another stack. Dipsy here coming over to help him out. Interesting position here. Can't make the shot.
Out from Anubis. Gonna try and make it happen over the top of the smoke though. Kais will get Dipsy. So another opener from Kais. He's been super solid in these early rounds. And I say early rounds in the loosest of terms because there's only a minute and 10 seconds left in this one. So we're more than halfway through. Famous is going to try to walk up, take this fight here against Comics. Done well to win it. Needed to win it. There was no one there to trade him down. Jaguar will, in fact, get traded down. Some nice spacing from Swamp in that particular engagement. Guys will fall. Sad and Doom again. And again, you've got HCZ just on this late lurk in through middle that, you know, may work out. It may be valuable, but would it not have been better to just have him with the pack? And now Famous stuck in the 1v2. Can't get it done. And again, Swamp split after they have the numbers advantage.
Yeah, it's actually unbelievable. Always the same scenario. Swamp having the upper hand, 4 versus 2 situation again and again. I keep on losing those rounds. Especially Kais is tilted for sure. I mean, he's always getting those opening kills, right? Yeah, and they can't close out the round. So this time, different approach, going for the fast execute. Josh leading up to charge. Gets the frag onto Comics. Nox gets killed from Doom here. Famous gets the trade. Clean tap. Guys gets the kill onto Dipsy. Now it's all on set here on A side. Can't hit the shot here. Famous gets the kill. One Jaguar here from long A. Quick round here from Swamp. Different approach. Love to see it here. Fast execute coming in and instantly paid off.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't really understand why it's taken this long in the half to make that adaptation when Swamp have lost a few rounds trying to do the same thing and it's not worked out. Like, just make some kind of change up. But anyway, 3 may be all that they get in this first half. We'll see how things end up playing out. As Jaguar has pushed his way forward. Dipsy as well. They've got a forward hold on B, which is significantly restricting the mobility of Swamp, who again seem to really value and prioritize this map control on this side of the map. Dipsy will get the better of Snox, and that's enough. Anubis are happy with that. They're out of here.
Opener from Dipsy here. Snox going for the grenade, unfortunately. At least 50 damage onto Dipsy. Famous here in mid doors. Going for the swing actually. Gets the kill onto Doom. Now 4-on-4 situation. Swamp working up towards long B now. But check what I can do. He has the Q position now here in hotel. Swamp not even committing yet. Scary thing for them is the C4 is still there, but no players covering him. Okay, Famous is helping out. It seems like they changed the decision. They're going for the long A execute now. Good rotation here from Anubis, right? 2 players towards A, 1 in GR base. Josh gets the kill to Comics, gets the kill to set as well. Great opening kills here from Josh.
Yeah, Famous as well to get that third and pretty much secure the round. This should be 4 in the first half for Swamp. Tank going down. Jaguar has given a bit of space, but now eventually spotted out there by Famous. And so 5-4. Who comes off happier in that first half?
Yeah, for sure.
Hard to really say. I think both teams leaving a little bit on the table.
I mean, overall, I would say team play-wise, Anubis look much stronger, but individually, like, especially Kais was stepping up, right? They always had, like, those 4 versus 2 situations thanks to him. On the end, like, Anubis always won the clutches. Like, they're the better setups, I feel like. And I think that's very unusual to say that team play-wise, Anubis looks stronger than Swamp, because normally, especially on Compound, as talked before, right? Swamp looked much better. But again, like the cohesion really look like off on Eagle Eye now.
Yeah.
So, see what I can do on GR side. I mean, especially Famous has to step up now. I feel like only Kais is the only player doing some numbers right now for Swamp. That's not enough if you want to beat Anubis. So obviously they're switching now the servers. If I'm not mistaken, I think they play the EU servers now. Swamp side, no one is talking. Kais look really focused. Yeah, as I mentioned before, like Kais is really strong on Eagle Eye. I remember I was playing with him in one team. He was always pulling off like high numbers on Eagle Eye. Like it was his famous map back then.
Done it again. Yeah, I mean it's definitely doable as Swamp move over onto this GR side. Kais can keep up, like maintain that kind of form, and particularly do it early in the rounds. I think they're going to get a lot of map control off of that if he can sort of maybe lock down B long. It'll be traditionally the position where you'd, I think, send the sniper early in the rounds. Although he could play over towards A. Some teams opt to put their snipers over there as well. I think a lot of options, and if Kais is feeling it, if he's, you know, connecting his shots, and if he's calling his fights or where he wants to go, what he wants to do, maybe that's going to be the way forward here for Swamp to try to win this map.
I think
a lot of the responsibility.
Yeah, I agree. Like you might even see like a double sniper setup. I think Famous could also pick up the arm sometimes. One player on A side with sniper rifle and one on long B. I think that's very effective on Eagle Eye. That's the main reason, right, why Gaimin Gladiators are one of the best teams on Eagle Eye. They have Flex and also Spoxy, two of the best sniper rifles in West. Eagle Eye is really made to have like a double sniper setup on the GR side. I mean, also HEC potentially could pick up the arm. I think once again there's a high potential we're gonna see in overtime. As in the first matchup between ROC and TBI. And today, like, we got some very close matches, right? I mean, last week when I streamed, wasn't that close. So finally, those matches cast here. She looked hyped up here.
Yeah, I mean it's a big matchup, to be honest, for these two teams. Like both sitting at 4 and 5 on the ladder, both just outside of the playoffs. If they lose this, you probably fall out of contention for a playoff spot as well. And ROC plays Anubis tomorrow. Swamp plays IC. Both tough games. Next week, Swamp's got PingPongPals. That's a jury's out. Gaimin Gladiators for Anubis. So a lot of tough matches coming up in the future. And if you go down, what, 4 and 6 here as opposed to go back up to 5 and 5, I think your race for playoffs is, if not done, significantly harmed. So this could be a really big deciding match for these two teams and their chances of getting into the top 4 for this event. Right now, it looks like it is Swamp that are just going to win the first round of the second half. Decent enough. Faster attempt from Anubis. Hasn't played out this time.
Yeah, fast pace from Anubis actually surprised me, but didn't pay off. And also Josh picking up the arm. Not HEC, not Famous. Actually Josh here, long B. That gets the kill onto him this time. HEC rotating towards bridge, which means mid is completely open right now. Mine, Snox and HGC actually both leaving hotel open. It's a huge gamble here from Swamp Gaming. You have the off angle. A house. See here slowly working up towards hotel. HGC is not sure yet if someone is already in hotel. And you see going for the long A aggression. Doom spots him and gets the kill with the pistol. 5-on-3 situation in favor of Anubis. Bad news here for Swamp. And doesn't look too promising. But Snox gets the wallbang here onto Set. The last millisecond, he can kick the shot.
Yeah.
Not
What HCZ can do on this B hold. If he... Ooh, hang on. Maybe it's not even up to him. Maybe it's up to Snox, who just what about the timing? Kais gets comics. This is definitely still in the playbook. Swamp, Snox, big three-man spray down, and that is going to be the round. Huge one. Again from Snox. He's come up with a couple of big rounds in this series. And that one may be a series decider, as it is going to put Swamp in the lead. How much further can they take this?
huge run from Snox. They're getting 4 kills actually. Insane lurk play from him. Now here's Swamp leading up the charge. He has 6-5 scoreline. Also this time different setup. Snox as well as HEC falling back. Only Josh here sniping towards Long B. Actually leaving hotel completely open. Interesting decision. Very unusual. Trying to get some info in mid from bridge boxes, but can't spot anyone. Doom and Jaguar already shifting up towards B, and obviously Josh has no info at all. That's quite scary actually for Swamp.
Well, Snox again with his timing on this bridge push, if it happens, could be a big difference maker. Doesn't look like he's too keen on it just yet. Doesn't sense that opportunity. Josh is pretty dangerous, but gets away with it, and certainly confirming that there is some kind of presence towards B. His flank coming in from Famous. He's not seen anything at all, but he's got to slow this down. There's still a potential chance that Anubis come back over towards A, and if he goes down, that is a big loss. Comics can call the rotate, and it looks like Anubis are thinking about it. They've just stalled it up. Wait and see maybe what Swamp is going to end up doing, who, to be fair, kind of like scurrying around, just trying to figure out what do they even want to do. I mean, HCC's gone back and forth and back and forth. Kais hasn't seen anything towards A. This is going to get a hit in towards B. Entries are decent, in fact, quite good. HCZ has himself 2, but that's not enough. And yeah, Swamp just couldn't make their minds up as to where they wanted to hold.
Very unfortunately from Famous, right? Timing wasn't on his side. And clean execute from Anubis. HCC and Snox couldn't do much. That's one issue. If you leave hotel open, you have basically no info at all. Like how many players are in front of B. Different approach here from Swamp. Playing this hotel position. Classic one, and also Josh sniping lower B. You can tell, right? There's a lot on the table. Like both teams, very passive approach.
Yeah.
To do any mistake at this point.
No one wants to make that one little slip up. Snox has pushed pretty deep in hotel, and now Josh is starting to come across to try and reinforce that push. He'll be forced back into the B bomb site, but Dipsy just seems completely oblivious to the possibility that Snox had already gotten in behind him. Famous for one. Over toward that A bomb site. Numbers are falling for Swamp, and HCC trying to reinforce it. He's completely disregarded the player going up into the site. Jaguar, who he definitely had on his screen, Sad is making the difference right here. Triple kill from Sad, and again, Anubis gonna start to pull ahead.
Sad hit difference maker here, getting the entry kill also on Kais from tower position. 3 piece to close up the round. So HEC, right, he looked kind of confused after getting the first kill. Didn't know what fight he should commit at this point. 7-6 here. Bring up the charge once again. Let me see, finally with some aggressive plays. Getting the entry here onto Doom. Should definitely fall back. The Comics is tagged here, just 10 HP left. One definitely looks more promising for Swamp. Josh here.
Though, pretty low. He needs to be a little careful on this swing. He just goes down for free, but again, Snox is in behind. He can't escape this time. 3 on 3. Comes down to that defense one more time of the B bomb site. HCZ sort of stuck behind a smoke. Same with the rest of his team. But Anubis not committing to the early plan here, so I'm working in the favor of Swamp. Can use that little bit of extra time to take a little bit of extra control to try and play this retake out. A must-win round though for Swamp, and they have started it nicely. Sad's going to go down, floating about in no man's land, just caught in transition. That's not ideal. Jaguar though is pushing in. It's the better of Kai's, and now we're back into 2 on 2. The duo's out. Famous himself up another kill. Jaguar on the fast flank. They're not expecting him from there. 15 seconds to go for that bomb timer, and sooner or later someone's going to have to tap it. HCZ doesn't even end up going down. A bit of a whiff from Jaguar, and Famous will make it right for Swamp. That was not around. I don't think that they should have won based on how that was playing out, but they do win it.
I think still a great attempt here from Jaguar going for the full flank. Watching for him whiffing some shots. Also Snoxy doing a great job in Hotel. A lot of time for his teammates, but Josh unfortunately hasn't been the best backup for him yet. And now he's stepping up here with the grenade kill onto Jaguar. Snox will face Dipsy here. 2 with the pistol. Snox spotted him but falling back. Gets the kill onto Josh. And Snoxy goes for the aggression. Love to see it. Gets it onto Dipsy. Also Doom can't get the trade in the meantime. Look at Comics position here. The Kaiser's aware, gets the kill. All onto Doom now. 1-4 clutch situation. Snox really stepping up to the plate, getting kills here for Swamp. To do here for Doom.
Possible round really for Doom. Flash in his face. I'm surprised he's still alive at this point. There's going to be a few Swamp members charging in his direction. 8 on the board. And Swamp retake the lead. Very back and forth map though, so we may well just see overtime here. We get a attack timeout. Of course we do from Anubis. Want to try and have a chat and figure things out. They've left it though to the last minute. This is starting to get to 11th hour territory, and it may be a little too late if they can't use this tack timeout to effectiveness. If they just go on to then lose this next round, I mean, Swamp can definitely get it done here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're gonna see like one more fast execute from Anubis in the next 2 rounds. This could work out, especially like a fast execute from mid towards A. Swamp like to play 3 players towards Hotel in the beginning of the round. I think this could be a weak point for Swamp, and also they'll push George and lower B if they smoke him off, and then try them with a flash. Like 3 to 4 players and instantly execute towards bomb site B could be also a good strat. Slow pace approach from Anubis last couple of rounds didn't pay off. So momentum is slowly shifting towards the NA squad. But yeah, so far, in my opinion, the most intense map of the day. And also the TBI game against ROC in Mexico was great, but Especially it's the decider map. Very intense.
Yeah. It's a bit different. I mean, the circumstances of this matchup are certainly a lot more important as well. In that, look, even if TBI gets the upset over ROC, it's probably not going to make much of a difference to the season as a whole. This one, though, could be a difference maker in terms of who can still keep themselves in a conversation for a playoff spot and who is really largely starting to go out of the running. So, quite an important couple of rounds coming up here. Swamp are going to be hoping that they can just finish it off cleanly. Not too far away from that. We're getting back into the game. 8-7 the scoreline. See what Anubis have cooked up in the lab. Nothing too outrageous to start things off. It's not going to be a quick rush anywhere.
Again, Swamp with the same setup here. Josh sniping low B this time with the rifle. Snox in hotel. See here, covering mid from his off-angle position. Kai's and Famous on A side. Seems like here, Josh Sock's about to go for this long B aggression. Spot set, but falling back now. All plays from Anubis here in front of long B. Going for the right swing against Kais. Can't get the kill onto him. Swamp changing up setup once again. It's just HEC here on B side. Not sure though if this is the right call. I mean, as you can see, Anubis one of how to, but seems like they're also changing their plan. Probably gonna see mid split towards A or a full on A execute. The bomb is in front of mid though, so probably mid execute towards A side. Swamp, I think, has the best setup here to hold this one. 3 players in front of A.
Flash. Famous just going to check the line. I don't think that he actually spotted them out off the back of that flash. So I'm a little bit surprised to see comments on the screen there. Luckily, Kai's is going to be able to bring one back on in. Jaguar putting that pressure on. Josh will fall. Kai's now under pressure. Can't get it done. He's got too many members to watch. HCZ also down, and that is going to be an 8th for Anubis. So we are going the distance tonight. Every single map is so labored in some instances. And again, we're going to find ourselves at an 8-8 scoreline, which means, I mean, best or worst case scenario, depending on who you ask, we'll find ourselves at a 10-8. So another very, very close map. It's been a long day of Crossfire here. Start off the week.
Actually, Anubis is running into the stack on A side. Managed to get the round. Surprised me actually, like Snox and Famous had the best position to hold this one. But when Famous got killed, Snox was also forced to rotate. I got flanked in the end. Back. Once again, I think same execute here from Anubis going from mid towards A. So Kaizen Shobley is fully blind behind the box. He was not aware he still can get the kill onto him. Josh here and Snox from GR base. With a fast retake. It's impossible to get the kills and closing out the round here. 9-8 in favor of Anubis.
No timeout used or available. I don't know that Swamp used theirs earlier. I can't recall, but either way, they haven't used it here. And so we go into what might be the final round of this series. Anubis can close it off. Famous down early. That's bad news. Very bad news indeed. 10 is on offer now for Anubis. Another one for Sad, another one for Jaguar. Starting to fall apart a bit here for Swamp. HCZ trying to pull it back. He's managed to drop the C4, which will be of some benefit, but he has to get this done solo. He would have to win this essentially 1v5. It's too much to ask, and Anubis will clutch it out in the end, and that will bring to an end a very disappointing night ultimately for Swamp, because that was a super winnable series. I mean, well on map 1, close it out. Map 2, map 3, both really, really close, but both going the way of Anubis, and in the end, that might just spell the end of Swamp's chances of making it through the playoffs.
Yeah, great, so Anubis. I think team play wise, it just looked strong on the last 2 maps. Especially Dipsing stepping up. What the analyst desk have to say, and then see you for the 3rd match of today.
Thank you so much again, Alfish Guy and 7man. What a performance and what a game. That was incredibly entertaining to watch. And cast as well, I'm guessing.
Yeah, definitely, and yeah, Anubis deserved to win. They play better, and I guess Swamp Gaming, as I said, they risked whole Eagle Eye. They risked the series on the Eagle Eye because I haven't seen any good setup from them on the global risk side, especially that Famous kept pushing along over and over, and this is
He got punished.
yeah, and he got punished multiple times, and even though he went to try to push from the A connector, he still died, and the guys did a very good pushes. After the tactical pause that Anubis took, we've seen a different Anubis, a more aggressive Anubis,
Yeah.
and I'm pretty sure that their coach talked to them about how Famous is playing freely on a longer, that he can be punished, and they deserve it to win.
Yeah, I mean, Anubis overall, they did a performance that I would rank in the top 4. Like, it's very well deserved. And just like Alfish Guy said, this could be the dream of Swamp Gaming to reach playoffs. It might be over right here. We're going to have to wait and see, to be honest, how the points and the standings map out. But overall, as we're seeing the highlights here, there was some very, very, very good plays from Anubis. Nonetheless, I think Swamp Gaming in all 3 games played decent, but I just feel like I wouldn't call it macro, but individual skill and experience and playing together for such a long time, Anubis just came out on top.
Yeah, definitely, and especially that the first map we've seen a very strong Swamp Gaming, and then coming back to Ankara, because Ankara usually Anubis is the better team on Ankara, and as we said that this guy plays with a different meta than any other team, and usually if you would be studying them, maybe you have a chance versus them, but still we haven't seen this from Swamp Gaming. Coming to Eagle Eye, to be honest, the 2 teams were very close. Very, very close. Okay, both teams maybe not playing this map more often in the competitive scene, but definitely they gave us a show, because both of the teams were very close to this one. It wasn't one-sided map, it was back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, until the tactical pause that happened from Anubis' side, and then they started to win more rounds. They started to play aggressive. We've seen them playing 3 rounds around the side, or 2 rounds around the side. One of them was split from the A connector, was very good, to be honest. The timing from Dipsy and Jaguar. Jaguar got the first entry, and Dipsy got the 3k. And then the other one where they punished Famous, and they instantly capitalized on a side, giving no chance for Swamp Gaming to rotate.
Yeah, I mean, the set summary speaks for itself. If we could combine all 3, I would say maybe Sad or Doom or Dipsy is the MVP, to be honest, because all 3 games, I think they had a positive KDA, and very impressive performance overall from Anubis. Jaguar, yeah, I don't care if he got 0.4, because he is the IGL, he is the entry, and he is the one leading his team to this best of 3 victory.
Yeah, definitely, and maybe these guys are... That's their first time playing this map, so still, if you're first time playing this map and coming that strong, yeah, they're coming that strong on this map, that means that you have a better V2 now, because I was always talking about the V2 that Anubis have. This was, yeah, it was very, very narrow V2, because they usually ban Eagle Eye, they usually ban New Mexico, and then they have to play the maps that the enemy team wants. But now they have an Eagle Eye to show for the teams, and everybody needs to be ready for the Eagle Eye that Anubis plays.
Yeah, I mean, here we can see Doom is the MVP, outstanding player, such a young character, and if you meet him IRL, you'd say he's a very chilled and laid back guy, to be honest, because his performance this game it wasn't just individual skill. You could tell, like, he could get a pick and rotate back and have his team support him, and he did play, like, phenomenal. He deserves the MVP.
Yeah, the clutches that he made in Ankara just closed the game for the team. To be honest, 2 clutches on A side when they pushed the side just closed the game. Even the last round, I guess Doom did a 3k. He pushed into a main, killing 1, and then coming back to City, killing both of the players coming from City. So definitely well-deserved MVP for Doom today, and well-deserved win for Anubis. These guys deserve it.
Yeah, I mean, they came in guns blazing, and I feel like you did highlight that Swamp Gaming did outstanding in the first game, but then the tempo or rhythm or whatever you want to call it just fell off.
Yeah.
Anyways, is there anything else you'd like to add?
No.
Let's go to Game 3. Game 3, I would say I never look at standings in Crossfire. I don't know why, but I feel like 999 as well has the potential to play against GG, to play against ROC, to play against InnerCircle. But nonetheless, sometimes they just struggle a lot. Even first season, they had some, technical problems. And now this season, it feels like, how can I say, something's up. And when you consider their roster, no, these guys are top 4 quality.
Yeah, definitely. And I guess InnerCircle, this game, they are waiting this game since Split 1 already, because we knew and everybody saw what happened to InnerCircle playing 999. The only win that 999 have on their scoreboard, on their
terms,
standings, is against InnerCircle. And it's not a usual win that you see it every day. It was a double comeback from 9-5, beating both winning both of the maps, beating InnerCircle in one of the shows
Very
that our
games,
one of the shows that our West
Wasn't
League
it
had.
Golden Round?
One of them was, I guess,
One of them
golden
was
round.
golden round.
No,
The
I
other
guess
was overtime.
both were overtime, but I can't remember.
Yeah, same.
Not sure if it's golden round.
It
but
was very
still,
close, to say the least.
coming from 9-5, both
Yeah.
games.
And to highlight this, I really respect the players of 999 because I don't care if you're 8th place, but the perseverance and the consistency that these people have, they just struggle sometimes to finish, even though on the individual level, if you if you talk about mention CRS, BYK, QJK, Creeds, man, I think he's gonna be the star player for this game.
Yeah, and talking about InnerCircle as well, Jinzer, Alucard, Beckyu, and Kiko Awesome. These guys are doing very good job, and we've seen their
Titans
curve.
of the game.
Yeah, we've seen their curve is going up, and they started winning more, starting from beating GG, then beating Anubis. They had a very tough week, and they had a very, very important games.
Streak, yeah.
Yep, they were on a lost streak, but then they came back in a very tough week versus GG Gaming Gladiators, and they played also Anubis Gaming, and they beat both, getting 2 crucial wins, and also after that capitalizing on the wins and getting the win versus against TBI. So that made them on the 3rd place now, because these guys were in the 6th or 7th place.
Comeback, to say the least. And I have to highlight that Beck used to play with Petro, if I'm not mistaken, and I feel like I see a lot of Petro's diligence play style when it comes to how Beck plays. It's like sneak in, tap one guy, and back off completely. But it's important, and their match this today means life or death when it comes to staying in the top 4. Here we have BYK and Alucard actually are the key players, not Creed, as we mentioned before. Very solid, very, very strong players, but I don't know. What do you think the outcome's going to be? I don't want to be a cuck and say it's like going to be 2-0, but there is hope. There is potential, especially based on the maps.
Well, talking about the past performance of both teams, okay, 999 started very good on our league. They started strong, they started taking rounds. We've seen how good they played versus ROC Gaming, but they were unlucky not winning this game. They started very strong also versus TBI, but then TBI got the tactical pose and they came back. They started very good, but then their curve started going lower and lower and lower.
Suddenly.
Talking about our InnerCircle, they started very slow,
Very strong.
and then their curve started going up. As you mentioned, okay, yes, Pietro was in this team, and they tried to maybe in the split 1 they were trying to get out of this style, because Pietro is not there
They
anymore.
adapted
So
to something
they
else,
can't
yeah.
give the same goals as Pietro. Pietro has a very, very big experience, and we've seen PingPongPals beating InnerCircle both split 1 and split 2.
Yes.
So now the coach had a very, very tough situation that he needs to be changing this style, and we've seen it by ourselves. You've seen how InnerCircle improved, how they changed their passive play style into an aggressive, taking controls, trying to react, and Alucard as well, playing differently, completely different. He's playing more aggressive, more into picks, more into kills, more into getting the kills, and more not surviving the round. And he's trying his best for his teammates, because usually they had the rifles doing this, but now they're starting to put the sniper is doing this, and he's backed up by one of the best rifles in the European scene right now, which is awesome. So for me, InnerCircle, talking about their past performance, I would say that these guys have the advantage, and they have the better roster and better
I mean, when you look
composition.
at it and you see Awesome is playing with Jinzer, Kiko, Alucard, and them, like, you just wonder, like, this isn't even top 4. This is some EWC roster, and it's just a matter of time till they get their hands on the gameplay that they desire and they manage to execute whatever team they fall against.
Yeah, definitely.
What about maps?
I don't think there will be any surprises. We've seen one surprise on the
The New
past
Mexico,
game.
was it?
No, not the New
Oh,
Mexico. We
no.
expected the New Mexico, but
Oh.
we've seen Eagle Eye from Anubis. I don't think the Triple Nine is preparing any, but they are ready to
They
play.
could take it as a practice round like we saw with ROC, and
Versus
they
ROC, and
started
they won it.
experimenting. Yeah, they
So-
were experimenting.
So InnerCircle should be banning these maps because they want to be playing only. You just let's play Black Widow, Compound,
Go
Sub-Base
for
Board.
the meta
Yeah.
and win, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, could you show us the maps, please? Because I'm kind of interested of what you said, if it highlights... Yeah, so the picks, Triple Nine picked Ankara, InnerCircle picked Black Widow, and Compound is a decider. It makes sense that they banned Eagle Eye, Subbase, New Mexico, and Port, but can you explain why?
Yeah, well, Subbase, usually we've seen how InnerCircle played Subbase versus PingPongPals and didn't work out, so you don't need to risk it versus Triple
So you
Nine because
avoid that, yeah.
yeah, losing versus PingPongPals in Subbase, that means that it's a permanent ban for InnerCircle. You don't want to be risking versus Triple Nine because this is a game that you should be winning. And InnerCircle banning Port because these guys play double Om and they can be suffering a lot
It's
in
very
the
hard to
yeah, they're gonna be
secure.
suffering on Port. So Ankara, Black Widow, Compound is the more favored because we've seen how good InnerCircle is in on Black Widow, beating ROC Esports on Black Widow, beating everybody, beating PingPongPals also on Black Widow. The
Yep.
game that they lost, the only map they won was Black Widow. So they are very good, and they won also versus Anubis and Black Widow. So these guys are very good on Black Widow, and they have the advantage and they have the mental good. So if InnerCircle were able to pick Ankara, I would say it's an easy 2-0 for
Yeah,
InnerCircle.
so what you're trying to say is if Ankara is won by InnerCircle, it's GG. But I have hope. I think Triple Nine can win in their map pick and possibly get to a 2-1.
Yeah,
Not
but-
to win, but at least a challenge, you know, because nonetheless, this is CrossFire West League, and all these players are more than competent to compete.
Yeah, by the way, Triple Nine beat InnerCircle on Black Widow on the last split, which is split 1. But as we saw how InnerCircle played, they played very passively. They didn't even take Elon control. They didn't take water control on the global risk. So it was
They left
very,
a
very
lot of gaps.
yeah. So they left a lot of gaps. They played super defensive and they let Triple Nine do whatever they want. So I'm pretty sure that this would never happen again. I would love to see how InnerCircle would be changing their play style and changing the super defensive metas that they usually played versus Triple Nine because Triple Nine punished them so hard. And by the way, the comeback was made on the blacklist side by Triple Nine.
Really.
So because of the passive plays that usually been
They're
played
giving
by
up so
InnerCircle.
much room, and they're
Yes.
giving them space to rotate and get picks and
Yes,
whatnot.
so I
yeah.
guess this is going to be changed right now. InnerCircle would give no gaps and they would try to keep playing for A side control, B waters, bridge, trying to get the info, playing on the meta. If you
So
take
that's
along
the
the
macro
control-
that you're looking at right
Yes.
now. Because I wanted to ask, how do you think map 1's going to play out when it comes to Triple Nine's position against InnerCircle on GR and BL?
I don't think Triple Nine has a favored side from what I see. It's just their mental, how they are going into the game, or how, because usually they are playing the game, one game very good, one game
It's tough to be in
average.
8th place.
So they
and
are
try
just
to
ups and downs.
capitalize.
Yeah, ups and downs for Triple Nine. So I don't think they are looking for a certain side because these guys, we haven't seen a very, very strong dominant performance from them. Yes,
Not
they
yet,
won
yeah.
one game, but still it was a
It
very
was
close
barely,
game.
yeah. It was
Yeah, it's not a game that's usually that they stomp this side.
not those 10 sixes
So
and 10
yeah, I
fives
don't
and
think
whatnot.
Triple
I mean,
Nine
I'm
has-
kind of interested how the ARM players are going to pan out in this game because the maps are so favored. You have so many good angles that you can actually get the early picks, you know?
Well, Alucard is usually beating that's the double Om setup from Triple Nine. He's usually the guy who's trying to have the experience. He has more.
He knows where to
Well,
be.
yeah, he knows he has more experience. But the struggle is that they play two snipers sometimes. So it's not a problem for Alucard, it's a problem for his teammates. Because if
For the
Alucard is
entry.
facing one sniper, he can beat him, but he cannot also counter the other sniper from
If
the other
they're
side.
both facing him, yeah.
Yeah, so that means that his teammates needs to be aware of the double on setup, especially on Ankara Black Widow. It's two big maps.
Who do you think InnerCircle needs to shut down from Triple Nine if they want to actually get this game
Creed's
won?
definitely.
Creed's,
He's one
right?
of the best players and he's the most experienced
super,
player.
super talented, yeah.
Yes, he's the most experienced player among the roster. He's the newest addition, but still, he's the most
He's still an
experienced player.
OG, nonetheless. He's a titan of the game itself. I mean, it is our last game, and I personally, like, as a viewer and one of you guys, right, I'd like this to go to game 3, simply because even as a CrossFire player myself, I like to experience and learn how they execute and what rotations go around and all the macro that's involved. Because sometimes you can kind of see the touch of the coach or the IGL within the game itself, and if they can take like a 1v3 or a 2v3 back into victory.
Yeah.
Anyways, we are definitely ready to go to map 1, so I'll take it away to our casters.
Right here, map 1, 999 and IC Esports. Now, I don't know if this is going to be a hot take, but I actually think IC Esports have had a pretty poor season by their own standards so far this season. I feel like I've just been having a quick look back at some of the results. We were sort of talking about it in the background there, Seven, and they haven't really been able to clean up a lot of the series that we expected that they should be able to in a solid fashion. A lot of them had to go 2-1. They've lost a couple of series, which we didn't expect that they would need to. The only really good, outstanding banger performance that we've seen from them was the 2-0 that they had over Gaimin Gladiators earlier on. But that was, I think, just after the change where Spoxy had to sort of take a little bit of a step back and they brought Dane back in. So I don't know that we're going to see a super clean game out here from IC Esports. I hope that we are. This is one of those teams that I think on paper looks really good. They don't seem to get it done a lot of the time. But it started okay here. They lost the opening pick. Brought a couple back with the riflers, and now they have that A side control.
Already a 4-3 situation in favor of IC early in the round. CRS here with the sniper rifle. Gonna be tough retake. Smoked off. Alucard here in long A. That's a kill onto the okay. We'll get to get into CRS and Kiko closing out the round here for InnerCircle. There I also have to agree with you, like InnerCircle on paper I would say it's the third best lineup in this league, but so far they were quite inconsistent, having some rough games. Some last week losing against PingPongPals. And I mean it's normal, right? You bring Awesome to this lineup like during the year. You technically cut your team captain, so I mean as I mentioned before, right? Like player wise they're for sure stronger now. But it takes some time until they're also team player-wise on the same level as before. But like my call is, by the end of this year, they will be the second strongest team, I think. This is what I think. In the West.
Well, that may be all well and good, but like, if you don't get through season 2 of West League, there might not be much of a second half of this year for this team. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I mean, I can
if you
imagine.
don't qualify for EWC, you don't qualify for CFS. Like, that's it, right?
I mean, like, I can imagine they will not qualify for the Esports World Cup in Saudi Arabia, but then you play the CFS qualifier, so I think they'll play the CFS Grand Finals, but they might not attend Esports World Cup. This is at least my call. Let's focus here on this match. Like, beautiful situation here. Securing bombs at A once again. TRS gets the trade onto back. On an Alucard here and Awesome.
Alucard no longer in the picture. It is just Awesome solo, and he's a good player, but I think a 1v3 in this circumstance is really, really tough. You know, he's like in the middle of no man's land on that bomb site. If he could have isolated one of the duels that he had to take, or even 2 of the duels that he had to take in a 2v1, but because all 3 players are peeking him at the same time, like that is just the most impossible round you could possibly hope to see. So, rough one for him. Needed a bit more done by the other couple of lads there in that 3-on-3. 1-1 the scoreline.
Once again, a Kiko here in A connector, getting some map control. InnerCircle is doing it for the last 2 years already. They give the open on to Min already in mid. Min was pushing up to Garage. Awesome Kiko with the crossfire. And for me, it's also interesting to watch, right? Like Awesome and Creeds, 2 of my former teammates. Playing against each other, it's always interesting. Like technically, like my old team, right? FaZe, Snox, Awesome, Creeds, they're all in 4 different lineups now. Technically, I retire.
You're the one that really won. You stayed winning, bro, because you're on the caster desk with me. Like, where else would you rather be?
I agree. Yeah, I think I made the best choice.
There you go. Heard it here, folks.
I think I have the highest chances to be at CFS.
True. Unironically, probably a pretty good chance. 3v5 though for IC. It's gonna be brought back pretty quickly and then brought back again in the other direction. So it's not looking too bad so far from InnerCircle today. I mean, that 3-on-3 wasn't super enthralling necessarily, but otherwise the way that the rounds have typically been playing out has been solid solid enough for InnerCircle. Getting a bit of a different game out from 999 here as well. 999 last week when they played against Rocky, remember they were kind of just throwing like really fast plays in. It didn't matter whether they were on BL or GR, but it seems like they brought a different plan against InnerCircle. UJK, is he aware that Jin's is close? Don't think so. Next time he fires a shot, he might be a dead man. It might be Beck that's a dead man as well. That's a nice lineup from QJK. Won't really bail them out of trouble and get them back in this round, though.
QJK going here for some pre-fire shots. Can't connect the shot. I mean, also normally he never takes the sniper rifle. Very unusual for me to see. Maybe Kiku here closing out the round, it seems like. QJK, super low HP, awesome. Gets the kill. Clean round here for IC. Time here, triple arm setup. And 9 QJK, BYK, and also CRS. Sniper rifles. This time back here, going for the fast mid aggression here. Getting the kill onto QJK. In alleyway, can't spot anyone. Long A.
Passive, slow approach from InnerCircle after getting that opening pick. I don't mind it from a strategic standpoint. Can see what it's doing to that GR side. CRS is thinking about trying to make an aggressive move here, and Jin might have actually kind of baited CRS in. The trade needs to come through, and it does. Well done from Kiko. Maybe a bit of an overstep almost from Jin that kind of ends up nearly equalizing things, but well pulled back by Kiko. Keeps it 4-on-3. Now it's Minxian's turn. And he is not going to check Awesome. He has not checked Awesome. So that'll be his undoing, and in the blink of an eye, the round is over.
Actually, 9-9 with a very, very confusing playstyle here. Every player's going solo here for some aggression. I think I see they would just keep on playing with a lot of patience. Crossfire, like long B and also long A. So on this round, and then they will win Blacklist for sure. Like the first couple of rounds for me, it looks like 9-9 they came online to have some fun, but not to play as a unit. This is at least my impression. There is this time with the AK. The sniper rifle. Creeds here overcommitting in mid. Cut. Will get the kill eventually. Once again, 5-on-3 situation. And QJK with the sniper rifle gets the quick scope. Great coming in here since he was super low HP. Once again, I think this looks like a super clean round here for IC.
Does seem to be that way, and this is maybe a little bit more in line with the expectations that I suppose you and I may have had for InnerCircle coming into this season. Clean games, what we had come to expect, particularly against the teams that were toward the bottom of the standings, right? Like, I would put ROC, Gaimin, and Unknights in a sort of a league of their own in that respect, and I think that they should close these kinds of games out very, very cleanly and very comfortably. And they had, I felt, in the past sort of couple of seasons done that. But this season, I feel that InnerCircle had taken a bit of a drop off the pace. They still were able to contest with the top teams, you know, take maps off of ROC, take series off of GG this season. But I think where they really have let themselves down has been these matches against the quote-unquote weaker teams. This, however, so far, is getting them right back on track in that respect. 4-1 the lead. And the 4 rounds that they've picked up have been really comfortable rounds. The one that they've lost could have actually gone either way. It was a 3-on-3 at one point. So overall, InnerCircle have been decidedly the better team.
I agree. Like also, like 9-9 playing now 4 sniper rifles. Very interesting decision. I just hope, like, you know, like 9-9 actually can still start a comeback and get some wins and maybe like even get the 7th place and to keep the CFWL slot, because it's very scary, you know, for the German community. Like if 9-9 will get this last place eventually, then there's technically no German team left in the Pro League unless the German team wins the Open League. But and if you look back like a couple of years ago, Germany was like dominating like CrossFire West for a long time, and now having like no German team in the Pro League would be also like for me like sad to see, you know. Doesn't look too good for 9-9, and I'm also not sure if
You can just join me on the bench. I don't think there's ever been an Australian team, you know. So welcome to the club, bro. More than welcome.
It sounds more promising, yeah.
Yeah. CRS and 999, CRS and BYK for 999, I should say, are doing pretty well for themselves here. Creed's also chiming in for 999. So Alucard tasked with a 1-on-3, another 1v3 for IC to attempt. It's always a tough ask in those kinds of circumstances. So that'll be another one for 999.
I mean, still scary sometimes, you know, like for IC, like if you know for a fact, okay, 9-9, they're playing with 4 sniper rifles, they don't play the normal setups, they're just playing a little bit more like for fun, like casual games, you know. Like it's still like not easy sometimes to win the rounds, you know, because it's like it has more like a kind of a tilt factor because you run into 4 sniper rifles, like the setups don't make sense at all. You still lose the round, so like this is what happening right now, right? CR is getting 2 kills here. Oh, here Alucard and Kiko getting on the board as well. Creed here with the sniper rifle gets the kill onto Awesome with angle. 2-on-2 situation. 1 sniper rifle left. Or Kiko with a nice flick here onto Min. That's all on BYK against Kiko in a 1-on-1 situation. Bomb has been dropped here in GR base. BYK actually going for the full flank towards A connector. Kiko actually expecting them going towards A side, it seems like.
Well, this is a really good call from Kiko because BYK's on the complete wrong side of the map, so it'll take him a 10 or 15 second jog over, and he'll have to go through Kiko, see how vigorously he ends up checking a lot of these angles. He's been spotted out. Kiko's definitely been spotted out now, which is actually kind of bad news for him. He's going to go forward. Kiko, though, back into the site. He's going to be able to buy himself some time. He re-peaks. This is wild. Why is he going to re-peak with 15 seconds when BYK has to clear the whole site? That is craziness. Just backed himself. Thought he could win the duel, but BYK makes it look like no one's business. And that'll be another round for 999. So all of a sudden, InnerCircle not looking so clean anymore.
Very unusual play here from Kiko. Going for this re-pick, also in my opinion, didn't make any sense. Yeah, once again, 4 sniper rifles on the side of 9-9. I mean, like on GR you can do that, right? But on Blacklist it's a different story. So I think InnerCircle will have like an easier time in the second half. First map. It's 1 player on A side. It's BYK. JK holding this off angle towards AC. Kiko doesn't commit to the fight. C4 is still in blacklist space, so once again a very reserved approach here from IC. Back will face mid in a few seconds. Makes the move now.
Okay, good start. Beck's going to grab that opening kill. But not sure that we're going to expect to see InnerCircle really pick the pace up off the back of that. They'll just retreat out of middle. Just leave it Awesome there to kind of float around, see if there's going to be any re-aggression out from A or from mid. He does have Alucard to watch middle for him, so he only has to sort of focus on that A position. But now's where QJK can kind of activate. C4 dropped, obviously picked back up straight away. But we're back into the 4v4, and InnerCircle's intentions are known, so if they continue to go towards B here, they are going to meet a reinforced site.
30 seconds left on the clock. Basically forced now here to go for this execute. Bomb has been dropped here in JR base. Get up. Leeds gets the trade, but now he's in trouble here. Stuck in the corner. Jin gets the trade, now Acid is completely open.
Quick rotate in from
12 seconds.
CRS. He's going to catch them in the back. Awesome. Going down. It just felt a little bit slow from InnerCircle on that rotate. Now it's on to Jin to try to clutch it out, but again, tries to take that same kind of line as what we saw from Kiko in the previous clutch and just gets his head banged off. So we're back to a 4-4 scoreline, and here's where we, again, start to raise some of those criticisms of InnerCircle.
But I mean, at this point, you know, I see they realized, okay, they're playing with 4 sniper rifle, 9-9. Let's smoke off a main and just go for this fast execute. Like, this will win the round for sure. Keep coming to the fights here in mid, running into the sniper rifles, into the crossfires, like, doesn't make too much sense in my opinion, but okay, this time at least, 9-9 is even expecting fast execute. Having 3 players now on A side. Might be the right call, right? As you can see, 4 players from IC working up towards long A now. Alucard in mid, playing the lurk role. Awesome here. Flash lineup. See what they can do on A side. Sniper rifles, 1 rifle. Okay, gets the open out to Kiko.
Waits. Back in Jin, back on in there, and now Awesome as well for 1. I feel like that's probably the go-to for InnerCircle. It's a bit too late now, obviously, in the half, as the half's going to be over, but just hitting a site together quickly with 5 rifles, if you're going to go up against a big stack of sniper rifles, doesn't sound like a bad shout. You know, smoke off main, close that distance, get some flashes over the top, trade down the sniper rifles, who aren't going to be able to multi-frag as easily. As long as Beck doesn't go down here, this round should be pretty comfortable. Will ultimately be a 5-4 lead for InnerCircle. But it could have been a whole lot more. They were up 4-1 at one point.
I still feel like IC is not too happy. First half, 5-4. Way too close in my opinion, because of course, like they realize enemy team is playing with 4 sniper rifles and we don't have any solution for the setup, right? Like it's quite frustrating. As he said, going for the full executes would have been the right call. This is what 9-9 is doing now. Full A execute, it seems like. Only with 2 sniper rifles.
Well, that normally is a bit more standard. Honestly, even 2 on the BL side, I think, can be a little bit much at times. But depending on who you've got wielding those weapons. Standard, very standard approach from InnerCircle. Just the singular sniper on this GR side. Again, it's Alucard that's got a bit of a handful with so many others on the other side of the field that he has to deal with. Mid control here for InnerCircle has been taken. For 999, I should say, has been taken. And that'll just be up to CRS to lock down. Here's where things are going to kick off. Jin, his timing decent enough for 1, but no more than that. He'll spot out a bunch of players outside A, though, and start to call the rotate across. InnerCircle not going to fully commit to that rotate. Beck will play close underneath the vents. And we've done on to Creeds. Minchen not going to check the corner correctly, and so Beck will put him down. Kiko as well, receiving a few shots in his direction, but pretty quickly noticing and realizing that 999 are not committing to this A site.
Interesting, like sending Min alone here towards A as a fake and then for the mid execute. So far it doesn't work out. Alucard gets the fake out to CRS, all on BROK and Creeds here in a 2-4 situation. Alucard here buying some time for his teammates to rotate. Eventually going down. bomb has been dropped on AC, and that's some very bad news for 9-9. It's all on BRK now. Super low HP. There's no way you can win this round. Okay, 6-4 now in favor of IC.
Still early days. Only map 1 in the series, only 6-4. This one's definitely far from over, and 999 have to recognize that as well. They're going to be, once again, trying to take some mid-control early on in the round, and that is going to be the job initially of CRS. He's got it. The rest of the lads filtering in outside A. Could once again see some presence on the A side of the map. InnerCircle have a forward push on B. Awesome. Not really seeing much, so might start to see a little bit of a float here from Beck over toward A if there's some noise being made over there. But this looks like it's just going to be a pop. It's going to be a quick pop in from 999, and Jin just sets him up for success. A triple kill from him. 4 now. And BYK almost giving him the ace. Either way, that is a huge individual performance from Jinza. And now it's on to BYK to try and punch it back. Awesome is going to go down. C4 still needs to be retrieved. But the way he's hitting his shots, this might be doable if InnerCircle keep giving him 1v1s. I like the high-low setup, though, that Beck and Kiko have got. That should be almost impossible for BYK to deal with, unless someone makes a mistake.
I mean, normally this round is unwinnable. Like, setups from IC look on point. Bomb has been dropped on A main, so okay, might get Alucard if Alucard overpeaks, but from Beck and Kiko might do it in the end. Okay, now he's going for the full rotation, probably from GR base. Obviously it takes a lot of time, so Alucard shouldn't be surprised. As you can see, he's checking now his back. Okay, I think is on tower. Can't spot anyone. 30 seconds left on the clock. Alucard here, nice off angle. Should get the kill. Exactly 3 seconds. Never mind. Okay, gets the kill. So now it's a 1-on-2 situation. 10 seconds left on the clock. Both players here going out of alleyway. Gets a kill onto Kiko. Back here behind the boxes.
He was stressing, bro. He's like, where's he coming from? That round was way too close for... Like, oh, Jesus, man. They win it, but had me sketching for about 5 seconds there. And I think the same for Beck. 1v5, unreasonable, but doesn't quite get it done.
It's kind of strange.
The score.
It's kind of strange, right? Like, IC is leading 7-4, but they all look unhappy, and I get it, you know, like those rounds way too close. Also on Blacklist, I didn't have like any resolution for this 4-arm setup. So far, I mean, they're leading up the charge, right? 7-4 scoreline. But team play wise, I think they're not on point today.
Well, maybe it's just the map. Maybe when they get onto Black Widow, you know, their own map pick, it'll be a little bit better. But as long as they can, you know, even if they can limp over the line here on Ankara, that's enough for me. And Alucard, he's getting his chance now to get involved. We haven't really seen too much from Alucard this season. That was a nice 2-piece from him. 1-for-1 for Beck, still keeping it pretty comfortable, but CRS, nice kill. Wasn't prepared for Awesome. Now 1v3 again for Creeds, but if a 1v5 is close to doable, maybe a 1v3 is definitely doable. Alucard will play it safe though, and let Awesome swing from an unexpected angle to finish the job. Does look like InnerCircle ramping up for a victory here, and it should end up actually being a pretty comfortable victory the way things are looking.
But I feel like it's also a classic Alucard, right? Like in regular seasons, he's never like that strong. He's like always decent. But when it comes to playoffs and qualifiers, I feel like he's one of the best players in West. Like when there's the most, he always performs. Especially look back last couple of years, especially against my teams. Unfortunately, was always the best player. Alucard, when it comes to playoffs, again one of the best players. Mini have a nice opener here, getting 2 kills. Getting 3 kills actually, awesome. with the off angle, but can't connect the shot. Yeah, this could be the first round in the second half for Team 999. Unless Jin is pulling something off. The KC Min with a nice 4-piece here. Looks quite happy. Especially the third one is insane.
You gotta do something special to kind of keep yourself in the race here if you're down so significantly. That grenade, a nice one to soften a couple of the targets. Awesome gets some more chip damage. Awesome's looking somewhat like Jin at the moment, but that's alright. That's a good shot in from him as he finishes off Minxian. Airborne kill. 3 actually only alive now for 999 as there was a kill on the other side of the map that happened in that meanwhile. 999 trying to push their way forward onto B, but what they don't know is that they've already lost pretty much all of that map control in Hotel. This is going to be a really, really tough post plan, even though they've gotten that kill onto Beck. Going to have to defend against the retake from both angles.
Yeah, also QJK quite low HP. Hiding behind the box, I think there's nothing much he can do. It gets 1 kill at least, but now QJK getting sandwiched from 2 sides. Kiko gets the triple kill. 9-5 in favor of IC. Like honestly, I'm surprised that 999 get even like 1 round in the second half. This approach as a team, it's going for like solo plays on GR at least. They have much hope, but on Blacklist, I'll be honest, they look at least more like a unit going for executes together. 9-5 here.
Yeah, push in through middle. 999 not messing around too much in this particular round. Beck actually in danger of getting caught off, but luckily he's got Alucard watching that line, and then a quick jump out through the window from Beck will get Creeds. It is potentially the final nail in the coffin here. As 999 get absolutely deleted. Kiko, nice headshot onto CRS. They're going to go past QJK. What's he going to be able to do, though? I mean, he's just stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's got to get the C4 as well. He's lost BYK, so they've got absolutely no idea where he is. They're not expecting him in middle, but his time was numbered. Alucard eventually will spot him out, and sooner or later, someone is going to get him. It'll be Alucard, and that'll be 10. InnerCircle have got themselves the 1-0 lead in the series.
Yeah, and obviously, like, I see deserved win, like, sounds bad to say it that way, but I really feel like 999, they gave up the season already. Like, this is at least how they play. Like, 4 sniper rifles on GR side. Yeah, on Blacklist, I played as a unit at least some of the rounds, but still, I really hope they step up on the second map. Otherwise, I don't have much hope for them left.
Yeah, most definitely. And, you know, that's an interesting point, but also they've got to, if they want to make it back to the next season of CFWL, kind of like lock in, you know what I mean? Like, these are the best opportunities you're going to get for some decent practice, so might as well, you know, take them as that opportunity. But that's enough from us for now, at least. We'll be back for map number 2, and we're going to hand it back over to the desk to see what they thought about that first map.
Thank you so much, Luke. 7. I was gonna say Luca, his actual name, and Elvish guy, same thing. I love you guys. What a performance. I mean, they said that the hope is withering away at this point, and I feel like it is for 999. Like, losing game 1 in a best of 3 is not optimal.
And it's not only losing, you lost 10-5. One of them was a clutch as well, or 2 rounds
Barely,
were clutches from 999, and all the rounds were on global risk. Most of the rounds were on global risk. I believe only 1 round they got on the blacklist side. That means that the guys are not playing together as a team. InnerCircle on the opposite is totally the opposite. The guys are playing very good.
Dominating.
They're dominating the field. They are executing a side perfectly. The flashes, the smokes. Yeah, I've seen their utilities. It's very good utility, especially when they're pushing aside. The flashes from Awesome and the entries from Beck is very good. Kiko as well, he's doing very good. This guy, I guess he got 16 kills or 15 kills single-handedly on this game. So definitely he's the MVP of our first game. With this enormous performance from him, definitely InnerCircle will be winning in a fashion.
Yeah, I mean, just watching the highlights or the replays, you can tell that InnerCircle is on another level at this point. We're so deep into the season that it's not the time to mess around. It's time to secure wins and push the playoffs.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if it's already kinda going to be over for them if they lose this game with such style, because
Most likely, yeah. You have
maybe
to be
their
real, you
mental,
know?
yeah, maybe their mental will be so destroyed, especially that the second the team on the 7th place had 3 wins. It's TBI has 3 wins, and they only have 1 win. So they need 2-3 wins in order to surpass.
Just probably
Yeah,
compete,
to surpass TBI, which is kinda, I guess, is impossible. What
Yeah.
we've seen from their performance lately. But InnerCircle, these guys are doing very good. Yeah, Kiko, as I said, 2.0 KD, this monster
impressive.
today. A very good performance from him and all the guys on the InnerCircle team. Now they won the map picked by Triple9. Then that's what I wanted to highlight.
That's the
They're gonna be
dangerous part,
going
yeah.
for a Black Widow. And just to mention, Black Widow is a map that usually Triple9, maybe because they're playing a bit solo and trying to rely on their aims, skills, they get more rounds. So I don't think the map is going to be the same as Ankara, or I hope the map is not going to be the same as Ankara, but still the outcome in the end, I guess InnerCircle can be coming here 2-0 in the series based on the performance and what we have seen from them.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the score and the set summary itself, there is not much hope for Triple9, to be honest. If the performance stays the same, I really think that InnerCircle is the better team at this point, especially after game 1. So going into their map pick, it's just gonna be like they need some kind of miracle probably to
yeah.
even reach a tie or something. So I don't know. I really think Triple9 needs to go back to the drawing board. They need to sort out the gaps and the flaws that they're kind of letting loose when they're playing against certain teams. You know, they're losing rounds which are very winnable.
Yeah, we said that lately we've seen Triple9 relying more on their individual skills. And we highlighted that these guys needs to be playing more into a team, because they usually rely on maybe Creeds getting the kills, maybe BYK trying to snipe somebody. We've seen him almost did one before. He killed 3 players and he died not died. The time ran out for him, so he could almost killed also the last guy, but Becky didn't want to pick him. So that means that the guys have a very, very good individual skills.
Yes.
And they're beating the top tier teams individual
It's
skills.
just a matter of synergy and chemistry.
Put it into teamwork together as a team, but maybe it's too hard for them because the utilization, the execution into site is very, very hard for them if they don't practice that much. And I've heard that Triple9 stopped practicing for a while, so that's definitely impacting their performance, as we can see. So that's why they have some weaknesses shown on the stream. But for everybody who don't know, who don't even see it, Triple9 has these guys have one of the best individual skills that you can see on the West League. When it comes to 1v1, Creeds is beating, BYK is killing, QGK is clutching, CRS is aiming, Minchin is killing everybody. When it comes to 1v1, we've seen it Minchin pushing into B-side. 3 guys stacked from InnerCircle B-side, but they picked him 1 by 1. He killed the first, the second, and the third. He checked him and killed him. So that means the individual skills from the Triple9 side is very good.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, if you take it player by player of Triple9 and you look at their history and their accomplishments and whatnot and the different teams they played with and how much they performed when they were in those teams, I really think there is hope, but not right now. Anyways, let's go to the map 2. I'd like to see the outcome of that. Please take it away.
I too would like to see the outcome of map 2. The way things are looking at the moment, I'd have to put my money with InnerCircle. I feel like that's probably going to be the safer place to make a deposit, particularly given 7 that we are moving on to their map choice. This really is looking like it should be a 2-0 opportunity for InnerCircle.
I mean, it does for sure, but I mean, I have some hope left. I mean, it's Black Widow, right? Like, you can go for solo plays, as Penguin mentioned. So I think Black Widow might be closer. On the end, we're going to see 2-0 for IC, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and obviously, we'll see how things do end up playing out as we are going to get ourselves ready to get underway into this second map. I think it's not a bad thing necessarily to, maybe start the season slowly if you're InnerCircle, but as long as you can peak at the right time, and that would be obviously playoffs, right? You're maybe not setting yourself up for such a bad situation either way, right? You take some time to integrate Awesome into this roster. Final like 2-3 weeks of the season, which is kind of where we're at now. You know, you really start to get it locked in. So that's kind of what I'm looking for here for InnerCircle. I'm looking for them to lock this one in on Black Widow as Jin will start things nicely on to Minshen, and Alucard gets CRS, and InnerCircle on their own map pick, starting very nicely.
Good start here from IC. Great long A-hold here. Jin coming in, 3 kills already. All on YK. Bomb has been dropped as well, so doesn't look too good here in the first round. Potentially last map of today. Jin here patiently waiting. ROC spotted his head. Missing the shot, at least he got the bomb, but still he already got sandwiched, right? Like back is in blacklist base. Very difficult job here for him. Cut is tagged, but still it's almost undoable. Jin now he going for his 4th kill, and actually be okay if an insane wall headshot. Never mind, Alucard closing out the round for Team IC.
Now we take those. 1-0. Good start here for InnerCircle. Alucard back to it once again. Going to try to go aggressive up catwalk. Doesn't see too much. But a couple of bullets headed in his direction, and he was happy to just off as a result. Now Kiko, what a sharp shot onto Minshen. Also onto Crete. Okay, he's locked in this round. That is crazy work.
Yeah, the second one looked so clean on Creeds. What a tap here. Once again, 4 versus 2 situation. There is, and QJK is still alive. All on QJK. Much. Yeah, so far doesn't look too good for 999. I think there's even potential that we can see maybe like a very fast second map here.
Well, if things start to go poorly for 999, I imagine that'll probably be where this ends up going, yeah. Because you'll probably start to see the mental break a little bit for 999, and yeah, this is the recipe for disaster actually for them, as they are just getting blasted in these rounds so far. It's been a pretty quick pace being set by InnerCircle, even on this GR side. Happy to kind of take these fights. C4's been taken control of by InnerCircle, so I don't know that we'll be seeing too much success though. You know, 999 getting some kills back on in. Beck, was he spotted there? No, certainly not. And so that'll be the end of BYK. Just leaves CRS, and they know where he's going to have to go. He's going to have to go and look for this C4 now. Alucard shouldn't overcommit to that. He would be making a mistake if he ended up getting picked and then gave that C4 over, because that would result in a 2-on-1 post plan on A. But a 3-on-1, going to be pretty tough to pull back. They can take that long control. They know now that he's taken that C4. Well, they will go pretty quickly. He's going to spot out Jin. Good shot. Round is definitely not done. It's going to be a post plan on B, and now it is, in fact, that 2v1.
This one is definitely doable now. Sierra's even going for the full flank here towards A window. Actually, I like the decision from him, but back here on A ramp, timing is so off for CRS. It's still a great attempt. I think you're right. It looks like that IC broke them mentally. 0-3 now. Also the way they play, like give now Min going for the solo play along A. He's falling back now. You have CRS here with the sniper rifle going for solo peaks. Like if you lose, I mean it's okay, but at least try, you know, at least try to go for some executes together as a unit. CRS going for the play here in mid. I think timing is off for him. Your back doesn't even peek. Peaks now, we will get the frag for sure. Smokey coming in under cat. Back.
Almost.
The white swing a little bit too late.
him again onto CRS, and Alucard is not making a mistake. He's concerned about the window position. Doesn't need to be. He's got players in mid watching that. He'll end up going down too short. Shen pushing his way onto the site will ultimately fall. It's just too much control here for InnerCircle when they're able to hold onto the site from short and long. You don't really have anywhere that you can be safe from. And InnerCircle are making this one look extremely easy. So far, it's the only map of today that has actually been, in any way, shape, or form one-sided these first 4 rounds. I guess Ankara, they started 4-1 as well, but even that was a different vibe. Like, this is just on another level. Vex 7-0.
Yeah, I was feeling it now, Black Widow here. 9-9 going for the full-on execute, it seems like. Falling back again. Okay, Min now is coming to the fight here. Awesome stuck under a window. It's a huge mistake here from Awesome. Seems like they're not aware that Min is already here behind Train. Getting 2 kills here easily. For some reason Jin is still alive. I think there was one gap in their setup, because normally if Awesome plays this position, like there should be one player either stairs or like lower ramp, calls him like okay they're crossed already, but for some reason there's no call coming in on their voice server. Awesome didn't move at all.
It happens. Surely not enough to tilt InnerCircle at this point, but 4-1 was the scoreline at the start of the last map, and it did get brought back a little bit in the first half before eventually just being kind of closed out in the second from InnerCircle. So it's not as if InnerCircle are going to be infallible in this matchup, and they have allowed 999 up onto A pretty quickly. Inchen is able to get a nice opener onto Awesome, who's sort of just floating around. Double from Inchen. Going back and forth. 3-on-3 right here, but health disadvantage. Beck tagged down pretty low. Kiko did not spot BYK, but I can tell you BYK has spotted him. Luckily, Kiko gets a bit of a warning shot in his direction, and so he's going to survive. Unlike Beck, that's a good shot from QJK. The sniping has been pretty on point from 999. They've got options. They could actually just exit here and go B, and I think that might be what they're going to do. Alucard aware. Spots QJK on that cross. Gives him a little bit of a tickle, in fact, and so lets him know. In that meanwhile, Kiko has gotten to top middle, and if BYK stays here much longer, he should be a dead man. So Kiko's neglected that angle. He won't get there in time to catch QJK either, but I'm certain he should be getting BYK right here. That will, in the end, be a bit of a freebie. The flash will slow him down. QJK low, knows where Kiko's coming from, so all comes down to this one shot from QJK. It's an absolute must hit. He has gotten the tag, so that'll help him out. But it doesn't matter. Kiko, too sharp. The pistol in hand will win another round for InnerCircle.
I actually like the positioning from QJK, right? Holding this off angle, even going for the leg shot. On the end, also great flash from Kiko here coming in. QJK was completely blind. Almost got the round here. 9-9. In the end, Kiko denies him. Oh, now interesting. We're gonna see like a full A fight here. 4 versus 4. Jin gets the first frag. QJK for 2-piece, with a 3-piece actually. Awesome now. In trouble, gets 3 kills as well. All on BYK here is blind, and also getting 4 kills here long A. Fastest run I think of today.
Yeah, that was blink and you miss it type energy. 6-1. I mean, this half is kind of getting to that point where you blink and you'll miss it. So very concerned about 999 going forward in this map, but that's a good pickup onto Beck. We've got the triple orm, or the triple sniper rifle out. We've just got one orm now with CRS. But 3 sniper rifles for 999. It's slowly getting a little bit more chaotic on this BL side. Kiko can't get much done around that smoke. That'll be the A site taken by 999. So yet another round looking like it is on the cards, and they might be able to fight for 3. They might be able to salvage a 3rd in this first half.
Well, it seems like IC is also copying now. 9-9 here with the 4 sniper setup. Didn't work out for them, seems like. Card and Jin left here. Jin gets 1 kill here onto QJK. Little card here in a window, gets 1 kill actually. Now this round suddenly looks doable. Good off angle here from BRK, but he can't get the shot all on Creeds now against Alucard. Alucard missing the shot, Creeds closing out the round. Ola now 6-2 in favor of IC. Yeah, this round looked wild, that's for sure.
They're going to persist with the triple sniper setup here. 999. PYK spotted out by Alucard, but makes the mistake of re-peeking the exact same line, and he'll lose his life. Now Kiko trying to hold on to the site alone. He will start to get some assisting fire from Beck in a second. So the smoke causing a problem for Beck, and that means it'll be Kiko that takes the duel and will go down as a result. Numbers advantage maintained for 999. Beck's going to have to get some fancy footwork going on here because his toes are getting tapped. It's an interesting position for Beck to be playing from. Could be actually quite pivotal if that long control is attempted, but he'll go down. And this round looks like it's starting to fall apart for InnerCircle again. 999, they sort of found that weakness, I suppose, but found it maybe a little bit too late in the half to make it super meaningful.
Alright, it's falling apart here on Ace Series with a nice wall headshot here through the box. Shot. But still decent half for IC, I think 6-3, not too bad. Not on blacklist. And obviously we're gonna see at least 3 sniper rifles here on the side of 999. I'm surprised we don't see 4 actually. QJK here with the opener. Awesome gets the trade. 4-on-4 situation. 2 players already in front of B side. Kiko actually committing to fight here against QJK. He spotted him, I
He's
think.
already out, he doesn't know. He does not know that he's out, and that is going to be Kiko able to get into doors and get the better of Creeds. So QJK just not spotting that timing, and that has been so unfortunate for 999. Kiko has run amok. Eventually is going to be brought down by BYK, but this round is looking like it is already over. A 1v3 retake is going to have to be attempted. He's going to get the nade into the box. It's barely going to do anything. And 30 seconds is ticking away ever quicker. Jim will finish it off. So 7-3 is going to be the score as InnerCircle start to put those numbers up.
I'm not sure why QJK was waiting so long behind the boxes. In the end, even like getting 0 kills from this position, so very unfortunate for him. He had the key position this round. Like going for this fast play in mid, love to see it. They should go for now for this mid split actually, but okay, they're falling back. Understandable, got their 2 picks. All I have to do is just regroup and go for the full execute. There's no way they can lose this round. Execute together. One player here towards A short. Just have to face BYK with 4 players long A. Alucard gets the frag. Now it's all on QJK and Creeds here going for the 2 vs 5 retake. And that looks almost impossible in my opinion.
Yeah. Would have to agree. He's not shying away from this fight either, and he's got the advantage of just being able to jiggle around those windows. Creeds actually find his man. 1v4 with 35 seconds seems an impossible task, even if he's going to get a fairly nice opener onto Beck. I don't see this one going in a positive direction for him. Tapping away at Alucard, hoping for a mistake, hoping for anything to get him back into this round, but that's going to be that. 8-2-3, InnerCircle charging towards a victory now.
Yeah, I don't think that 9-9 will win one more round. It will surprise me, honestly. 2 players towards long A here. Min and Creeds pushing their base, at least a different approach this time. Let's see if Alucard is surprised, and that's the case here. Creeds gets the kill. Beck can't get the refrag yet. Missing some shots onto Min, gets the shot finally. Oh, but he still knows that Creeds must be somewhere. Okay, oh, never mind, Creeds also got killed. Well, again, looking very good here for IC. 3-on-2 situation. Like they're going for the rotation towards bomb set B, and that's the right call. Bomb set B is completely open. Okay, trying to get the angle off from B window. Spots Kiko. Ooh, gets the kill onto Kiko eventually. Jin gets the refrag. Now it's a 2-on-1 situation.
It's a really good shot initially, but they'll go down anyway. JK sees out Jin, who is very low, needs some help. Maybe doesn't. Headshot through from Jin. Everything is going right on this map for InnerCircle. And they are well and truly securing the fastest map of the day to close things out. 9-3, and this, the way things is going, should probably be 10-3. Do they know CRS is here? I think they do. Kiko, it looked like he was on the hunt for a second. He still is, but there's so many numbers outside of B here. And that has gone quite nicely for 999. So just as it starts to look like it's over, maybe 999 have a token offering. Or maybe they don't. QJK just going charging through the mid-smoke is a little bit ambitious, a little bit physical. Now it's going to be CRS's turn as Awesome finds a timing, but we're back to a 1v2. Chaotic round. But it is still favorable for 999.
Definitely chaotic, but was the right call, right? To stack up long B with 3 players. Luckily for 999, I see when there are 3 players as well. Jin, it's gonna be tough. C4 has been dropped here in A short. Creeds and BRK here on A side. Position. Jin have to reload. Creeds goes for the right swing. Classic Creeds play here. Can't get the shot now. It's Jin against BRK. BRK 42 HP left, but I think it doesn't matter because he has the sniper rifle. Eventually, last round of the day. Jin gets the shot. I think the timing is off for BRK actually. Like BRK thinks he's in A short. Jin spots him. BRK super low HP now. And that's it. Here IC wins this matchup of today. 2-0 in the end. Clean against 999. Great effort at the end. Some nice picks with the arm, but in the end, I must say it wasn't enough.
I have to give some credit there for InnerCircle. It seems like maybe things are starting to click for them. You go back to week 3, they got the 2-0 there against Gaimin. They were able to beat Anubis 2-1. The one question mark is that loss to PingPongPals last week, but then the rest of last week, I mean, they got the win over TBI 2-0, and now they've got another 2-0. So, you know, the latter sort of like 2-3 weeks of this season, as opposed to the earlier 2 or 3 weeks, are looking much, much better for InnerCircle, and that is a good time to start coming online, as we've only got this week, next week, and then technically week 7, but that's only one day. So, yeah, good time to start coming online. Let's see what the analysts have to say about that, and they can wrap up the day for us as well. Cheers, fellas.
Cheers, Elvish guy. Thank you so much, Elfish, and Seven, of course. Thank you so much. I mean, I have to agree with what Elfish guy said, that they're peaking now. Like, InnerCircle is playing at such a dominant pace and such a, you know, they're playing the meta, they're playing the rotations, they're using the util, they've studied 999, I believe, and now they're really here for playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. And Elfish kind of compared the first 2-3 weeks
yeah.
with these 2 or 3
It's
weeks.
a huge gap.
Yeah, so I guess it's completely, everybody can see how much these guys improved and how many times these guys practice these maps. So I guess,
clutches.
yeah, I guess InnerCircle really deserve it to play to the win. It's not about the win because everybody expected that InnerCircle is gonna be winning 999, but it's the win in fashion and win in style that shows your good dominant performance. And we even saw that 2v4, I guess, in the last round from Jin and Awesome. What a huge performance from these 2 guys on the roster of InnerCircle, the 2 Germans of the InnerCircle. So, InnerCircle, we usually said that they struggled at the beginning of this season. And Elfish did mention one thing that I also kept talking about, that it was a questionable lose versus PingPongPals. And I guess it was the bad call of veto from the guys on InnerCircle playing sub-base versus PingPongPals that made them lose the V2 very comfortably for PingPongPals. But now these guys came back, they beat GG and they beat Anubis, lost to PingPongPals, came back as a win 2-0 versus TBI, and now 2-0 versus InnerCircle. These guys are booking their ticket into the playoffs. With the win of Anubis today, the fight between those 2 gigantics on the EWC gonna be huge in the next weeks.
Yeah, I mean, overall, today was very, very, very entertaining, to be honest. Some of the games were neck to neck. Some had a bit of a gap, but nonetheless, I want to congratulate all the teams that won, because it was, how can I say this, right? Like, before in week 1, 2, and 3, you would see the underdogs suddenly destroy the stronger teams or contest them at
It's
some
because
points.
the meta of the guns, you
Exactly,
remember?
once
It
the
was
meta
just
shifted.
introduced, but
Yeah.
now the top
It
tier teams
adapted, yeah.
exactly they
Yeah.
adapted and they started playing better.
Yeah, like Famous would be coming out with his gun, right? The famous one. And at the end of the day, everyone else evolved. It just took them a few weeks. And now is not the time to be playing safe and not showing your wild cards. No, now is the time to put everything and push as much as they physically can. Because what? We're in week 5.
Yeah,
We're week 5, day 13.
Yeah, day
Where
13.
else are you gonna get the playoffs?
Yeah, so InnerCircle, as I said, starting very slow is not the thing that makes you worry. Ending very slow is the thing that makes you worry.
It's
So
just
Anubis started very slow. InnerCircle started very slow, but InnerCircle then had a rocket jump.
Dominated.
Yeah, they had a rocket jump in their performance. Okay, Anubis started very slow, but they started going up slightly better. A few weeks, yes, they lost to PingPongPals, and yes, they lost also to other teams, but they're gonna be playing InnerCircle, I believe, ROC Esports, and then Triple Nine. So they have one win in the bag. I'm not saying that they're gonna be 100% winning Triple Nine, but they usually win versus Triple Nine, and they have the upset always versus Triple Nine. So they are confident playing versus them. And then InnerCircle, and they're gonna be playing ROC Esports. So they need to be. They're gonna be playing against InnerCircle, ROC Esports, and GG as well. So
These are some
three,
tough games.
yeah, very tough 3 games. But all you need is maybe 1-2 wins. That's it, and you go to playoffs. And if you go to playoffs, we've seen a completely different Anubis. Also InnerCircle, these guys, yes, they started very slow, but we mentioned that these guys, they have a new roster, new addition to the roster, which is awesome. They have a new coach, which is Kevin, so he's definitely implementing his strategies. That takes time for you to be able to put it into an actual competitive game, and then still, nobody believed in InnerCircle, but suddenly they went instantly as a rocket jump, as I said, going huge, beating GG, beating beating Anubis, GG, TBI, and now Triple Nine.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree. One thing I really enjoy is when you see the coach's fingerprints in the gameplay, right? So you can try to understand what the coach tries to do with the team itself and how they play the map and how they execute, how the util is so precise, man. The smokes, the flashes, everything to the last gap, right? Even if it's a clutch situation, you can tell whatever player, whether it's InnerCircle or GG or ROC, these guys are so composed and ready to even go at a 1v4 at some point.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen this good executions, util usage in Ankara mostly because A side usually needs a lot of flashes, smokes, and smoking the CT completely, the CT to cutting off the rotation, flashing the A basement and A top as well in order to attack the A side, check the triple boxes, get into long stairs. So this needs all a very good utility with the push. That's what we see it from today from InnerCircle, what we haven't seen from them before.
Yeah.
But in Black Widow, we haven't seen a lot of good utilities because Black Widow, they all took it as a fight. InnerCircle, as I said,
going
they
in for the
definitely will
trades,
not be playing super defensively
Yeah.
like the last game, and this is exactly what happened. 6-3 on Global
And it
Risk Black
makes
Widow.
sense. It makes
Yes.
sense to not just rely on the util, right? You can expect that a team like Triple Nine, and they have such skillful individual players that they're gonna go for the peaks, you know. But the fact that when you go for the peaks, if your other individual players are not relying on, or you're not relying on them to help you, you're gonna lose the trade. 1 for 1, 2 for 3, and then it's done. Match over.
Yeah, maybe that was a problem for InnerCircle. The guys were not committing into the trades. They were not all committed to
They
the
would come
aggressive
back
style.
after a push.
Yeah, but still, maybe we've seen, okay, Awesome is playing aggressive because these guys got used on playing
He
aggressive on
has the
GV.
tempo, yeah.
Maybe, okay, a little bit of Kiku's aggressiveness, but Alucard maybe Beck tried to play passively because they are the traders of the team, but we've seen Becky is the entry. I'm talking about Knights,
Yeah.
and then
Excellent
InnerCircle.
nights, yeah.
Yeah, so now Becky is the entry, he's the first entry. Kiku's entering with him as well, as a second entry. That's what I have seen. Maybe Kiku is the first entry and Becky is the second, but what we have seen is that Becky is always the first going into side. Kiku's trading him directly with Awesome, one of the best traders, the best player
Best
in
FPS player, probably.
in Germany. He was the best player in Germany, I guess, in 2022, 2021. He was one of the best when he
Top,
moved
yeah.
from Lazarus to GV. He was on top performance. Seven also knows this because he played with Awesome. So now you have everything to win. Also, you have your coach. He's doing his job, and also he's doing everything possible for you. as we're talking about as analysis versus the teams.
Yeah, I mean, I'm impressed with all three teams' performance. Anubis really pushed through the mountain that was in front of them, which was Swamp Gaming, and they managed to secure that. And ROC, of course, we can praise them all
10-0.
day, but at the end of the day, this is all about hard work, right? If you put in the hours and you put in the effort, and this is a career path that few people dare to choose, right? Being an esports professional, a team like ROC, these guys eat, sleep, and do everything
Eat,
Crossfire.
sleep, Crossfire.
Yeah, eat, sleep, Crossfire, and it shows, right? Because the more experience, the more you're exposed, the more time you invest, you will reap what you sow at some point. When you play against teams, whether they're better than you or not, your own experience allows you to contest it.
Yeah, and definitely also their past experience, because they're not here since like 1-2 years. These guys, for example, Snare is playing for almost 6-7 years. Snake is 8-9 years, maybe more.
Yeah.
Talking about, okay, maybe the newest player addition to the competitive scene is Slayer, and he's one
He's
of
the top.
He's the best
basically the
right
best
now.
player there.
But still, they have Snare, Snake. These guys are playing competitively. I'm not saying
Yeah.
Crossfire, because definitely he's playing Crossfire for 10 years, maybe 11 years since
Or
the
even other
release.
FPS games.
Since
You
the
never know,
release,
yeah.
I'm pretty sure, and other FPS games. But I'm pretty sure that these guys are playing since the release date of
Yeah.
Crossfire, 2011, or maybe by maximum. The game was released on 2009. I'm pretty sure that these guys played on 2010, 2011,
Onwards, yeah.
and still playing till now and competitively for 6-7 years. So, as you said, he's taking this experience as a career for himself. So the guys are very competing. ROC Esports, a team you wouldn't love
And
to be facing at all.
It is a career because they do have a gaming house. Like, there's another factor that most casters or hosts won't really highlight and analyze is the fact if you're living with the team that you are with, whether it's the coach or the other players, this causes so much harmony and synergy and understanding between one another, to the sense that that can be portrayed and projected into a competitive scene or game.
Yeah, and the guys are here in the gaming. They have the gaming house, they have the media, they have everything. The guys are very well known because of their strong performance and the good representation
media
for
is
the
strong,
West
yeah.
League. Yeah. So the league, as we said, but this year is very unique because introducement of the new guns made us see a lot of other players. Gainer, for example,
Yes.
with the HK is very good. Comics with the HK is very good. We've seen Horus with the HK. It's completely different.
It changes
Entry,
everything.
yes,
yeah.
he changed his play style. He changed how good he is in entering with the HK. Famous is definitely good with any weapon. So if this guy is playing with USP, he's gonna be perfectly good. So we cannot talk about the gun when Famous is here. We can talk about Famous when the gun is
When-
here.
yeah, exactly. Vice versa. flip it.
Yeah, but other players, we've seen how good they showed themselves with the meta change. So that's why the league is very competing right now. You cannot expect what's going to happen. But at least now, since InnerCircle is going back to wins, and since also Anubis is going back to wins, that shows how good these teams can
Yeah,
be.
and
on
just looking at the set summary, right? You don't need to be a mathematician to understand that InnerCircle is definitely the most dominant team in this match, at least.
Yeah.
And I've seen the set
Everybody's 1.2.
summaries with InnerCircle in other games, but sadly they'd lose it. So, like you said, there is a big problem. If you want to compare ROC, for example, with other teams, it's all about that synergy and playing as a team. Individual skill is super important, but
Still,
nonetheless,
the teamwork is more better.
teamwork is the clutch factor.
Yeah, teamwork is the more, as you said, clutch factor for the teams, because usually it's a team play. If it was an individual play,
Communication, yeah.
you wouldn't go in a Discord or TeamSpeak trying to talk with your teammates, trying to sit on, as we sit on gaming house. But now Jinzer, we have our MVP. Although Kiko had a very good Ankara,
Exceptional players,
but
yeah.
still, based on both maps, Jinzer 1.7 KD is our MVP of this series, and InnerCircle are the winners. 2-2 over this triple nine.
His positioning, his aim, where his cursor is, it's always where the other enemy player is already. So this shows you, this comes with experience, not just to play the map, not just to play the weapon. It's the overall hand-to-eye coordination that this man has is exceptional. God bless him.
Yeah, and his team with HK is very good, because this guy is very good. And let's look at the standings right now. 10 matches for most of the teams except GG and PingPongPals, who are going to be playing tomorrow. But 10 wins, 0 losses is ROC. 6 wins now. InnerCircle going back
Yeah.
to second place.
I mean, if you want to break this down, you can look and see that ROC has 10-0, but all the other teams are almost equivalent. 6-4, 5-4, 5-4. But we have to say, GG and PingPongPals still have a game to play very soon.
Yes.
So If I could make a guess, I would say ROC, IC, GG, and maybe Anubis or PingPongPals are gonna make it to
Yeah,
playoffs,
definitely.
To be frank, right?
Yeah, that's the same as my call. That's one of the
You
top
did
4 teams.
mention it in our
Yeah,
first day,
it's
right?
gonna be PingPongPals or Anubis in the top 4, but InnerCircle is definitely booking their place.
Yeah,
GG is
they've
definitely
secured
booking
it,
their
yeah.
place. They have few games that they can win. ROC Esports as well. And 6th and 7th is gonna be the fight between TBI and Swamp Gaming. If they beat each other, it's just gonna be switching, and I guess 999 will stay at 8th until the something miracle, as you said, can happen
Yes.
for these guys.
Great analysis. Is there anything you'd like to add before we take off here?
Very good games today.
I'd like to thank production, Seven, Elfish Guy, and everyone who's involved in the stream. Everyone, thank you. Have a great night.